If you could be in any familia for all of DanMachi, which one would you pick and why? I think I'd probably end up being a Hermes Familia member. I just always liked their detective vibes in the series and all the info gathering they do. Today though, we're flipping the script. Bell isn't joining any familia. Instead, he'll fight alone, solo leveling style to get stronger. Stick around if you want to find out the story of how the boy hero becomes the Shadow Monarch. Remember to hit all the cool buttons down below, like, hype, and subscribe, and notification, and if you want, you can join my membership program, which would be awesome. And with that, let's get right into the story.
A hero? What the hell am I even talking about? I can't even save myself.
A statue carrying a spear would jab it into Bell Cranel's gut. He'd cough up blood as blood would cover his entire front torso as he gets thrown into the air. Landing on top of the altar as his ribs would shatter. He'd cough blood as blood would fall into his eyes, his sclera becoming red. He would see it, the sword of the final statue ready to swing down and chop him in two, ending his life.
Damn it, it's not fair. If only I had another chance.
As the sword would swing down, time would come to a standstill.
Notification. The secret quest, Courage of the Weak, has been completed. Congratulations, you have earned the right to become a player. Will you accept? If you refuse, your heart will stop in approximately 0.02 seconds. Will you accept?
What if Bell Cranel from DanMachi, or is it wrong to try and pick up girls in the dungeon, had the system from solo leveling? Just like Son Jinwoo, the story will cover a world where Bell never met Hestia, where the rulers and the monarchs of solo leveling are now entering into the world of DanMachi. So, let's get right into it.
Huh? What's this?
A veteran member of the Soma Familia would say in a surprised tone. But who wouldn't be surprised to have found this wall collapse and this strange door behind it? This was pretty much unprecedented for the first 5 floors. And although they were a party of 8, 6 of them were actual adventurers, while 2 of them were porters, or supporters. That being Lily Ruka, who'd been with them for a while, who was training her replacement. This white-haired brat from the countryside, who had come begging to their door saying he'll do anything so he can become an adventurer. He didn't even get a falna. He had just been begging at the door, hoping for some work because no one had taken him. Wannabe adventurers. All a waste of space. The fact they managed to get him inside without being suspected is hilarious, because typically the guild wouldn't allow any adventurers without a falna to enter into the dungeon, having to require adventurers to be a part of a familia. Well, if this mission went well, they'd let this Bell kid into the Soma Familia, and then he'd owe them money for life after he got a taste of that alcohol. But enough of that. The new kid would be talking to their other supporter, that being Miss Lily Ruka. She already owed Master Soma a fairly large debt, but she knew what she was doing, so she was basically teaching him the ropes before he would be added to their familia. Of course, this wasn't out of the goodness of her own heart, but more so the fact that she was trying to train her replacement so she could leave. The older adventurer would return, asking everyone if they'd like to enter this strange door, with new parts of the dungeon being discovered all the time on the lower floors. But something like this was unheard of. A few of the newer adventurers were way too excited to go in, saying that this could be a huge chance to make some money, boss, while the older senior adventurers were heeing and hawing, debating on if they should report this to the guild. But considering that they could find something rare and valuable, and even get more of Master Soma's wine, it was a chance they were willing to take. The large burly man, the leader of this party, would open the doors, walking inside as it would just be a long, endless darkness. This was pretty odd, considering that, well, all the upper floors had some lighting. This kind of atmosphere was more typical for the middle or deep floors. But what kind of adventurers are scared of the dark? Whatever. The party would continue onward its trek, walking for over 20 minutes, until eventually they came to another set of doors. These doors would be large and grandiose, with 2 blazers standing outside with flames coming out of them. Quite literally, the light at the end of the tunnel, as the party of adventurers would swallow hard. Gulping as they opened the large stone doors, they would see a ginormous room, It could easily be as large as the entire center of Orario. How is this even inside of the dungeon up here? This is impossible. Upon entering into the large room, the first thing that Bell would notice as he looks to the right and left is these strange statues. Some of them holding weapons, some holding strange instruments, but of course everyone's eyes would be drawn to the center. The very center of this large room would feature a throne, and upon it, a gigantic stone statue. This kind of man-made architecture inside of the dungeon, this is completely unprecedented. Bell had even heard stories of things like this in the hero stories that his grandfather had once told him. Mr. Greer, have you ever seen a room like this before? Greer, the main and head of the party, would bark back at Bell. No. Now stop asking questions, let's keep going. I smell something big here, and my nose is never wrong. Bell would look to his mentor, Lily, who would just shake her head side to side, with her sighing and shrugging, as they continued carrying their large bags towards the center of the room. One of the other party members would be a mage, and thus would instantly recognize the ancient script text on the center of this strange stone tablet, while the others would be walking around, half astonished at just the sheer scale of this room. She would begin reading aloud the ancient script carved into this stone tablet. As she began to read this ancient writing, Bell would turn looking at the statue holding it, as he would see its dark face covered by shadow, stone wings carving around it, like an angel. Its hands gripping the tablet. The mage of the party would continue reading. These are the rules of the Carthenon Temple. First, worship the Lord. Second, thou shalt praise the Lord. And third, you must prove your faith. Upon finishing reading these aloud for the entire group to hear, the massive stone doors behind the group that the party had entered into this room through would slam shut. Wham! Wham! One of the party members, a level 3 adventurer, would start freaking out, saying, "There's no way. This is not part of the dungeon. I've never heard of anything like this before. I'm leaving," as he would get up and start walking away from the group. As he gets closer to the door though, Bell would suddenly see it before anyone else. Bell Cranel would shout out, "Mr. Peak, look above you!" As the adventurer would look up saying, "Huh?" A stone axe would come crashing down to the ground, severing his head from his body, as blood would pool at his feet, his flesh falling over to the ground. The other adventurers would gasp, pulling out their weapons, as they say that these statues, they must be monsters! And Lily would pull out her crossbow, firing it at one of the statues, the arrow barely even doing anything, leaving but a scratch on its stone skin. Bell would be breathing heavily, watching the blood pooling at the man's feet, who had been alive mere seconds ago. Lily would suddenly grab Bell's sleeve. She would quickly whisper to Bell, saying, Mr. Cranel, I think its eyes are moving." Bell would turn, looking up at the large statue, large being a comical word to describe it, more like gargantuan. The huge statue, and oh my god. Bell saw it, no, he felt it. From the months that he had come to Orario and had been trying his best to get into a familia, he had taken on any number of odd jobs, a number of which having risked his own life to achieve. And all of it without being an adventurer or having a falna. In this closeness to death that he'd experienced, he knew right now the chill down his spine. He would scream out for everyone to get down as the eyes would begin to glow a yellow, bright orange. Another adventurer having run towards the doors, trying to slash at the statue. A bright flash of burning light would come crashing from the giant's face as it eviscerates the entire body of the adventurer who had been running at the doors, his feet falling to the ground as the rest of his body would just be gone, completely evaporated in one hit. That was a level 2 adventurer, Bell will be thinking. There's no way. He got completely destroyed in one attack. How powerful is this thing? Bell had managed to save 6 of his party's lives, 2 having been casualties just after mere moments of entering the room. After almost 40 seconds of everyone having dodged to the ground, Bell would look up at the statue as he slowly crouches up, telling everyone to wait. Everyone would watch as Bell slowly raises his knees and immediately would let go as he falls back to the ground, the eyes having begun charging up as he would shake with fear.
I was right.
Bell knew that by rising above a certain height, the statue would attack them, saying that if they stayed low to the ground like this, they wouldn't be attacked. Greer would then yell at Bell, asking,
"So what, are we supposed to stay like this forever?"
Bell would move his eyes towards their party's mage, asking her to repeat the rules she had read originally off that stone tablet. Once again, she would repeat the commandments of the Cartanon Temple. Thou shalt worship God. Thou shalt praise God. Thou shalt prove thy faith. Those who fail to obey these commandments shall not be spared. Eventually, with some trial and error, the party would figure out that they need to bow to this god. They need to praise it. Everyone would be horrified with gods in this world being commonplace, of course, since they descended hundreds of years ago. Bowing before a god? That was pretty much draconian at this point. As the 6 members would bow before the huge stone statue, suddenly Bell would hear a crunching sound as he looks up, seeing its face contort into a wicked smile. That is the look of a demon, not a god. The statue would be gazing down at them as they bowed before it, clearly entertained and amused at the turn of events. The statue would begin to stand, its twisted grin only emulating its size, as suddenly it would take a step forward. Stomp! Again, the party would now turn back to their mage. Now what? Now what do you do? What's happening? Stomp! The statue would take another step forward. Stomp!
It's getting closer.
Okay, we've worshipped God, Bell would say, the sweat now pooling down his brow. Now we have to praise this god. The mage, who had been one of Soma's elites for quite some time before being dethroned, would step forward saying that she knows best how to pray to a god, saying that she had prayed to Soma many times, hoping for his divine wine, saying that if there's anything to stop this monster, it would be the power of Lord Soma. And so she would stand before the statue, clasping her hands up like holding for a cup. She begins reciting, basically begging for alcohol, which in itself is pretty hilarious. But the statue, it wouldn't stop. Stomp, stomp, stomp. No, if anything, the statue was getting faster as it began to approach the level 3 mage. Stomp, stomp. Her prayers would be silenced as the other adventurers would gasp out in horror. There were 5 left, as the poor mage would be crushed to death under the ginormous foot of this stone god. The adventurers would scramble, running, as all of them were thinking, desperately racking their brains on how they can get out of this alive. Bell would tear off his large bag, throwing it to the ground as he rips off Lily's bag, picking her up and carrying her as he runs, with him trying his best to save both of them. Lily would ask what he's doing, saying this is stupid, saying they're both going to die, before the statue could reach them. Bell's eyes would turn, watching as he sees the statues around them, remembering again the strange statues that had musical instruments. He'd suddenly scream out into the room, hoping that the others would hear, saying, "The instruments! Get by a statue with an instrument!" As he runs towards one carrying a harp, he would stand there with Lily, hoping for something to happen. Greer, the leader of the adventurer party, would reach the center of another stone statue, this one carrying a trumpet. As a horn would echo throughout the room, Bell would realize that the statues can only take one person as he drops Lily to her feet and runs to another statue. Lily would watch in horror as Bell is getting chased down by the statue. Bell would desperately look for anyone that had a musical instrument, but the stone foot would be coming down on him. He ducked to the side, crashing out of the way as he could feel the vibrations of the floor shattering beneath the behemoth's feet. Bell would look up, realizing that the statue he's in front of is carrying a sword. Bell would leap back, off of his feet, scrambling, but his leg would get severed off by the clean blade. Bell would scream out in utter agony, feeling his leg rip from his body as he feels the blood pooling out of his leg. Bell, with both of his arms, would scramble as he pulls himself across the floor, a trail of blood following his severed leg. As he reaches in front of a statue, his eyes now watering, as he looks up and sees her begin to sing. The statue would have saved him, just as the large statue was about to crush him to death. The demonic smile of this god statue would return to normal, but this time to a frown. seemingly disappointed that it hadn't been able to claim more prey. The statue would walk back solemnly, taking a seat in its throne, its eyes now returning to a motionless gaze, as if though it had never been alive to begin with. In the center of the room, we would see a circular disc now rotating as it rips out of the floor, an altar. This is when they would remember, now that the mage was gone, scrambling to remember what the third commandment was. Thou shalt prove thy faith? As they were all trying to come up with how they could prove their faith to this god, they would begin thinking of, well, how humans had been proving their faith. Sacrifices to gods. All of the other adventurers would turn looking at Bell, his leg already ripped off and ruined. There was no way he could live a life as an adventurer anymore at this point, especially considering he doesn't even have a Falna. They would all be thinking the same thing. Lily wouldn't even hesitate to suggest it. I think we should put Cranel in the center of this altar. Bell would look horrified watching as the others' eyes gaze at him, singling him out, once again, because of his weakness, because he wasn't a part of the Familia. He was alone. Because of that, it was natural they would choose to sacrifice him, of course. Bell would grit his teeth as sweat begins draining down his face as Igris would approach him, grabbing him by the collar of his neck by his shirt and pulling him up. Without the least care in the world, the older adventurer, a level 3, would easily throw Bell on top of the altar, his blood splattering across it, as a blue flame would open up on the altar. The others would be confused, wondering what's going on, as for a few minutes they'd watch, hoping something would happen. During these few minutes, Bell would have ripped off a sleeve of his shirt and tied it around his leg, stopping the bleeding, as he was just hoping that he would somehow make it out of this, not wanting this to be his fate.
Damn them. If I was a powerful adventurer, or I had my own familia, I wouldn't be doing this. This was my only option.
As Igris would pick up Lily and throw her into the circle next, you know, weakest of all and all that, another blue flame would start. But now again, nothing would happen. The adventurers would grumble as they would then walk into the circle, with Lily now rubbing her face to push the dirt off of it. She'd look at Bell, who was clearly freaking out as his eyes were twitching, watching as all of the adventurers around them had entered the circle. Suddenly, the statues began moving, as a blue flame would have come out of their eyes, almost matching the blue flames now in this circle. Suddenly, some of the flames around them would begin going out, as the adventurers would be shaking, carrying their swords, as they look at the huge stone statues now approaching them. Some of them would not be moving though. Bell would cough up blood as he says that they need to keep an eye on all of the statues. We can all make it out of here alive if we can watch them. They won't move if you're keeping your eyes on them. The other adventurers would be doubtful of him, even though he'd been right this far. But as they watch, some of the statues would be breaking through their line of sight. And naturally, one of the adventurers would break, saying, he's got a family and he's got a dream to live. He's going to become the top adventurer in Orario. He can't die here. Just as he was saying this, one of the blue flames would go out, and the doors would begin sweeping open. Just a crack. The doors having opened would bring a cool wind into them. This would be a false hope. Bell would realize this is what they meant by testing and proving their faith. If they all stayed here together, it was possible they would all survive. But the adventurer who had just spoken would leave the circle, running at full speed as he escapes out of the doors. Greers and the other adventurers would look to each other, watching and wondering if he had actually made it out alive. As the blue flames kept ticking down, Lily Rook would be the next to leave, saying she's not dying here. She'd get up running as Bell would watch, holding his hand out, saying, "No! If we lose another person!" As Lily would escape the room, the other adventurers would have lost their nerve, with Grease saying, "Sorry, kid. Looks like the sacrifice plan is the game after all." Grease would ditch his sword, dropping it next to the altar, and running, pushing Bell off of it as he begins running towards the doors. The other adventurers would pretty much make the same choice, all of them leaving the circle as the flames would be more than halfway ticked down. Bell would scream, casting his hand out. He says, "No! Don't!" And he'd be left alone. The doors, now, almost completely shut, with just a sliver between them. Bell would move his hand, with it twitching, with the blood that he had lost earlier. He'd reach out for the higher quality sword. As he can barely hold it, he'd look at the monsters approaching him, the stone statues. He can barely keep his eyes moving on all of them.
If I'm dying here, I'm taking at least one of you with me.
Bell would grit his teeth again, as the statues would be approaching, the flames going down, still ticking. Suddenly, he would have lost eye contact with one of them, as its blade would come down, Bell moving barely out of the way, his shoulder getting cut on the edge as the sword crashes into the altar. When Bell flinched, his eyes would have closed for a moment, the other statues moving forward as he tries to wiggle his way around the altar. But it would be too late. The statues would be fully depending on him. 2 flames left.
A hero? What the hell am I even talking about? I can't even save myself.
A statue carrying a spear would jab it into Bell Cranel's gut. He'd cough up blood as blood would cover his entire front torso as he gets thrown into the air. Landing on top of the altar as his ribs would shatter. He'd cough blood as blood would fall into his eyes, his sclera becoming red. He would see it, the sword of the final statue ready to swing down and chop him in 2, ending his life.
Damn it, it's not fair. If only I had another chance.
As the sword would swing down, time would come to a standstill.
Notification. The secret quest, Courage of the Weak, has been completed. Congratulations, you have earned the right to become a player. Will you accept? If you refuse, your heart will stop at approximately 0.02 seconds. Will you accept?
Yes.
And with that, the curtain calls on our prologue to our story. Bell would wake up, outside. He wasn't in the dungeon anymore? How is that possible? As he would sit up, he would look down, seeing that both of his legs were attached. Was it all a dream? But that couldn't be possible. He remembered everything. As he feels his hands, he would feel no injuries at all, wondering what the heck is going on. Bell would look around, realizing that he's at the Adventurers Guild. He'd only been in there one time when he had first arrived in Orario, but they had told him that he couldn't become an adventurer unless he joined a familia, so he had been turned away. The elf girl with brown hair and long ears would enter the room. Bell had already heard stories from his grandfather about elves before, so he was, needless to say, excited. Bell would sit up sharp as he's blushing, saying, nice to meet you, miss. It's Aina. Oh, Miss Aina. So, Bell would have successfully met Aina. Aina would frown, saying a couple of adventurers from the Loki Familia had found him on the 5th floor, completely unconscious and alone. They said they had no records of him being a part of any familia or being under anyone here at the guild, so how did he even get into the dungeon? There was no way Bell could out himself as having illegally gone inside the dungeon with the Soma Familia, much less get their wrath on him. Bell would quickly stand up and run out of the guild hall saying, "Thanks for taking care of me," as Aina would hold her hand up saying, "Hey, wait, get back here!" as Bell flees out into the street and runs across it, now successfully having escaped the Adventurers Guild. Bell would keep running until he made it all the way to Daedalus Street. After breathing heavily, he would say, "Well, that was scary. But why didn't she ask about this thing?" As Bell would look up at the sky, he would see a giant panel. The blue glass-like panel would be somewhat transparent, as Bell reaches forward touching it, pulling his hand back quickly. Inside of the panel it would say, "Congratulations on becoming a player." As Bell reads this, it would open up, showing the rewards given to him for becoming a player. At the same time, it would also provide him with his daily quest. Bell would know what quests are, but he's not necessarily sure what a daily quest is, with Bell being more familiar with the heroic quests that he saw in books growing up, like those long, never-ending journeys. Bell would have no idea how to interact with this thing, so he'd try all sorts of things by touching it, poking at it, but nothing seemed to be working. Finally, Bell would sigh, saying, "What the heck is a daily quest anyway?" Bell would ignore the rewards that he had been given for now, not even knowing how to look at them anyway. But what his eyes would focus on is his stats. There's no way. Is this what it's like to get a Falna? That's gotta be it. I guess this is just how it is when you get a Falna. So did a god come by the dungeon and give me a Falna and make me a part of their familia? Bell would be confused looking at his stats, as it shows player, level 1. Stats, strength 10, vitality 10, intelligence 10, perception 10, agility 11. I guess I can just see how fast I am. That's what agility is, right? Your speed? Bell would look over to the other screen, once again looking at this daily quest and seeing quest info, daily quest, train to become a formidable combatant. Goals, push-ups, 0 out of 100. Sit-ups, 0 out of 100. Squats, 0 out of 100. Running, 3 out of 10 km. Huh. So it looks like this goes up whenever I actually do that exercise, huh? But working out doesn't make you stronger, you have to kill monsters and get Excelia. Even Bell knew that from just his grandfather. Bell would then look at the bottom of the daily quest info. Caution. If the daily quest remains incomplete, penalties will be given accordingly. Underneath that was a strange looking symbol like a clock, although it had 2 hinges on top of it unlike a grandfather or bell tower. Bell's stomach would grumble, realizing he hasn't eaten anything in a while, glad that he got that frontward payment from the Soma Familia. Before he even realized it, it seemed night had come. As Bell was heading back towards the slums of Orario, where he could at least try to find somewhere to stay for the night, he would smell something delicious. As he feels the coins jingling in his pocket, he would find himself walking into the Hostess of Fertility. A waitress with silver hair and silver eyes would peek out of the restaurant, asking him if he wanted something to eat. Bell would smile, saying, "Yeah, that sounds great," as he comes inside. It turns out the Loki Familia would be there as well, as Bell would see the golden-haired Kenki, or the Sword Princess Ais Wallenstein. Sitting next to her were 2 Amazonian girls, as well as a gray-haired, wolf-eared boy, who was probably a couple years older than Bell was. This guy would be watching Bell enter the bar, his eyes piercing him like daggers. At that moment, Bell would feel his gaze drift away as he looks quickly away from the man. By this time, Seer would have introduced herself to Bell and have him sit at the counter, asking him if he's an adventurer, noticing his equipment's all torn up. Bell would laugh if he can even call this equipment, and tell her that yes, he's an adventurer. "Oh, then have you been in the dungeon before? What familia are you part of?" Yeah, I've been in the dungeon before. That's how I got all ripped up, right?" Bell would think to himself, thinking he was planning to join the Soma Familia, if only to get a Falna so he could go into the dungeon. But now, it seems he has a Falna already, so there's no reason for him to go back there since he never officially joined and doesn't owe them anything. And considering how they left him to die. It's at this point that Beta would have been getting rather drunk, as he starts complaining about that guy who he had found on their way back, saying he smelled disgusting and he hated weaklings, all covered in blood, couldn't even make it down past the 5th floor. And he was a civilian! I can't believe they even let him into the dungeon! Ais and her party had been the ones to find Bell when they had been leaving the dungeon from their exploration. Bell would sit there clenching his teeth as he listens to Beta talking trash about him, before he gets up and starts running out of the bar. He just couldn't take it anymore. Everyone looking down on him.
Damn him. If I was stronger. If I was...
As Beta would laugh, saying, "Look at the crybaby. That's the guy from earlier." Bell would run out of the door, but just as he took a step outside of the Hostess of Fertility, he would vanish. And without paying the tab. Mamma Mia would not be pleased. Meanwhile, Bell would open his eyes, seeing a red sun. He was in the middle of a hot, scorching desert. What's going on? Bell would wonder, as he looks, seeing the screen pop up in front of him. This Falna, or whatever it is. The screen would say, "Notice, you have failed to complete your daily quest. You will be transferred to the penalty zone for an allotted amount of time." Just as he would read this, it would disappear, as he would see a new timer ticking down. It would show 4 hours, 00000 out of 4 hours. Bell would be confused, but suddenly, a gigantic red centipede would rip out of the sand behind him, scrawling at him, making this ear-piercing screech. Bell would be horrified, realizing that everything hadn't been a dream. He wasn't just hallucinating, this was real. Bell would pull himself to his feet, running as he's screaming from this monster, trying his best not to die. Bell would run endlessly for 4 hours, escaping life and limb, trying to save himself from these huge monsters, screaming and wondering if he'd been sent inside the dungeon or where this place was, what the hell was going on. After 4 hours had passed, Bell would have been screaming for the entire time, as both Bell and Sand from the penalty zone would be sent back into the reality of Orario. It was well into 4 o'clock in the morning at that point, and Bell's scream would cause some of the girls inside of the Hostess of Fertility to wake up, with Bell appearing in front of the stairs and falling down them, a pile of sand at his feet being thrown around like dust. Completely unconscious, Bell would be taken in by Seer and the other girls, with Seer saying she knows this customer from earlier this night. Seer would watch over Bell until he wakes up, with him realizing that he's back, and apologizing profusely to Mamma Mia and the others. He would pay for his meal plus some, pretty much spending all of the money that he had earned from the Soma Familia on that adventure. By the time that all had ended and Bell was recovered enough to leave, he would again apologize profusely before realizing that it's noon, wondering if there's anything he needs to do, aside from now finishing this daily quest thing. Bell would quickly run around Orario, making it to Daedalus Street and just running laps through it, as he finishes the running and would see a green check mark appear. Next he would do push-ups, testing and seeing what counts as a push-up, doing all 100 including push-ups, sit-ups, squats, curl-ups, and more. Having finished all of the goals for the day, he would successfully have completed the daily quest, being given rewards. Oh yeah, rewards, right? After saying that, Bell would see his rewards screen open up. Bell would see once the screen opens up that he had received multiple rewards, one of these being the one from the Courage of the Weak quest that had made him a player to begin with. Whenever he rests, his regeneration is higher. He's completely immune to all poisons? That's an ability that only leveled up adventurers typically get. And it applies to all toxins? He'd scroll down looking at the other rewards, seeing Penalty Quest, Survival Reward. Bell would receive +3 stat points, wondering if these points are what's added to his individual stats. He would put all 6 points that he had earned from both the Penalty Quest and his daily quest from today into Strength. Bell would then also use this status recovery, as he feels himself being completely recharged. All of his fatigue from earlier completely wiped away. He would also open both of the random loot box rewards, with Bell receiving a quill and tissues. Bell would quickly put these back into inventory, after discovering he had an inventory. As soon as he discovers this inventory feature, Bell will be amazed. This would make being a supporter so much easier if he has to go into that work again. At this point, Bell would discover he actually had Greer's sword, the one that he had left behind when he had been abandoned on the altar. Bell would reach for it, pulling it out of the screen, as an electric blue light would rip forth as he removes the sword, the blade being completely clean, as if though it had never been damaged from those stone statues. Bell would continue his daily quest for the next week, completing it every day and adding all of his points to strength. After this, he would have 27 points in strength, and he could feel it. His muscles have been getting bigger. It's like as if though he had been training in the dungeon or working out, and it actually was working, way faster than he thought it would. Bell could practically feel it. He felt like he was ready to take on a monster. It would be on the 7th day after completing his daily quest that he would receive something interesting, an instance dungeon key. It would show the item rarity of this key being C rank. While he wasn't sure what that meant, he did know one thing. This was unique. All of his drops so far from these loot boxes had been pretty much random stuff that he couldn't even sell. Just things like tissues or flowers or really random stuff. But this key was different. In the item description of the key, it would say, "This item is usable on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Babel," that being the tower the dungeon is hosted under. Bell wondered if there was some sort of room in the dungeon this key could be used for, maybe to help him get stronger. Bell would pocket it in his inventory for now. Knowing that this was how he was going to get stronger, he would book off of work tomorrow, deciding not to take any odd jobs and take down this instance dungeon. As the next day would arrive, Bell would go as early as possible, sneaking in between a crowd of adventurers before the guild could check him and inside of the dungeon, where Bell would then make it to the 3rd floor and follow the key's directions, walking to a seemingly nondescript wall. As he pulls the key out, holding it towards the wall, a blue portal would open, ripping through the air, as Bell would take his first step inside of the instance dungeon, where he'll have to fight the boss, Kasaka. As Bell stood before the dungeon wall, holding out the strange key from his inventory, suddenly sparks would fly, as a blue portal would rip into the air of the dungeon. Luckily to get this far, Bell hadn't even come across any monsters, only having to go down to the 3rd floor, which in all honesty wasn't even that deep inside the dungeon. But as Bell took a step inside this blue portal, the world around him would fade, as the inside of the dungeon would begin to change. the construction of the dungeon itself becoming humanly constructed. The floors would be clearly manufactured, the ceiling having these strange panels of light coming out of them. Bell would turn around, looking for the exit of the dungeon that he had just descended out of, seeing the blue wall as he tries to walk towards it, seeing if he can return back to the normal dungeon. His hand touching the solid blue light would stop. Guess it seems I'm locked in here. Suddenly a message would pop up on Bell's screen. The system explaining to Bell that if he wishes to leave the instance dungeon, he will need to either defeat the boss of this dungeon or obtain a teleportation stone. Bell would gulp as he turns around. With his increased stats, even he could sense that there was something approaching him. As he walked further onwards into this new dungeon, suddenly he would hear growling, snarling, as 3 red wolves would appear, having metal jaws, these being identified by the system as a steel-fanged lichen.
I've never seen monsters like these before.
Bell would be cautious, removing Grease's sword from his inventory as he holds the sword in both hands. Bell would immediately notice the difference from when he had been holding the sword on his last stand, when he had almost died within that strange altar.
This sword, it's so light in my hands.
As the steel-fanged lichen would approach Bell, snarling as it lunges at him, Bell would come to a realization.
No, it didn't get lighter. I got stronger.
With a battle cry, Bell would yell as he raises the blade, slicing the lichen's neck clean from its torso, as the wolf would fall to the ground slumping, as the corpse would not disappear, turning into a magic stone, typical of what happens within the dungeon. Bell would be surprised by this, but he wouldn't have time to ponder it, as the second steel-fanged lichen would approach from behind, now trying to take advantage of its target's distraction and slashing at Bell. Bell would take a big step back, but as he turned to avoid the blow, the claws of the monster would sink into his backpack, ripping and causing it to shred. Bell would drop the small backpack, relieved that he had accidentally worn it by habit, still not quite used to the idea of him having this inventory. Bell would take a swing down the second lichen, stabbing it in the back as it was then shoved into the ground, the blade sinking cleanly into the monster and into the floor. Suddenly he would receive 2 notifications. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Bell would be shocked looking at his stats as they had all increased by 2 just from destroying those monsters.
This Falna lets me become stronger within the dungeon.
The third lichen would whimper as Bell turns, his eyes having a red glare as his murderous intent, no, his desire to get stronger would overpower him as he reaches forward for his sword, ready to cut down this final monster. The lichen would not miss its opportunity to escape, whimpering as it rushes off into the shadows. Bell would be surprised, reaching for his sword as it seems to be stuck within the corpse of the other lichen. Huh? This would drag Bell back to reality, realizing that these monsters are not turning into magic stones. This is weird. Bell would kneel down looking at the monster, wondering if he hadn't finished it off somehow. Well, there's no way they'd both be alive, right? Especially the decapitated one. As he puts his hand over, he would notice something glimmering within inside this monster. Out of nowhere, the system would pop up, telling Bell that he had received a Lichen's Fang item. With him now claiming the items from both, he would hold the item out of his inventory, having a small tooth, wondering if this is worth something back at the Adventurers Guild. He would realize then the system would show him the shop, having his own store that he can sell these items to. Bell would quickly sell them for gold, hoping that he could actually get some cash from it. And as he reaches for the gold hoping he can pull it out of his inventory, he would be disappointed, realizing that he might have just wasted the only 2 items he had gotten that he might have been able to sell to the Adventurers Guild. Bell would sigh in defeat, wondering if he's going to be going hungry again tonight. Suddenly, Bell's eyes would turn serious, as he turns now pulling on the sword with all of his might, ripping it from the ground as he holds it towards the shadows that the lichen had run off into. As hundreds of red eyes would appear, as an entire army of steel-fanged lichens would arrive. Their names originally having been red, Bell would see them all as orange. He began to realize more and more about this system, remembering how during his time in the penalty zone, the names of those huge bug monsters had been red. Bell would feel his skin tingle as he looks up, seeing a pack of goblins appear crashing out of the ceiling. Bell would take a step back as he swings wide of his sword, killing all of the goblins in a single blow. With that, he would level up once again, his stats increasing, as he then turns looking at the fanged lichens. He'd smile as Bell would partake in a bloodbath, every kill of every lichen slowly increasing his level as he's getting stronger and stronger. After having cleared the entire level, he would go down to the next floor, fighting some Black Panther-like monsters. Continually descending within this instant's dungeon, Bell's level would rise accordingly. After slaughtering every monster between the first and the second to last floor, Bell would be level 15, his stats having gone up in every category by 15, making his strength stat almost 40. Meanwhile, his next highest stat, agility, would have had started at a base of 12 after awakening the system, was now at 27. He had successfully slaughtered all of the monsters within the instance dungeon, except for the final floor, where, as his perception had leveled up, he'd begun to see this black smoke, this sense of danger, knowing from this sense that whatever was down there was far superior to everything he had seen so far. Bell would swallow hard, looking down at his sword, seeing that the metal was almost broken, the edges having slowly been dulled down over combat. Bell would firmly grip the sword as he takes his first step down the stairs, these seemingly endless stairs going into darkness. He would hear drops of water as he gets closer and closer to the final floor of the instance dungeon. Bell would see the light at the end of the stairway. As he finally steps down, he would see a long, empty tunnel, 2 of them actually, but they'd be filled with water. Bell would wonder if this is some sort of underground canal. While Bell is looking around, interested in his new surroundings, he would notice the water filling these tunnels, along with the plant life in here. It was completely different from the barren dungeon he had once known from the regular dungeon. Bell would hear a ricochet of stone and metal, as the tunnels filled with water would begin to rush forward, a surge of tidal wave pushing against Bell and causing him to fly into one of these strange metal boxes, shattering through what he felt was glass. The blue blur that had caused this wave would appear, its eyes yellow like poison, its tongue flicking in and out. It would be a massive snake monster. It would be completely different from the other monsters he'd seen in this dungeon so far. Bell would get his bearings together, lunging back out the window and using his sword, slashing down on the huge snake-like monster's skin, its scales deflecting the blow as it continues writhing around the room, causing pillars to crumble and stone to fall into the water below. Bell would get flicked by its tail as he goes flying across the room, slamming into a stone pillar, causing it to crumble to dust under Bell's body and the pressure from Kasuka's blow. Finally, Bell would get a proper look, rubbing the dizziness from his head from getting sent blown into a wall, as he sees Kasuka with an orange name. As he sees this, he would realize that he has some hope left, that there's a chance that he can win this.
This is my first step to get stronger. I'll keep leveling up.
As Bell thinks this, the sword that had broken in 2 would fall from his hands as he clenches his fists, his eyes glowing with a deep crimson, his white hair flowing over his head as a purple aura would cover his body. Bell would charge forward, breaking the ground beneath his feet as he throws a punch at Kasuka, barely doing any damage. Bell would grit his teeth as Kasuka tries to chomp down on Bell's arm. He would dodge out of the way, wrapping himself around the snake as he pulls his arms across the huge monster's body and begins squeezing tighter and tighter. Bell would scream with his entire heart and soul, "I've been getting stronger this whole time, and I've been putting every point into strength!" As he began squeezing, his arms would bulge up, his muscles tightening as Kasuka would writhe in agony. As its scales would begin to crack like ice, it would hiss out in a last gasp as Bell squeezes its neck, ending Kasuka's life. "Congratulations, you have defeated the dungeon boss." Bell would see on his screen, "You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up." Bell would have leveled up 4 times, now making him level 19. Bell would also eye the rewards, noticing that he had received something called Kasuka's Venom Fang, apparently a dagger-type weapon, and along with that, a vial of Kasuka's poison. Bell would be a bit scared, wondering why he would ever need poison for this. As he continues reading it though, he would notice that it would give a 45% physical damage reduction. Though honestly, Bell wasn't too keen on testing his poison resistance, so he would leave it in his inventory for now. The system would announce that the dungeon has been cleared, as everything around him would begin to fade, blue light now covering his eyes for a moment as he holds up his hand, now realizing he's touching the stone wall back on the 3rd floor of the main dungeon in Orario, outside of the instance dungeon. As if though it had never been there, the portal that he had walked into had disappeared, as Bell Cranel had cleared the instance dungeon. Bell will then go into rewards, opening up his inventory as he sees Kasaka's Venom Fang, an impressive dagger that would completely have blown Mr. Greer's sword out of the water. As Bell gripped the comfortable handle, he would look at the description for the item. Level of difficulty, C. Type, dagger. Attack, plus 25. That was plus 15 more points than the sword he had gotten. A dagger made from Kasaka's Venom Fang. Kasaka's venom still remains within it, thus causing paralyzation and bleeding when used upon an opponent. You may stash this item in your inventory or sell it at the shop. Effect, paralyze. The opponent will be paralyzed at a certain rate. Effect, bleed. The opponent will lose 7% health every second. As Bell gripped this high-quality dagger compared to the relatively cheap sword he had been using up till now, he'd smile, finally beginning to feel like an actual adventurer. Bell would smile as he looks out into the dungeon, wondering if he can actually take on the monsters here now, as he decides to go deeper down to the 5th floor of the dungeon. As he gets down there, he'd eventually start coming upon some monsters, specifically kobolds and goblins. This is when Bell would realize he had earned something else from the dungeon, the instance dungeon. A title. The title was called Wolf Slayer, and it made sure that his stats went up by 50% when fighting beast-type monsters. The dog-headed monster, a kobold, would have triggered this effect, causing his new title, Wolf Slayer, to activate. Bell would be faster than the kobold could even perceive. Honestly, it was kind of unfair, as he'd fly past it, swinging his dagger through the air, making a satisfying thunk sound, as the creature's head would fall to the ground of the dungeon, as the entire body would turn to dust, its magic stone thunking to the ground. Bell would walk over, casually picking up the stone and tossing it into the air before chucking it into his inventory, relieved that magic stones can actually be stored in the inventory. For the rest of the night, Bell would continue slaughtering kobolds and goblins. Bell wouldn't have even realized that he'd entered the 6th floor, where he'd come across a war shadow, a monster known as a newbie killer from the guild. It's a dark humanoid-shaped monster that has long arms, with 3 claws as sharp as knives. And it's the strongest monster that spawns on the 6th floor of the dungeon. Bell would hold up Kasaka's Venom Fang, clashing against the War Shadow's finger blades. Bell could easily keep up with its basic attacks, as it slashed almost mindlessly. He would dodge back and forth with ease, blocking any slashes to getting too close with Kasaka's Venom Fang. With one quick strike, he'd jab in the chest, as he would see with the system that the effects had actually worked. With Paralyze and Bleed working on the monster, Bell would finish it off, receiving a satisfying reward as it actually had an item drop of one of its finger blades. After killing all those goblins and kobolds along with this war shadow, Bell would have once again leveled up 2 times, pushing him to level 21.
Since I get a status recovery every time I level up, couldn't I just keep going down? How far down should I go?
Bell would quickly shake his head saying, "No, I've been down here for too long. I've gotta go back." Bell would put Kasaka's Venom Fang into the inventory. Just as he did, another goblin would come charging out of the wall, just spawning and trying to attack Bell. Without even looking, he'd throw his fist out, eviscerating the goblin, its head turning to paste as it pops into another magic stone. Bell would grab it, now looking as he has accumulated 30 magic stones, thinking that tonight is going to be a feast, and he can finally pay back Mamma Mia. And with that, Bell would walk out of the dungeon casually, holding Kasaka's Venom Fang. Why would he do this? Well, camouflage. The guild only can check so many adventurers coming in and out of the dungeon. Why bother wasting their time on checking someone who has clearly an advanced piece of gear? Bell with this knife and dagger would already look like an accomplished adventurer, being able to afford such an expensive looking dagger, so no one would even bat an eye as he walks out of the dungeon, with him still not being recognized in general by Orario. Having reached level 21, Bell would feel greatly accomplished. Around 4 days would pass since then, with Bell continuing to have done the daily quests and have entered the dungeon every single day. Unlike Jinu from the original Soul Leveling, who had to wait for gates to appear to book them, Bell has the luxury of being able to enter the dungeon whenever he wants to, so long as he continues to dodge being checked by the guild and would be hence sent away from the dungeon. So within these 4 days, I would say it's fair that Bell reaches level 25. not wanting to push himself too deep when he's still getting used to this level of strength. However, as Bell had been getting stronger so quickly, his appearance would have been changing as well, with him getting taller, even looking older, as his body would have developed to match the abilities that he had gained. Even Bell would be impressed, wondering when he got this six-pack. Bell would smile, getting a flashback to the night that he had first come back from the Instance Dungeon. Having gone to the Adventurers Guild, he would have made sure to pull out all of his magic stones, putting them into a bag, before selling it to the guild and taking the money to go and pay back Mamma Mia. Bell had ate really good that night, having sold so many magic stones. However, something Bell had noticed is that as he'd been fighting in the dungeon more frequently, he was getting less and less experience from fighting these weaker monsters, with all of the monsters from the 1st to 6th level now having white names, instead of the orange ones that he was used to. Bell would sigh, wondering if he needs to actually go deeper to accomplish anything. But everything that he's thinking is pointing against common sense, with the Adventurer's Handbook telling him that he's supposed to be staying to the first couple levels until he can level up, unless he is part of a larger familia. But Bell is by far stronger than the average adventurer, making him again wonder what this system really is and if it's really a Falna or something else entirely. But regardless, Bell would be visiting the hostess of fertility for dinner when Seer would ask him out on a date, asking him if he would be willing to accompany her to Monsterphilia, aka Monster Festival, the festival held by the Ganesha Familia every single year. Bell would be shocked, having been asked out on a date. He'd be a little surprised, asking, "You want to go out with me?" Seer would be blushing, looking to the right and left, saying, yeah, if you don't mind." And so Bell would agree, with him being the first one picked up outside of a dungeon, and actually would attend the festival. While he's out with Seer having a good time, he would come across several gods and goddesses. As Bell had been leveling up, he noticed that his sense of how strong people are has increased, being able to sense the aura around people. The gods, however, felt completely different. It was as though they had a lack of presence. Their entire being seemed to be gone, as if though their presence wasn't there at all. Bell figured this must have something to do with the seal on the gods' power after they descended to Orario, wondering how strong the gods might actually be if they were to unseal their divine power. However, as Bell's walking around enjoying the festival with Seer, suddenly an outbreak of monsters would happen, as we would see a silverback gorilla now charging towards Daedalus along with other types of monsters, all fleeing across the entire city, with no one knowing how this could have happened. The Ganesha Familia would ask the other adventurers for help, with Bell turning to Seer and asking if it's alright if he helps them out. Seer would make a jokingly bummed out face, saying, "Aw, you're leaving me for some monster? Am I really that hideous?" Bell would quickly apologize, saying that's not what he meant at all, with Seer laughing, saying that he needs to lighten up a little. She'd push Bell to go for it as he thanks her, bowing and running off after the monster, as he makes it to Daedalus Street. People would be all around, cowering in fear, screaming as this monster began destroying their homes. Bell would yell out in a loud voice, saying, "Hey!" And the monster would turn, as suddenly, from where there had once been nothing, Bell would have pulled a dagger out of thin air. From afar, we can see Freya's perspective. Freya watching through a mirror, as we see her watching Bell's fight, with her smiling, saying his soul is such an interesting color. Freya would perceive a white, translucent soul, slowly inking into it with a dark purple color. She'd wonder what this type of soul could be. Seeing a split-colored soul? She'd never heard of it before. It was so interesting. She would tell Otar to keep an eye on this boy, interested in what this adventurer would accomplish. As Bell pulls out Casca's Venom Fang, the silverback would charge, using its chain like a whip as it throws it at Bell. Bell would easily dodge out of the way as he activates the dash skill, a skill that Bell had gained after clearing the Courage of the Weak quest, that increases his speed by 30% for 1 minute. With this, Bell would easily outblitz this gorilla, as he dodges around high speed, jumping off of buildings like a blur, like a white flash of light. He'd cut through the air as he slices off one of the arms of the gorilla, with his bleed and paralyze effect affecting the creature as it roars out in pain. By the time the Loki Familia would arrive, Ais would be watching, her eyes glimmering as she sees this incredible adventurer, wondering who this could be. Beta would then show up behind her, smelling the air as he says, "Huh? It's that guy we saved last week who went off crying. How is he?" Bell would be toying with the silverback gorilla, slicing through its now paralyzed form as he runs up its arm, chopping its head off as the creature falls to the ground before transforming into a large magic stone. As Bell stands up, now the wind blowing his hair out of his face, his entire aura would be different. Beta would even notice it. It was so extreme, how could you not? His form, his entire figure, he was taller by like a foot. Though considering how young Bell was, growth spurts weren't exactly uncommon. But over a week? That's impossible. Bell would flick his eyes upward, his crimson-red eyes meeting Ais Wallenstein's golden glimmer. Bell would call out, asking if it's alright if he leaves this to them, leaving the magic stone on the ground as he then begins to head back to where Seer was. Beta would growl, eyes watching, as he runs forward, hitting the ground running as he slams his hand on Bell's shoulder asking, "Hey, how the hell did you get so strong?" Bell would turn, his eyes filled with a coldness as he looks at Beta, asking him to remove his hand, saying someone's waiting for him. As Beta's about to get pissed off and start a fight here, Ais would intervene, telling Beta to knock it off as she continues watching Bell. Bell would turn, his eyes returning from that cold stare as he begins walking off into the distance, disappearing behind an alleyway. However, he couldn't find Seer anywhere. He would look all over for her, trying to sense her presence as he closes his eyes, but would be unable to find her. It's at this point that Bell realizes something. Is Miss Seer actually a goddess? She must have her reasons for hiding it. I guess I won't say anything for now. With this idea in mind, he would search for that empty gap that goddesses and gods have in his psyche when he uses his searching ability with sense. He'd eventually find her, as he walks up to Seer smiling saying, "Hey, Seer, everything turned out okay. Were you alright?" Seer would blush seeing how dashing Bell was, with her even admitting that it felt like no time had passed at all. Bell would have a big smile on his face, with Seer asking him what happened. Bell would smirk, saying that he just felt like he got a little bit of payback. With him having leveled up after taking out the silverback, he was now level 26. And with that, Bell was definitely planning to head deeper into the dungeon. When Bell headed to the Adventurers Guild the next day, Aina, the same one who had found him after he had first achieved this Falna, would be the one at the front tab. Bell would walk in, but apparently she didn't recognize him, with his appearance having changed so drastically. Bell would ask, intentionally even lowering his voice more than it had already become, asking, excuse me, I was actually looking to see if there was any armor recommendations from the guild, or how I could procure some. I'm thinking of going deeper into the dungeon with my familia." "Oh, nice to meet you. Do you have a receptionist who's responsible for you?" Bell would shake his head, now trying his best to play it cool. Aina would put a finger on her chin, wondering, where have I seen this guy before? Aina would ask what his budget was, with him procuring a giant bag of gold coins, with her wondering where the heck that had come from, saying that he'd been working for quite a while now. Aina would recommend Bell to look at the Hephaestus Familia, with their gear always being top-notch. Bell would laugh nervously, once again now having to broach the topic, as he then would procure Casca's Venom Fang, showing her that while he still had a pretty good weapon, he wasn't exactly sure on what type of armor would be best suited for him, asking if maybe she would have any recommendations. Aina would smile, for some reason feeling familiar with this person, with Aina telling Bell to meet her the next day in front of the Adventurers Guild. While she wasn't sure why, Aina would have dressed up for far more than usual for her usual work just to meet with this adventurer. Bell would compliment Aina, with her blushing, wondering why this adventurer has so much riz. But regardless, the two would head to the Hephaestus Familia's shops, where Bell would look at the extreme price tags of his jaw dropping, saying there's no way he can afford anything like this yet, asking if there's anything a little cheaper. Aina would laugh, saying that's not the stuff she was looking at, telling him to come with her as they head to the top of the tower, where there would be all these open markets. It seemed that apparently early joiners of the Hephaestus Familia would sell their wares to try and gain notoriety from a powerful adventurer. She said that he should look for something here, and since he's using a dagger, it would make sense for him to look for light armor. Eventually, Bell would be looking through the shops with Aina when he comes across a beautiful chest plate, having a white and red design on it. He would see the name Crozo engraved into it. In the shop, there'd be a customer arguing with the front of the shop attendant. He'd have red hair and be carrying a broadsword on his back. While Aina was around looking at other shops, Bell would walk to the front carrying a box of goods, specifically from this Crozo guy, really interested in the fit of it. He would say, excuse me? Is there any larger pieces from this Crozo guy? This stuff would have used to fit me, but I would really like something a little bigger. This is when the man with the red hair would turn, seeing that he is carrying a box of armor, and would smile with a grin, saying, "Hey there, mister. You're looking to buy some armor from Carozo, huh? Well, you're lucky because you're looking right at him." Welf would turn, looking at the shop owner, pulling his eyelid down and sticking his tongue out, as he tells Bell to put that crap down. Bell would look at the armor that he had actually really liked, dropping it at the counter and apologizing, as he follows Welf outside, with Welf turning and asking what exactly he's looking for. Bell would explain he'd really love some light armor like that, but unfortunately the chest piece doesn't actually. He gestured down, looking at his larger body. Welf would comment saying, "Well, you're pretty big, so why don't you go for full heavy plate?" Bell would explain, pulling out his dagger, as Welf's eyes would light up, amazed at this weapon. "Is that a magic weapon? I sense something for it, but I've never seen anything like this before, man." Welf would be impressed and curious, wondering what blacksmith could have potentially made this dagger. He'd smile, telling Bell that, "You know what, I'll cut you a deal. I'll make you custom light armor for your size and build if you'll take me with you and let me be your adventuring partner. How's that sound?" Bell would be a little shocked, with Welf saying that he needs to hit level 2 in order to be recognized by Lady Hephaestus. He would explain to Bell the situation, with him wondering if Bell would fight with him and would join his party. Bell would cover his mouth, wondering if that might actually be less efficient. As he looks at Welf's glowing face though, he'd feel bad, with him saying, "Until you hit level 2, we can be a party." Welf and him officially would give each other a handshake, with Welf planning a meeting with Bell within a week, saying to give him until next week to finish creating the armor. Bell would meet back up with Aina, explaining what had happened, saying he'd actually met someone who was planning to join his, who he was planning to buy armor from. Aina would have gotten a gift for this nameless adventurer. With her pulling out this green guard for his arm, she laughed, saying it might be a good thing I actually bought this, now that you have somewhere to put your dagger. Bell would laugh casually, as he doesn't want to reveal his inventory system or anything, saying he'll use it carefully, placing Kasuka's venom fang inside of the green guard with the handle sticking out of the back. He would laugh, rubbing the back of his head, thanking her. With that, he would bring her back before disappearing off into the shadows. The next day, as Bell is returning back to the dungeon, he'd hear a familiar voice call out. It was Lily Ruka. She'd be saying, "Oh, Mr. Adventurer," as she runs forward, now walking in front of Bell. It was clear she didn't recognize him, with his physique having changed so drastically. Bell would look down, his eyes looking at the floor, as he'd feel a burning hatred inside of him, remembering the moment that day where their entire party had left him to die, planning on betraying him. Bell would swallow as he looks up, asking, "Yes, miss, is there anything you're looking for?" Lily Ruka would once again introduce herself, as if though she had from the original days she had first met Bell, with Lily having been the first one to actually accept Bell and take him into the Summa Familia. The rage he had felt inside before would dissipate, remembering that out of everyone, she was the only one who had given him a chance, even if she had betrayed him after all. Bell would decide to hire Lily and form a party with her. When she asked him his name, he would quickly begin to stumble, as he looks in his inventory, seeing the blade that he had received after completing his first instance dungeon. Kasuka. You can call me Kasuka. Adventurer Kasuka it is then, huh? Well, I'm looking forward to working with you, Lily would say with a smile. And with that, Bell and Lily would enter inside of the dungeon. Kasuka, behind you! Bell, without turning, would throw Kasuka's venom fang behind him, it spinning through the air and slashing through the skull of the monster Lily was talking about. It stood no chance against this Bell. Bell would quickly glance at the system monitor, showing him his stats. At this point, Bell had reached level 39. His HP was 7,229. His magic power, 638. His strength, 97. Vitality, 59. Agility, 97. Intelligence, 51. And his sense, 81. While Bell wasn't exactly certain how these numbers worked to contribute to his overall strength, he had begun to get an idea of it, with him realizing fairly early on after Kasuka's fight and that entire instance dungeon incident, that his strength not only related to his physical power, but his speed as well. He had gotten faster, with him looking older, his physique even matching the power that he had begun to gain. Bell was particularly excited about his magic power. With him not having any spells or abilities to use it with, he was still interested in seeing if he'd grow to be able to use magic at some point, with him always having thought it'd be cool to be able to use magic with a sword.
I'd be just like one of those heroes from all the storybooks that my gramps gave me.
Bell would bend over, picking up Kasuka's venom fang, his focus being interrupted when he turns back towards Lily, who would scream as another monster. This time an ant would appear. Bell would appear in front of it, cutting it at the neck as the entire creature would fall. At this point, the system would give Bell a new notification. After he had slayed this monster, he would have unlocked a skill. Passive skill. Advanced dagger techniques. When the player uses daggers in battle, any damage inflicted by an opponent will be increased by 33%. Bell's eyes would light up.
33%? Wow. I mean, I'm not against using a dagger. I was hoping to get into some swordplay, but a 33% damage increase for just using a dagger?
Mr. Kasuka, what's wrong? Lily would ask in a sickeningly sweet tone.
Oh, nothing. Lily, it's fine. I'd like to go a couple more floors down, and then we can turn back for the day. How does that work?
Sounds good to me, she'd say, although secretly she'd be impressed. How could this shoddy-looking adventurer who has one advanced-looking piece of gear and a crappy little protector on his arm be this powerful? This guy practically had no equipment at all. He was relying purely on his strength. Some kind of meathead? Who knows? Anyway, Lily wouldn't care too much, already having noticed that this dagger has got to be carrying him, since it's one-shotting everything they're coming across, and she thinks it has some sort of poison or paralysis effect, maybe even both. Maybe it's a magic weapon of some kind? It's gotta be valuable though. Bell, on his side, would begrudgingly be accepting Lily as perhaps she actually is a strong supporter, having never really seen her do any supporting work when they were in their party before. Bell would sigh, realizing that he must have misjudged her, seeing that she was actually a hard worker, having taken out several monsters herself, and even picking up magic stones and keeping them in the bag. While Lily carrying all of this gear sure looked interesting, Bell realized how inefficient it was, saying in his mind if he could just reveal his item box, he'd easily stash everything in there. But there was no way he was going to trust her, not after what happened last time. For now, he was just investigating, seeing her situation out, and deciding if he really thought of her as a bad person. After all, he wanted to give her one last chance. After descending a couple more floors and having entered that gray forest, Bell would have taken out several monsters, but the difficulty was clearly up, with more of them appearing than he can even keep his eyes on. Without Lily watching his back, it was becoming more difficult to avoid getting struck by monsters, with him realizing this must be as far as he can go right now, with some of these monsters just simply having more numbers and power. There was only so much one person like himself could do. Bell would have realized this is why people adventure as a familia. This is why it's practically impossible to be a solo adventurer in this world. After a bit more hunting, Bell and Lily would decide to end it there for the day, with this going on for several days and into a week. Eventually, Lily would ask if she could see Kasuka's venom fang, although he didn't call it that. She just asked if she could see his knife. Bell would oblige, providing it to her, as she would give him a spare weapon in the meantime while she investigated it. As Lily tried to grab the blade holding it by the handle, the weapon would disappear, vanishing. Huh? What? Bell would get a pop-up on his screen, with the item saying, "Weapons equipped by the player cannot be equipped by others," with Bell seeing that the blade had been returned once again to his inventory. While Bell was holding his finger to his chin, Lily would begin swearing up and down, saying she didn't do anything, it just vanished, with Lily clearly getting panicked that this was going to affect her relationship with Kasuka. At this point, we get a little flashback to after their first days and week of adventuring together, with Bell having split the gold he had earned from the monsters 50-50, saying it was only fair since she was putting in all this work. Lily would be surprised, having never met an adventurer who was so caring and fair, and actually valued the support that she gave. While Lily appreciated it, she also began to feel a sense of unease. Her plan to double-cross and deceive this guy was beginning to twist her stomach. She almost felt guilty about it.
How stupid. I left that Bell kid to die back there just a couple weeks ago, and now I'm the one who's getting all sentimental?
Fine. Looks like it's about time to cut him off then, huh? The next day, it would be morning. We would see Bell running around Orario, doing push-ups, squats, sit-ups, and would have successfully completed his daily quest. This time though, he would do an extra couple sit-ups and push-ups, realizing how easy it had become. At the same time, he would notice that the counter was actually going up. That was definitely something to investigate later today. For now though, he head back. With it getting close to sunrise, the girls will be waking up soon, and he wanted to help with them getting ready for the tavern. The girls in turn being the maids from the Hostess of Fertility, with Mamma Mia having allowed an exception for Bell, saying she wouldn't mind having him stay there if he has nowhere else to go. And since he's not a part of a familia, it was pretty easy, and it was a good fit. Bell would even defend the girls whenever there were creeps at the bars, and they didn't want to talk to them or interact with them. Bell defending Ryu a couple times as well, which was surprising to her, having remembered what Bell had been like during that first time he'd ever come to the Hostess of Fertility. But regardless, today Bell had the day off. There was no plans for him to enter the dungeon. This was because Lily had asked him for some time, with her needing time for something private. Bell decided not to pry to get into the Soma Familia's business, having heard more unsavory rumors about them at the tavern, now that he'd begun to get to know the adventurers of Orario better. As Bell walks through the door of the Hostess of Fertility, he would take the towel around his neck and wipe the sweat from his forehead. Bell would enter and would see Seer bending over a countertop, wiping it down. She'd turn around with a happy expression on her face, saying, "Bell, you're back!" "Oh, Seer? You were awake? I wasn't expecting that." Seer would run up looking at Bell as she leans forward looking up at him, asking what he's doing up so early. Bell would look around saying, training, I guess? Seer would chuckle at this, with her saying, "Speaking of training, didn't you say you had the day off today? What are you doing that for? You should be spending all your time with me." Bell would laugh at this, giving her a pity chuckle, saying he wished it was that easy. With Seer then walking behind the counter, she'd pull a strange book from underneath it, showing Bell and saying that a customer left this here last night. "Since you have nothing better to do, why not give a little light reading some work?" Bell would put his hand on his chin, saying, "Well, I was planning on helping everyone get the bar set up for the day, but since you've already started, it looks like you got mostly everything done, huh, Seer?" Seer would nod, saying, exactly, as she gives the book to Bell, saying, "Why not give that a read?" Bell would take it back to his room, sitting on the bed as he cracks open the book, not having sat down and read a book in a long time. Bell would hope it was an interesting heroic story, like the ones he'd read as a child. But as he began to read, the system, everything around him, it would begin to fade away. As Bell's mind would open into darkness, he'd hear a voice. But it was not like the voice he had grown accustomed to, but it was himself when he was weak, insignificant, when he was nothing. "What are you interested in? What do you accept? What do you hate, desire, sorrow, worship, or vow? What do you truly long for deep in your heart?" "Alright, let's start. What is magic to me?" "Magic is a weapon to defeat the weakness within myself and to grow stronger." "What sort of thing is magic to me?" Bell would think of the hearth, the one inside of his grandfather's home that burned bright when everyone around him had passed away, when he had been left alone in this world. "Magic? It's a red flame. A flame of a victor that burns bright, where the losers are turned to ashes, swift and merciless. I want to become a hero, like the kind that appear in fairy tales. The kind that can burn a dragon out of the sky like a bolt of lightning." Now, Bell would hear another voice. This time it would be a different man, someone who he had never heard before in his own mind. The man would chuckle, laughing even. It was a hearty laugh. So childish. That's so like you." "Sorry," Bell would say. "That's just who I am." "Bell! Bell, wake up!" Bell would sit up quickly in bed as he looks around him, realizing the book he'd been reading had fallen to the floor, its pages now blank. Bell would gaze down at his hands as the system would roar to life, a screen popping up stating the notification. "Congratulations, you have used a grimoire. You have gained the skill Firebolt, level 1. Mana cost 50 per cast." What? Bell! Bell would quickly fall out of bed, sliding to the ground as he kicks the book under it, running up to where Seer would be waiting outside the door, his hair a mess. Seer would ask if he's alright, having a faint smile on her face. Bell would ask, "Seer, what's up?" Sorry, I was taking a nap." "In the middle of the day? How unusual for you," Seer would say. "Oh well, I just wanted to tell you that your friend is here. Someone named Welf Crozo? He's been waiting outside the tavern. Apparently he finally finished something he had ordered from you." Bell's eyes would light up. "It's done!
It's finally done! Belle would run downstairs thanking Seer as she looks into his room quickly, peeking and seeing the book with its pages blank. She'd have a faint smile glimmer across her face as she shuts the door. Belle would run out of the Hostess of Fertility with Welf sitting outside, a large bag next to him. Hey, Belle, it's you! I finally finished that gear we were talking about. And speaking of which, you didn't forget our little deal, right? Now that you're all geared up, I'm expecting us to make a great party together. Sound good? Belle would nod, with him giving a fist bump to Welf, saying, That sounds great. Let's do it. Tomorrow, right? Oh, I almost forgot. There's actually someone else who's joined my party. Her name's Lily Ruka. She's a supporter from the Soma Familia. Welf, for obvious reasons, would be slightly concerned, with him asking what this girl's really like. Belle would say she's pretty strong, but I don't fully trust her either. He turned to Welf, saying, Oh, by the way, when we're all together, don't call me by my actual name. I'd appreciate if you'd call me Kasuka around her. Does that work with you, Welf? Welf would sigh. Yeah, I could see why you do that. The Soma Familia is pretty unsavory. Maybe that's not such a bad idea after all. Belle would give Welf another fist bump, taking the bag and thanking him as Welf would head back off, with him planning to meet Belle the next morning for a dungeon raid. Belle would see as the sun was slowly beginning to set, as he'd remember the other thing he wanted to do today, with him saying, Crap! Belle would take the entire sack filled with all of the gear Welf had brought him and throw it into his inventory as the system would begin categorizing it. Belle would be impressed with the armor being listed as B rank. Welf was seriously talented. With him looking at the entire set, the armor would boost his vitality by 25 points, with his agility being boosted by 30. Before Belle can let himself get too distracted from Welf's armor, he decided he needs to further experiment with the daily quest, not having too much time left, seeing that he actually had 105 push-ups listed, wondering if he could double the daily quest rewards by completing it twice in the same day. Belle would begin doing more push-ups, sit-ups, and running, with him running around Orario as dark would descend upon them, completing 200 at the max. As he reached 200 and double in running and everything, the system would give Belle a notification, saying, Congratulations, you have cleared the secret quest, with him unlocking a new option, to either choose between a cursed or blessed loot box. He'd been getting these random loot boxes so far, which is how he got the instance dungeon key. He hadn't gotten any other keys since then. But this was different. When he looked at the cursed loot box, it would say it would give him something he needs. The blessed one saying it would give him something he wants. Belle for now would accept the blessed loot box, not really wanting to find out what was inside a cursed loot box, thinking that's kind of terrifying. Opening the blessed loot box, he'd receive another dungeon key, this being an S-rank dungeon key, the Demon King's Castle. Belle would gulp as it would say the location is at Orario's main dungeon tower. Belle would gulp, having learned magic and gotten this dungeon key the same day. He really wanted to try his new magic. It was something he actually felt excited about, and this was the perfect chance. Belle, moving at full speed, would easily reach the tower in a couple of minutes. With him now arriving at the dungeon, the key would begin to activate as he holds it out, twisting it in front of the tower before entering inside of it. Belle would successfully enter the dungeon, as this new world would appear before him. It would be bright? No, it wasn't the sun. It was burning red flames covering Orario. The entire city was burning. Belle would turn his eyes towards the main tower of the dungeon. What it used to be the dungeon. Now it had huge chains wrapped around it, flames and pillars coming out of it in every which way, and an entrance at the very bottom of the dungeon at the ground floor, leading upwards, as opposed to the usual route of descending from the top down deep into the depths of the earth. In front of this huge door inside of the dungeon, Belle would see it. A monster. A three-headed beast with dog-like features. Its name, Cerberus the Gatewatcher. The name of this beast being a dark orange, almost red. Belle would reach for the system screen, pulling out Kasuka's Venom Fang as he holds it in front of him with one hand, his eyes sharpening as he runs forward towards the large dog, with him holding out his other hand as he screams the cast word according to the system's skill screen. Firebolt! Out of Belle's left hand, a burst of flame would spout forth, exploding on impact with Cerberus' skin, but it barely did anything, as Cerberus would run forward barking as it rips its teeth towards Belle. Bell would hold up Casca's Venom Fang as he blocks the blow, getting sent back flying into a building, barely able to cushion the fall of his legs. Bell would grit his teeth as he jumps off of the shattered building, running again towards Cerberus. How is this even possible? With Wolfslayer, my stats have all been increased by 50%. Even with me blocking that strike, it took a third of my HP. Dash! Bell would run even faster, his speed increasing as he moves like a whirlwind, slashing with Casca's Venom Fang at Cerberus. Cerberus would turn, its other head snapping at Bell with its teeth. With Bell's advanced agility and his sense skill, he would have detected the attack, moving back as he skids across the shattered pavement. He'd hold up his hand, casting another firebolt, with the flame now once again hitting Cerberus in the eye. With it wincing as it screams out yelping, he could tell it did just a little bit of damage. Damn it. Bell would use the new technique he had gotten after defeating so many monsters with Lily the past couple weeks. The advanced dagger skills. Fatal Strike! He would slam Casca's Venom Fang into Cerberus, with him using Fatal Strike, which costs his mana. With Fatal Strike, this new skill, combined with Firebolt, he would cast them at the same time, burning the flesh of Cerberus and successfully triggering it to go into a frenzy. As all of its stats would double, Bell's eyes would widen as he gets sent flying like a ragdoll by the large dog. Bell would crash into 3 buildings as they tumble, turning into sawdust and flames, as Bell would cough with now wood shards sticking out of his back as he's almost on the brink of death. Bell would use his full recovery from the daily quest earlier that he had forgotten to use. With this, his stats would go back to 100%, but even then, Cerberus' name would be deep red, and Bell knew from his instincts that if he went out there again, there was a high chance he would die. Shop! Bell would look scrolling through the shop. Come on, where is it? As he would look for them. Potions. There. Bell would buy several mana potions and healing potions, using a good chunk of his gold, as he then leaped from another building as Cerberus had found him, slashing at the building as more of the houses would go down in flames. Bell would hold his hand out from afar, casting Firebolt and drinking mana potions, using the distance to take advantage of Firebolt's range while Cerberus was snapping at him. While this wasn't doing any much damage, it was giving him some time, and a way to whittle down the beast's HP. Damn, it looks like it's resistant to fire. As the rage frenzy would stop, Bell would take advantage of this as he leaps in, its stats decreasing as he slashes with Casca's Venom Fang, using Fatal Strike, Firebolt, Fatal Strike, over and over again, as the beast would begin yelping in pain, its HP dropping by the second. Bell would begin screaming, I won't die here, I'm going to keep getting stronger. He would jab Casca's Venom Fang into its eye, the paralysis and poison having had 0 effects so far, as he puts his hand over the blade. Firebolt! 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 His mana was draining rapidly, but the beast's HP was moving faster down into the red. As Bell would take out the knife one last time, jabbing it back in and giving it a good twist right into its brain. With a final whimper, the 3-headed dog would fall to the ground, and the system would give Bell a notification. Congratulations, you have defeated the gatekeeper Cerberus. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Congratulations, as you have reached level 40, you have now unlocked the job change quest. Would you like to accept? Bell would say, no, not now. Bell would hold his hand out saying, what are the rewards for beating this guy? As he would look at the items he receives from the system. Gatekeeper's Collar. A rank. Type, necklace. Agility, plus 20. Sense, plus 20. Bell would be heaving as he falls over, with him thinking about all the effort he had to put into that. If I didn't have Welf's armor, if I wasn't the level I was, if I had taken on this dungeon, if my Wolfslayer title didn't activate, I'd totally have died there. Bell would look at the second item he had received. Permit to enter the Demon King's castle. With the Gatekeeper's permit, you may enter and leave as you please. Oh, so this means I don't have to have a teleportation stone like last time. Nice. If I had gone any further, there's no way I'd survive. Bell would be level 42 now, with him leaving that dungeon and having now seen the power of Firebolt as well as having faced that S-rank monster. Bell was more confident than ever, and he also had this new job change quest to think about. Bell would successfully make his way back to the Hostess of Fertility. Anya and the other cat girls would yowl when Bell enters, saying, Damn, he smells like blood. Go take a bath or something. Bell would apologize, clearly worn out, as he sighs heading for the bath. With that, Bell would head to bed for the night, waking up the next day and equipping his gear again. With him putting on all the armor from Wealth, he'd be quite dashing looking. As he walks down the stairs, Mamma Mia would be impressed, saying now he's looking like an actual adventurer. Seer would blush, saying he's quite dashing, while Ryu, Anya, and the others would all nod in agreement, saying he's the spitting image of an adventurer. Welf would be standing waiting outside the Hostess of Fertility, with Lily there also pestering him as the two had been in an argument, with Welf being suspicious of Lily. "Oh, hey, Kasuka. Hey, Kasuka. Ah, Kasuka. Are we all ready to go to the dungeon? This weird buffoon has been trying to talk to me this entire time, saying he's a part of your party or something. I would get rid of him if I were you."
No, this is Welf. Yes, he's joining our party starting today. He's a blacksmith from the Hephaestus Familia, and he crafted this nice gear for me. See? As part of our agreement, I'm helping him with reaching level 2, so I'll be helping him in the dungeon. Oh, of course, Lily, I'm not going to take any of the money out of your half. I'm paying him on my own accord. Lily would make a sound, as she's thinking in her mind that this is going to get a lot tougher now, wondering if there's any way that she can off this Kasuka guy without Wealth getting intervened with, not wanting to piss off the Hephaestus Familia. She'd have to bide her time and wait. Bell's eyes would narrow. With his sense skill having increased so much, it was easy to tell when people held malice. At that moment, Bell didn't even need the system to know that Lily was thinking of something quite negative indeed. At this point, Seer would come out from behind him from the Hostess of Fertility, putting her arms around Bell as she has a lunchbox in her hand, saying, "Oh, you forgot this." Bell would have a slight blush as he closes his eyes, saying, "Seer, personal space," with Seer saying, "Whoopsie," as she then removes herself from his back. Bell would thank her kindly as he bows toward her, turning back to Welf and Lily saying, "Well, shall we get going?" While the three are walking towards the tower, Seer would call from their back waving, saying, "I'll see you back at home," with Bell turning and giving a slight hand raise, as he heads off towards the dungeon. Welf would put his mouth next to Bell's ear, saying, "So, boss, is that little lady there your girlfriend?" Lily would open one eye, turning and looking, as Bell would smile, saying, "That's a good question. Well, I took her out on a date once to Monsterphilia, after she invited me. But officially, no. Although she is definitely one of my close friends." Bell would remember back to that night, when he had lost everything, when he had been mocked by Beta and the other Loki adventurers, and Seer and the other girls from the tavern had been there for him. He wanted to protect them and make them happy. While I can't say if I'm interested in any of them romantically, I would say that I love all of them dearly. Wolf would sigh characteristically. "Dude, that's kind of a cop-out answer, alright?" "Huh, you think so, Welf? Well, I am quite the hypocrite." Enough of this. Come on, guys, let's focus on getting to the dungeon. If we keep yapping out here all day, we'll never make it. That night, when Lily returned back to the Summa Familia, she would have a hefty amount of gold, thinking that maybe this life isn't so bad. Maybe she doesn't have to do anything and hurt Kasuka or Welf. At this moment, she'd get pushed against the wall. It was Greer's and those other adventurers from the Summa Familia. "Hey there, kid. Oh, look at you. Looks like you've come across a nice chunk of change." "Well, you know what they say. Finders keepers." As the older man would kick her down the stairwell, she'd groan out in pain, having memories of when she had been with her adoptive parents at the flower shop, when they burned it all down, and they'd been chasing her ever since. She'd cry out, begging them not to, as they'd laugh, kicking her again and grabbing the gold, saying that she'd better keep bringing them that cash if she wants another taste of that alcohol again. Or, next time, they're cutting her off. They'd take out their thumb and slice it against their throat. For good. The next day in the dungeon, we would see as Lily is getting surrounded by beasts. Bell would yell out saying, "Lily!" as he throws the dagger, with him learning a new skill, dagger throw. Bell would then use his fist, pummeling the magic beasts and turning their heads to mush as they'd pop into magic stones, dropping to the floor. Lily would be holding back tears, as this entire time she'd been trying to think of some way that she could take down Kasuka, but she could think of nothing. Even without that dagger, he was amazing. His fist, his pure physical strength. He was only supposed to be a level 1 or a level 2. And this guy, he was easily a top-class adventurer. It's like he continuously got stronger every day, every time they were fighting. Like he had no limit to his potential. This was the day she was going to do it, where she was going to betray him.
Welf was off. He had something he needed to do. They'd gone deeper than ever before. But Bell, when she had been surrounded and not expecting it, he had saved her. At the same moment, we would see some adventurers now coming down to the floor, as Lily would scream out to Kasuka, saying, "I'm so sorry. I planned on luring them here if I couldn't get rid of you." She'd have tears coming out of her eyes. "But I can't do it. I'm sorry." Bell would turn, his eyes turning cold, as he would see Lily genuinely means it. She feels apologetic about everything. Bell would sigh as he turned, saying, "Well, I guess there's one thing I should tell you. My name isn't Kasuka. It's Bell. Bell Cranel." Lily's eyes would water as she looks up, saying, "Bell?" As the other adventurers, Grease included, would now enter the floor, saying, "Hey there, brat. You've been the one who's been feeding our little rat money, right?" They'd hoist up their axe, all of their weapons as they point them towards Bell. The system would alert him, surprising Bell. "There are individuals that wish to harm the player. Eliminate them or your heart will stop."
Seriously? The system, it's making me. It wants me to kill them?
Greers and the other Soma adventurers would laugh, pointing at Lily Ruka, saying, "Hey, come on! Get over on this side, right? You're on our team trying to take this idiot out and take all his stuff, right? That gear looks pretty expensive. I bet it's Hephaestus made." Lily would cry, putting her fists down, and she says that she can't betray him for a third time. Bell would smirk as he turns, saying, "Greers, it's been a while." Seeing Lily's tears, his mind had made up. "I'll be a hero for those close to me, and for everything that stands in my way, I'll cut it down." The adventurers would attack, saying, "Hey, it's that Porter kid. Looks like he had a little growth spurt in those couple weeks, huh? Just like a weed. Let's pluck it." The adventurers would run forward, using a spell with one of their mages casting a magic attack at Bell. Bell would stand there as he tanks it, the blast knocking him back slightly as he wipes a bit of blood from his lips, standing up, his eyes now a searing crimson. "But that was a level 3 adventurer's attack! How is he still standing?" Bell's soul, his face would go cold as he moves forward at blinding speed. Lily would be shocked, seeing as he's gotten even stronger since then. Since the last couple weeks she's seen him, she's known it all along. This guy is amazing. Bell would appear, holding up his hand in front of the mage's mouth, pressing his palm into her face. Firebolt. An explosion would rip, her eyes exploding out of her head as the flesh inside of her body would melt as she collapses to the floor, stumbling to the ground. Bell would turn now, looking at his other enemies, as the timer would tick 1 out of 6. Grease would scream, holding up his new sword as he slashes it down at Bell. Bell with an open hand would smack him across the face as he flies across the ground with him screaming, his face now covered in red marks and pain as he screams with his swollen cheeks saying, "Kill him! Kill him now!" What happens in the dungeon stays in the dungeon. Isn't that right? Bell would appear with Kasuka's venom fang in his hand as he slashes the throat of another adventurer, with them falling to the ground. Another adventurer, this one an assassin type, a rogue, would sneak up behind using an invisibility spell as they try and shiv Bell. Bell would turn, catching the blade as he'd use Fatal Strike. A hole would open into a gash in the man's chest as the thief type adventurer would fall to the ground as blood would fill the empty crevice that his heart used to hold. Bell would turn now as the other two adventurers would scream, trying to run. "I can't have that," Bell would say, as Bell would appear in front of them using Kasuka's venom fang with a swift strike, Fatal Strike, cutting both of them in two as they'd fall in half. At the same moment, Grease would get up screaming, saying he's a level 4 adventurer. There's no way he's gonna die to some punk like this. His heart would fill with rage as he runs forward, breaking the sound barrier. As he slashes down with his great longsword, Bell would catch it with Kasuka's venom fang, pushing it to the side as he pulls his fist back. "That's your problem, Greers. You're weak and pathetic." With magic power charged into his arm, Bell would punch Greers in the head, smashing his face into the ground as the dungeon would rumble. With Greers dying, his eyes now dilating as his heart would stop, Bell had successfully eliminated the threat, with the system rewarding him, giving him +3 stat points for all of his stats. Bell would turn back, his eyes on Lily, As he walks toward her, she'd flinch, with her closing her eyes shut, but not resisting. Bell would grab her arm and pull her to her feet, asking her if she's alright. She began crying, asking Bell why he would save her, why he'd work with her all this time after knowing what she had done when she'd abandoned him. Bell would smile again. It's because I'm selfish. It's because I want to become a hero. Bell would smile again, looking at the items he had gotten from completing this emergency quest. Although, inside of him he'd feel a hollow emptiness. That was the first time he'd ever had to destroy another person, to take their life from them. Bell would peer in his inventory while his arm would be around Lily. Looking at it, he would see Runestone, Stealth. Lily. She'd look up at him with tears in her eyes still. Yes? How do you feel about leaving your familia, but continuing to work with me? If you do, then I think it's about time we pay the god Soma a visit. With that, Bell would take Lily as they head towards the Soma Familia's base, with adventurers coming out realizing that Lily Ruka had returned and the other adventurers like Greer's and his party had not. With that, Bell would tell Lily that they're heading straight up there as he would pick her up, jumping over the adventurers, pushing the door open into the god Soma's room, his distillery. The vice captain of the guild would run in, saying, "You can't be in here," as he tries to put a hand on Bell's shoulder. Bell would turn with this new skill he had gained, stealth and murderous intent. A skill he had gained with those 3 stat points from completing that emergency quest. This giving him the ability to debuff others, halving their stats, their level, everything, making them weaker. The man would stumble backwards and fall, as Bell and Lily would walk into the room, with Bell putting his hands in his pockets, looking at Soma, this god so obsessed over making his wine. Soma would turn as Lily kneels, begging him to be released from the Familia, saying that she doesn't want to be a part of this any longer. He'd sigh, saying that all of you are the same, as he pulls a cup out, now dumping the liquid inside of it, handing it towards them. If either of you can drink this, and not fall to its charm, then I'll allow you to leave. With that, Lily would look up as she's about to take it. Bell would turn to her, holding his hand out, saying, "Let me handle this one." He would walk forward, grabbing the booze, as he'd chug it down in one gulp, drinking the entire cup. As he stands there, waiting for the effects of it, someone would watch, his eyes now widening, as Bell stands there completely fine. The system would have activated, detecting a deadly poison, as the blessing would have activated, thus nullifying the alcohol, making him completely immune and unable to be drunk, allowing Soma to finally find a human completely resistant to his divine wine. The god would be shocked, as he asks, Who the hell are you?" "It's Bell. Bell Cranel." Boom! Boom! The 2 large stone doors would swing open, as we see Bell Cranel covered in dust and blood. We hear the echoes of footsteps as he walks forward into the massive room before him, remembering his time within the double dungeon, within the Karthanon temple. His eyes would raise as he looks up towards the end of this hallway. This grand hall, no, this throne room would be adorned by a great large throne in the center, and in front of it, a blood-red knight in crimson armor. We can barely make out the figure within Bell's crimson eyes of his own, as we see the reflection of the name within the system. The blood-red commander, Igris. Flashback to 4 days ago. We see Bell now standing back within Soma's room, as he says, "It's Bell Cranel." With that, he had fulfilled his end of the deal, now asking Soma to please release Lily from his contract as Familia, and of course, the god of wine would oblige. Soma being impressed with this man's resistance, no, his immunity to the divine wine he had been working for millennia on crafting to perfection. Even the vice commander would be shocked, Bell taking Lily's hand as they would walk out of the Soma Familia's guild base. As they exit, Soma would tell his vice commander that Bell guy is pretty interesting, before turning back to his work, now returning to the silence he's so well known for. Lily would be blushing as Bell's taking her hand, with Bell turning and smiling, saying, "See, it looks like you're free now." He let go of Lily's hand once they were off of the guild premises, with Lily thanking him for helping her out with everything, and once again apologizing for what she had done during the Karthanon temple incident.
It's fine. I forgave you already. Let's get over it, okay? Besides, I'm starving. I want to head back to the Hostess of Fertility and see what Mamma Mia's cooking tonight. But, yeah, I'll catch you tomorrow. See you, Lily! And with that, Bell would seemingly vanish, disappearing as he's moving back towards the Hostess of Fertility. Seer would greet Bell ecstatically, with Mamma Mia preparing a whole feast. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we can see Ais Wallenstein and the Loki party. That being from the Loki Familia who had been on an adventure, would have been deep within the dungeon. While traversing the Grey Forest, Ais would notice something green glimmering in the grass. But as she takes a closer look through the fog, she would notice other things. Corpses having been chewed apart by monsters, signs of battle, of magic being used, and this green arm protector. She'd pick it up, deciding to take it back to the guild to see in case anybody recognized it, hoping to give these poor adventurers a proper rest. Little does she know that it was Bell and Lily who had been attacked, and had simply responded in self-defense, taking out and slaughtering the attackers. Due to the nature of the dungeon, monsters had already eaten and picked clean most of everything aside from the bones, so there was no way of confirming or identifying these adventurers. Ais would sigh, with Beta asking what the heck she's thinking about, wondering why she grabbed that piece of junk. Ais would sigh, remembering the scene from the other day when Beta had almost attacked that new adventurer, although he was strangely impressive. Since the Loki Familia were all experienced adventurers, it was strange to find such a powerful adventurer that no one knew the name of. So when she heard Bell Cranel as his name, and nothing was coming up about him, it was surprising. She would sigh, holding the protector as they continue their exit of the dungeon. The next day, back to Bell, Welf, and Lily, the three of them would have now moved down into the lower floors of the dungeon. Not the lower floors, but towards the middle floors. This was perfectly fine for Bell, who has been getting stronger and stronger all the time, but Welf and Lily were barely able to keep up, if at all, with Bell having to save them multiple times, basically being the only reason they could even step foot into the middle floors. Bell, with his new skills, stealth, and murderous intent, would be trivializing all of the monsters, with most of them being not even a threat to him anymore. As they continued to descend, Lily and Welf's anxiety grew, basically asking Bell if there's no other way for Welf to level up, saying can't they just head back up to the upper floors, with them getting nervous. But for Bell, this was all too exciting, with him gaining even more experience here than he had been on the upper floors. Huh? Why would you want to go back? We're doing just fine, aren't we? As Bell turns, he noticed Lily and Welf sweating, barely able to have even been keeping up with him due to his speed. Bell would sigh, saying, well, it's not like I'm trying to get you guys killed here. Let's head back. Lily and Welf would agree, with Bell leading the way, cutting down any monsters in their path using Kasika's Venom Fang. Welf had been analyzing it this entire time, wondering how its properties even worked. How is it possible that a weapon without the Durandal attribute was still so durable? He hadn't seen it chipped, he tried maintaining it, but he couldn't even get it to sharpen on a whetstone. It's like it was made of some strange, unearthly material. Bell would just shake his head, saying he just found it, with their adventure for the day coming to an end. Strangely, on their way back when they were returning to the surface, they had encountered a Minotaur, which proved to be a little bit more interesting of a fight, with Lily and Welf watching in awe as Bell was dodging and weaving its strangely sophisticated attacks. It would be using a large sword, with cuts all over its body, its fur even appearing a tinge red. Bell would have no trouble against it though. Simply walking up to it and using Kasika's Venom Fang, he'd stab it in the heart, causing the creature to be paralyzed. He dodged another strike as blood would come out of its mouth. Bell would then hold up his fist, punching the creature as he then uses Firebolt, burning its skin. As a couple other adventurers would hear these cries and start coming around wondering what the heck this noise is, they'd watch as Bell takes his fist pummeling its skull until it breaks, with the creature disappearing into smoke as a huge magic stone falls to the ground along with a Minotaur horn. Welf would be impressed, saying, wow, that's some nice quality material there. You know, Bell, I could make you a nice looking dagger with that. Bell's eyes would be down on his gloves though, the blood of the Minotaur slowly dissipating into smoke and disappearing. At this time, we noticed that some adventurers had heard the noise earlier and were watching from afar, that being Ais, Beta, and Riveria.
Bell, without even looking, would speak up loudly, saying, "What, is this some kind of show or something?" Riveria would open her mouth, saying, "No, it's just, it seems we missed one of the Minotaurs that had escaped our notice earlier last month. I'm surprised that it hasn't been reported to the guild. That's all." She closed her eyes, walking, with Ais giving a bow to Bell, and Beta gritting his teeth and looking away. Bell would watch them leave as he turns back towards Welf and Lily, saying, "Well, let's go." At this time, we would get a report from Otarl back to his master. "Freya, my lady, do you recall that adventurer you tasked me with watching and observing? I trained a good puppet, or I thought I had. However, he completely obliterated it. What a waste of time."
"As expected of my Bell," Freya would say with a smile on her lips. "Otarl, I want you to continue to observe him. This might be the one. My Ord." Upon leaving the dungeon and cashing out on all their gold coins, with Welf being the one to go into the guild and sell all the items, Bell would alert to Lily and Welf that he won't be able to come tomorrow, saying he has some business to attend to. Welf would give a thumbs up, asking Lily if they want to go down to some of the earlier floors, just the two of them, so they aren't such a burden next time they head down to the middle floors. Lily would nod, with her saying she feels the same way, with Welf and Lily having a training day planned for tomorrow. The next morning, Bell would sneak out of the Hostess of Fertility, careful not to make a sound, using his stealth skill. As he would walk outside the city gates completely unmonitored, he'd deactivate it, looking around, as he seems to be far enough away from the main city. Well, let's see what this does. Open, menu. I wanted to see the new quest, the job change quest. The system would awaken, roaring to life, answering Bell's call, as it presents with him the job change quest. Notification, a job change quest can now be ordered. With that, Bell would accept the quest. Finally! Without a moment longer, it would begin. This time, it was not a blue portal, but purple, as a purple portal with lightning would strike on the ground, ripping it through space, as if though a shard in reality had been ripped out of time. Bell would narrow his eyes as he pulls out Casca's Venom Fang from his inventory, walking forward into the portal as he officially begins the job change quest. When Bell opens his eyes, he will be inside of an old-style castle, like the ruins of prior to the Divine Age, when the gods had still remained in heaven. Bell would turn around looking and sensing for monsters, but he found no intent. He began hearing something instead, the sound of metal rustling. In front of him, 3 knights would appear, armored monsters. Bell would run forward, with them beginning to attack him, their names Orange. They'd swing down their swords. Bell would kick one of the swords back, taking Casca's Venom Fang and stabbing it at a full thrust towards the knight's helmet. However, it would scratch as it bounces off of the armor. Bell would move back, jumping from another tower, as he then tries slashing, striking at the neck, looking for any chinks in this monster's armor. Bell would grit his teeth, holding his palm over the gray over its eyes. He uses Firebolt, flames now melting the insides of this armored beast. As the metal would turn red hot, it would drop to the ground, saying, "You have defeated a knight." Bell would return Casca's Venom Fang into its inventory, pulling up his fists, using his incredible strength stat. Using his fists, he'd move forward at a blinding pace, throwing fisticuffs and denting the armor of these monsters, using a kick as he uses an axe hammer kick, bringing it down on the knight and crunching its helmet down to the ground. Bell would turn, catching a blade, as one of the other types of monsters had finally appeared, an assassin type. Bell's eyes would flash purple as he uses stealth, his presence vanishing. He would retrieve Casca's Venom Fang, sinking it into the chest of this assassin monster. As it would fall to the ground, his notifications would tell him, "Congratulations, you have slayed an assassin." At this point, Bell would realize he wasn't gaining experience from slaying these monsters, wondering what's going on. However, he was getting items, specifically equipment. Bell would put on the Knight's Gauntlet, the system asking him if he'd like to equip this armor piece. Bell would be confused, having never seen this screen before when he had been putting on Welf's armor. It seems that the armor attained through the system was unique in some way. Bell would say, "Sure, equip it," interested in what was going to happen.
Bell's armor from Wealth would remain on his body. Instead, the gauntlet would turn to light, covering his hand and disappearing, as it seems that Bell is able to equip these items without them physically being on his form. These items increasing his physical damage resistance. Speaking of which, this would cause Bell to remember something. Oh right, that! He'd pull out Kasuka's poison, the vial of poison from when he had defeated Kasuka all those weeks ago. He had remembered now after he had taken Master Soma's wine. If he was able to resist the effects of a god's wine, why shouldn't his ability be able to resist the effects of this? He recalled that it increases his physical damage resistance by 75%. And so, bottoms up. Bell would drink the poison, with it tasting bitter and nasty. He'd hold his stomach waiting for the pain, but it wouldn't come, as the blessing from his system would activate, neutralizing the effects of the muscle dampening that the poison had promised him. Instead, Bell would have gained even more power, with his physical damage resistance now being in the high 80s, lowering all damage from physical attacks. This will be a big help for within the dungeon, especially against monsters that don't have magical types of attacks. Bell would continue slaughtering different types of knights, assassins, and even mages, with mages using fire magic and causing explosions to now race towards him. Bell, with his intense speed and strength, would easily dodge his attacks, sensing and perceiving them before they can hit him as he moves toward them in a blink of an eye. While all of these guys weren't particularly strong, it's like they were reflecting his past battles, with his different stats now being required to take on different types of monsters. This dungeon was slowly becoming a battle of attrition. Bell's shop had been locked down upon entering the dungeon, and potions were not allowed, so even the things he had purchased already in his inventory would not be allowed to be used, meaning that Bell could not recover any MP for his mana or HP for taking any damage. He had to be careful with how he fought from here on out. And now we've made it back before those two stone doors. Before even opening the doors, just cracking them open slightly, he'd feel a chill, a wind, a black wind embracing him. This being the threat of the pure magic power behind this door. Bell would feel a drop of sweat drip down his forehead as he pushes harder as the doors would slide open. Boom! Boom! The doors would creak as the stone hit stone, before shutting abruptly after Bell had passed through. He was now in this grand throne room, and before it, standing in front of this empty throne, his mane beautiful but not gaudy, there stood Igris, the Blood-Red Commander. Igris would stand from his position, where he had been formerly kneeling before the throne. Bell would be slightly taken aback, almost finding himself admiring Igris, this Blood-Red Commander. He had the look of a hero about him, the way that his armor flowed across his form, his impressive greatsword, those eyes, and the magic power emanating from him. Bell would smile, pulling out Kasuka's Venom Fang. I want to see it. I want to see the extent of your strength, Igris! Igris would charge forward as Bell would yell out a battle cry. The two would clash, their swords now dazzling, as sparks would fly across the throne room. Bell would take a back foot, realizing that he has a disadvantage in this fight. Amazing, he's amazing! Igris would slash with his sword. Bell barely able to grab it with his now protected gauntlet-covered hands. He would be able to block himself from being cut in two, as he gets sent crushed into a pillar, thrown against the wall of the throne room. Bell would cough as his breathing is silenced, with his sternum having been caught in mid-air. He'd fall to the ground as he then kicks off of it, running towards Igris again, as he pulls Kasuka's Venom Fang and tries stabbing at his armor, once again realizing that his blade was doing pretty much nothing to this armored opponent. Igris would slash down, but Bell would take a sidestep, grabbing Igris' hand with his left before pulling his right palm towards his face. Firebolt! Igris would make a coughing metallic sound, as the smoke and flame would cause his eyes to burn. He'd step back, letting go of his sword, covering his mask. Bell wouldn't stop there though as he pulls his fist back, his left palm, now punching Igris in the side of his arm, sending him flying. Igris would then pull his hand out, using Ruler's Hand. The long greatsword directly behind Bell would begin to shiver, Bell would notice it just in time as he dodges to the ground, the greatsword flying in a spinning arc towards Igris' hand. He'd pull his sword back, now rushing towards Bell, planning to thrust through him. Bell would pull up his arms into a defense position as he then uses another firebolt, 2 of them even, blasting them towards this incoming force. But Igris was too fast, too powerful. His blade was about to stab into Bell. Bell would use stealth, disappearing from Igris' view, but he'd sense him, now turning directions he tries to slash Bell. Bell would grit his teeth using Fatal Strike, using some of his mana to deflect the strike, his tip of Kasuka's Venom Fang directly contacting Igris' great sword. Igris would watch as Bell would take Kasuka's Venom Fang, throwing it off into the void, putting it back into his inventory, pulling up his fists and saying, "Come on, let's throw hands." Igris would take this as a personal challenge, stabbing his greatsword into the ground and pulling up his fists. Using his hands, he grabbed the capes now that had been flowing around his mane and throwing it to the wind, now covering his greatsword. He'd take off the belt at his side, with 2 daggers at his hips, dropping it as well, as the two would begin to engage in hand-to-hand combat. The respect that Bell held in his heart for such a heroic and chivalric monster. "It's almost a shame that I have to kill you." As Bell's fists were colliding with Igris's, again we'd hear reverberations, bursts of pockets of air ripping through the air, creating explosions from their fists connecting. Igris would get an uppercut on Bell's gut, sending him flying over the throne, splattered against the wall. Bell would fall, tumbling from the wall into the throne, dust following him, as Igris would slowly approach the throne, where Bell was crumpled. Bell would begin to stand, as Igris was about to summon his sword again, pulling his ruler's hand to finally cut down this opponent. Bell would smile, saying, "If you weren't a monster, it would have been incredible to fight by your side. But there's no way I'm letting you kill me." Thoughts of those that Bell cherished would echo in his heart. He'd see Welf, Lily, Seer, the girls from the host's fertility, Ryu, Anya, Mamma Mia, everyone who had ever helped him to get this far. And at the end, we'd see a flickering image of an old man, Bell's grandfather. Bell would lunge towards Igris, pulling up both of his hands as he grips him by the face. With one hand he'd cast Firebolt. In the other, he'd pull out Kasuka's Venom Fang, jabbing it through the chinks of the eye where Igris' armor sat as purple blood would spew forth, the creature raging as it tries to grab Bell's arms, trying to pull him away from him. Bell would push against the taller, now monstrous knight, as he runs at full speed using dash and obliterating both of them into the wall. As Igris' form, his armor would crumple to the ground. The formerly regal knight now in disarray, as he'd breathe his last. Bell would be breathing heavily as sweat was trickling down his forehead, wiping his hand across his brow. Bell would bow towards Igris, saying, "Thank you for the match." At this moment, the system would roar to life, saying, "Congratulations, you have defeated the Blood-Red Commander Igris." Bell would notice something off immediately. "I haven't defeated the boss?" Which meant that the quest was not over yet. Aside from getting a full recovery from leveling up, Bell would have gained 3 more things. 1. The first ever S-rank piece of gear he had ever acquired, that being Igris' helmet. With Bell putting the armor over his head, physical damage minus 20%, vitality plus 20, strength plus 20. Bell would see 2 new abilities. One of them, like the stealth skill, would be a runestone, Ruler's Hand. That must be what he had used earlier, when he was summoning that sword and it almost cut me in half. Huh? What's this? Bell would look past the runestone for Ruler's Hand. The system would have another notification saying, "Congratulations, you have unlocked an intrinsic skill, Argonaut. A power truly worthy of a hero." Argonaut. But Bell wouldn't have time to wonder what these new skills do, as the room would begin to rumble, as portals would appear. The system would pop up with a new notification saying, "The job change quest has begun." Its text would change once again. "Good luck." Although Bell had fully recovered after leveling up after taking out Igris, he still felt uneasy. Just beginning? So this is the start of the quest? At that moment, portals would appear as swarms of monsters would begin to come forth. Damn it, there's so many! At least they aren't on the level of Igris, but still! Bell would be trying his best to fight with these knights and all these varieties of monsters, with the quest telling him he needs to survive as long as possible, which means he doesn't know if there's any way to actually end this event.
Damn it. Fine then.
In the background, we hear clashes of metal. Back at the Hostess of Fertility, Seer would be worried, as nightfall had already come and Bell had yet to return. With him having snuck out this morning, no one had even known he'd left. But they were all getting worried about him. Ryu would put her hand on Seer's shoulder, asking, "Do you want me to go look for him in the dungeon?" With Seer turning back, looking at Ryu. Her lip quivering, she'd say, "Let's give him a little longer. I'm sure he's fine." Inside of Orario's dungeon, we'd see Welf and Lily panting as they're breathing heavily on the ground. Monster stones having filled their bag, the two were laughing, giving each other a fist bump, saying, "Man, as a team, we're actually not too bad." Lily would say, "Yes, Lily agrees," with both of them saying that maybe it's just not that they're weak, but maybe Bell's just too amazing. Over at the Loki Familia house, we'd see Ais Wallenstein curling a green protector in her hand, spinning it around, looking at it, seeing the chinks in it, wondering why she felt so strongly that she had to hold on to this. As the clock ran to 11:59:59, Bell would be on the brink. These mages were able to detect his stealth. He was practically out of mana, having used several fatal strikes, using firebolts over 10 times. There was nothing left he could do, as more knights, mages, and assassins continued to pour out of the gate. As the clock strikes midnight, Bell would receive a notification. Quest penalty. You have failed to complete today's daily quest. Quest to get stronger. As such, you will be transferred temporarily to the penalty zone. As Bell was just about to give up, reaching for the teleportation stone in his inventory, this message would appear. Just as knights had fully surrounded him and he was all beat up and bruised, his armor now having several cuts and gouges in it, Bell would hold his hand up as he was being swallowed by the group of knights, when suddenly, Bell would vanish. Opening his eyes, he'd awaken inside of the penalty zone, where there would be 4 large centipedes. Their names would appear light orange. Bell would give a grin as he opens his inventory, realizing he can access potions again immediately. Bell would start chugging down health potions as he decides that he'll take out these centipedes nice and slowly. During the 4 hours, Bell would decimate these desert centipedes, with them proving no match for him. With his firebolt, his fatal strike, and all of his mana replenished using potions, Bell would be sitting on the carcasses of these creatures, now with 2 hours left to spare. He'd use the remainder of his time, with this reprieve he'd been given by the system, to take a look at the weapons in the item shop. He'd been hoarding gold for several weeks now, hoping not to spend any, but Bell would be needing something to take care of all of those armored opponents, wondering if it's finally time for him to buy a longsword. As he's scrolling through the sections, he'd notice a strange-looking dagger, a red and black serrated blade called the Night Killer, an armor-piercing dagger. This might prove useful. Bell would select the knife, looking at how expensive it was, wondering if it would be affordable. Bell would swallow his pride, spending 800,000 gold and obtaining the Night Killer, a blade with extra damage to armored opponents with piercing effect. Bell would select and buy the item. As the knife would materialize in his hand, he'd feel its heft and weight. It was light, but he felt its steel was strong and durable, just like when he wielded Kasuka's Venom Fang. With his time slowly coming to an end, Bell would have used everything he could to give himself an advantage, as he would reappear inside of the job change quest, ready to attack his new opponents. He'd slice through these knights like butter, slowly beginning to realize the pattern of attacks, realizing that they're like marionettes cut from a string. After some trial and error, Bell would quickly notice the mages who were directing and controlling these knights, with him targeting one using Ruler's Hand, one of the skills he had obtained while he was during that 4-hour gap, crushing the runestone and actually using it. This allowed him to manipulate things using a form of telekinesis, acting like a form of magic, like levitation. Bell would use the knife as he throws it with dagger throw, increasing its speed as it pierces into the mage, taking it out. Then, Bell would begin using his next skill, the intrinsic skill he had gained after defeating Igris and obtaining a heroic feat. The skill that he had awoken from within himself, using the system to pull it out. Argonaut. the skill of a hero. We'd hear chimes of a bell as sparks would begin to fly across his hand. He'd hold his arm out towards this group of knights, using a charged Argonaut firebolt. A blast of flame would come ripping out of his palm, his mana being taken by double the normal cost. At this point, we'd notice the skill's description. Initial cost 100 mana, charge time doubles mana consumption every 30 seconds. So theoretically, Bell can continue charging Argonaut as long as he has mana to spare, increasing the power of his attack by 10-fold, or even 100-fold. His firebolt would burn blue, as it eradicates all of the knights, melting them into a puddle of metal. Using stealth, he'd vanish. With the mages looking for him, he'd appear behind one, slicing its throat as it crumples to the ground. The final mage would try its best with its summoning all of the knights together and turning it into a huge golem. But Bell would run right past it, ignoring the creature as he leaps over it, slicing down with a dual-wielding blade attack, this X-Strike. Using this double-bladed attack, he'd slash the final mage in half. With him having successfully completed the job quest, the system would congratulate him, calculating the amount of points he had earned for surviving for over 5 hours. It would take a surprising amount of time for it to tabulate, with Bell wondering what sort of class job he was going to get, wondering how this all even worked to begin with. Hoping it would give him some more swordsman skills, he would sit waiting. Finally, the job class presented him would be Necromancer. Bell would have no idea what this even is, saying, "Necromancer? What the heck is that?" He'd look at the description of the skill. Wherever the player goes, death is shortly behind them. As a Necromancer, your enemies become your allies. As the more blood you shed, the more powerful you will become. Bell would remember to the scene when he had slaughtered the adventurers of the Soma Familia, remembering Lily's fear as he looks down at his hand. "Reject." "Are you sure you want to reject?" The system would ask questioningly. Necromancer is a rare, hidden job class. Bell would begin reconsidering his decision, biting the nail on his thumb as he's thinking hard. He'd remember then.
That's right. The middle floors. Without a familia, it gets harder to continue going down. But with an army of the undead, I'd be able to continue storming floors while being able to protect Lily and Wealth. Fine. I accept.
The system would congratulate Bell on unlocking the Necromancer class. Adding the additional calculated points, his class would change, with him gaining the power of the Shadow Monarch.
Shadow Monarch, huh?
Black and purple energy would flow from Bell as his mana would increase. With his job class now selected, he would gain several new skills, that being Shadow Extraction and Shadow Storage. Bell would turn, looking at all the knights and monsters he had slayed, holding his hand out just like when he's using Firebolt, and saying, "Shadow Extraction." In order to use Shadow Extraction, you must select a wake word. Select key phrase now. Bell would consider many options in his mind.
A key word, huh? Wakey wakey. No. Up and at 'em. Not my best work. How about arise? That's way too edgy for me.
As all of these thoughts would circulate in Bell's mind, his inner desires that he had faced when he had gained the ability of Firebolt would awaken inside of his thoughts. What does it mean to join a hero? Bell would smile as he chooses his key word.
Onwards.
As a hero rouses his party from their slumber, on the journey towards a dragon, Bell would call for his army to march onwards, taking on the foes before him. As mists would begin to take form, black shadows would arise from the ground, now ready to serve their master. Over 40 knights would stand before him, kneeling to the ground immediately. The 3 mages he had killed were also standing, with them bowing to their master politely. Bell would turn, nodding, as he begins walking towards the one he was most interested in.
Igris, please, I want to journey by your side. I want you to stand and fight with me. I can trust you to protect them. You were even stronger than I was, but you let me win. I have no idea why. I want to see your real strength. Igris, come, onwards.
At this moment, Igris' body would begin to rise into the air before the mist surrounding it would fall back to the ground. Shadow Extraction has failed. You have 2 more attempts.
It's not a guaranteed success. Damn it.
Bell would speak out loud, saying,
Igris, the throne you stood before remained empty. Who do you serve now? Why? Why not stand by my side and fight? This is no place for a hero, a warrior like you to die. Bell would extend his hand. Let's go. Onwards. Or for my soul-leveling purist fans, arise. Whichever you prefer. I just think this suits Bell better. But anyway, Igris would then stand, shadows taking form as he'd successfully have extracted Igris the Blood-Red Commander's shadow. The system would ask Bell, asking him, would you like to name this soldier? Since Igris was a level higher than all the other soldiers, Bell would realize this must mean that there's different varieties of shadow soldiers. As Igris knelt before him, Bell would grab his hand, pulling him up, as he says, Igris. Just Igris. The system would alter his name, now calling him Igris. Bell would successfully have now created his own Familia. Bell would turn, saying goodbye to the soldiers who he had to remove from his shadow extraction in order to store the rest. Bell would turn to his shoulders using shadow storage, as the job quest would come to an end. The veil of night was almost over. The stars gracing its presence, raining down from the heavens, were about to be chased away by the red dawn. Outside of the Hostess of Fertility, we see a girl with silver hair and a green uniform with a white apron. Seer, standing outside, waiting for someone. She shifted back and forth, clearly exhausted as her eyes drooped. She'd been waiting all night. She stalwartly refused to lose her faith, to give up on him. At that moment, the door behind her would open with a jingle, as we see a blonde elf girl, Ryu, would come and step out into the light. She'd call out to her friend, saying, Seer, we're almost done with closing. Are you still waiting for it? At that moment, Seer's uneven steps would catch. She'd stumble forward. Ryu would call out, reaching out her hand to try and catch her friend. However, before her hand could reach her, someone would stop her fall. Ryu's eyes would gaze upwards, now meeting the crimson eyes of Bell Cranel, the white-haired adventurer who Seer had been waiting for all this time. Ryu, was she waiting here this entire time? She would nod, responding that Seer had been out here all night, wondering where Bell had gone. Bell would frown, saying he should have said something. Bell would lean down, grabbing Seer's feet and holding her up in a princess-style carry, asking Ryu if she'll help him take her to her room. Ryu would nod, opening the door in front of him, as Ryu would guide Bell, carrying Seer upstairs. Seer would finally get some rest for the night. When Bell finally puts her down, placing the blanket over her, Seer's hand would catch on his as he's about to leave the room. Ryu would smile, saying she'll leave them alone, shutting the door quietly behind her. Seer would murmur in her sleep-like state, Bell... Wow, you must have really been tired, huh? Bell with his other hand would gently brush her hair, now petting her on the forehead. Seer would have a cute smile on her face as Bell would place her hand down on the bedside. He would then slowly blow out the candlelight next to her bedside and exit the room quietly as well. Outside, Ryu would be standing there as it appears she had been listening into the room. She quickly blushed as she steps back, her face red, saying, No, I wasn't... Bell would laugh, saying, It's fine. And before he leaves, he'd remember something. Oh, yeah, Miss Ryu, I wanted to ask you something. Have you ever made it down to the middle floors before? Inside of the dungeon, of course. Ryu's eyes would narrow. Bell would continue. Well, anyone with eyes could tell how strong you are, Miss Ryu. It's just a question. I've been meaning to take my party down there for a couple days now. I just would have liked an appraisal to see how I'll fare on those floors. That's all. Ryu's eyes would soften. She'd have a small smile as she says, I think you have nothing to worry about, Mr. Bell. Have a good night. She'd turn, walking back down the tavern stairs, leaving Bell to return to his room. He had plans to make, with Welf and Lily. Plans to descend the middle floors to see how much stronger his Familia had become. When Seer awoke the next day, she'd head downstairs to find Bell helping the girls with cleaning the plates from the prior night's escapades. She'd run up to Bell, starting to hit him on the back, saying, You had me up for hours! You didn't even say where you were going, and then you come back? You're just like a damn alley cat! With that, Anya would turn, saying, Nya, alley cat? To which the other girls would lose it, all of them beginning to giggle. Mamma Mia would slam the wall behind her. She tells them all to get back to work, pointing to Bell and saying, And you go back to your own job, okay? I'm up to here with you disrupting my girls' working, okay?
Bell would slouch as he looks over, slumping his shoulders and saying, "Sorry," as he heads out from behind the bar area. Ryu would call out to Bell, thanking him, with Seer also thanking him, telling him with a smile this time to come back earlier next time, okay? Bell would turn, giving a thumbs up, and this time before leaving, he'd run up to Seer saying that he's going to the middle floors, so he won't be back for a while, telling her not to wait up for him, okay? Seer would blush, saying, "Wow, makes me feel like a newlywed or something." Bell would flick her in the forehead, saying, "Don't say weird stuff like that," before turning and waving, saying, "Well, I'm off." Bell would head out of the establishment, with him leaving the hostess fertility and meeting up in the central town sphere, the circle surrounding the Tower of Babel, where he'd meet with Welf and Lily. The two, having been training for the entire time that Bell had been taking on the job change quest, were now ready, telling Bell that this time they're ready to go down into the middle floors. They even would have brought the salamander's cloak that Welf had prepared this time, with Welf giving Bell his own, now donning the red cape over his armor. Bell would give it a turn, saying, "Wow, Welf, thanks, this is awesome." In the system screen, we would see that the new piece of equipment would provide Bell with an extra 15% fire damage resistance, now hopefully protecting him from the heat of monsters such as hellhounds that preside in the middle floors. Bell would obliterate the upper floors, easily wiping them out without even having to summon forth his new ability, his Shadow Soldiers, his Shadow Familia. So when Lily and Welf finally make it down to the middle floors with Bell, and things start to get up to a little more danger, Bell would smile, telling them, as he holds a finger up to his mouth and his chin, he's mocking, he'd tell them, "Let's keep this a secret, alright? Welf, Lily, everyone, I think it's time you all met." Bell would clap his hands together as the shadow beneath his feet would begin extending around himself, Welf, and Lily. The shadow would turn mist-like, as Welf and Lily would start screaming, "What the hell? What is this?" At this point, the shadows would extend into fully grown soldiers, with 26 of those being the regular knight-type shadow soldiers he had retrieved from the dungeon, from the job change quest. The other 4 would be 3 mages and Igris. Welf and Lily could both sense that this final shadow soldier, now standing at Bell's side and kneeling before him, was different from the others. While all of them were giving off an incredibly powerful aura, it felt like they had just been witness to an entire crowd of level 3 adventurers coming out. But Igris, what Bell was calling him, this guy was on another level. He had to be at least a level 5. They'd be shocked, with Welf asking, "How is this even possible? What is this?" Bell would turn again, saying, "It's a secret, but they're on our side. This is our familia. Now then, shall we continue descending to the middle floors?" With that, the shadow army of Bell would continue moving, with some of them in the back protecting Welf and Lily, the mages in the vanguard next to them as well. Welf and Lily were already performing better now, with Bell helping with his soldiers to protect all angles. They were easily cutting through the waves of monsters coming from the middle floors. It was like nothing. The challenge that the 3 of them had been feeling up till now had been alleviated. Of course, simply going from a party of 3 to about 40 would naturally have this consequence. One difference is that they had to be careful of how they explored the levels, with the narrow pathways of the dungeon meaning that they'd have to split up into groups. With about 3 groups of 10 each, Igris would be in Welf and Lily's group, in the middle of the crowd. There would be a group of 10 shadow soldiers and a mage in the back defending as a vanguard, while Bell was taking the front, with himself, 1 mage, and the rest of his army. With this formation, it was easy to see how they'd be wiping out monsters. Lily would be taking a long-range perspective using arrows, while the other mages were casting fire magic attacks. Welf would feel kind of useless here, asking if there's any way that he can get some action in the front. His whole goal in doing this all was to level up after all. With that, Welf would join Bell at the front, and Bell would defend Welf, letting him get in some kills. Lily would just be impressed now, picking up magic stones, not having to worry about defending herself, with all of these shadow soldiers protecting her. As they were beginning to approach the Goliath chamber, the floor boss, Bell would grit his teeth, hoping that it's still there, with him in his heart hoping that he can take down this boss. But unfortunately, as they would arrive quicker in this timeline than the original, The Goliath was not yet due to respawn, as the Loki Familia had already killed it. Damn it. Oh well, I guess I can try snagging it on the way back up. And so Welf, Lily, and Bell would successfully make it down into Rivera, that being the adventurer city deep inside the middle floors of the dungeon. This being the first safe zone, and of course being the first time that the party has ever made it this far. As they slide down the crystal entrance, now arriving into this beautiful subterranean cavern, the crystals aligning the sky would appear blue, as if though there was still an actual sun. Bell couldn't help but admire the beauty of it all. At this moment he'd remember seeing his soldiers sliding down beside him, as he calls back the soldiers one by one as the groups would make it. With Lily's group being last, he finally de-summoned all of his soldiers back into his shadow, as if though their presence was all an illusion this entire time. Welf would be now shaking Bell, saying, "Hey, man, when did you get that ability? That's seriously awesome. I've never heard of any magic that can summon an army like that." Lily would say, "That's because there isn't a magic like that, Master Welf." She'd look over at Bell. Her eyes now have a worrying look in them as she says, "That ability to control golems like that, it's far more similar to that of an arcanum, the power of a god, than of any mage I've ever seen. Where did you even learn a spell like that?" Bell would put a thumb on his chin as he thinks, "Well, it was inside the dungeon, I suppose. It's not like I'm exactly lying. But Lily is right. I've never heard of a person who can summon an entire army like that. There are some mages who can create golems, but normally it's only one or two, and they're not nearly as self-sufficient as my soldiers are." While Bell was busy contemplating this, we would hear Welf and Lily as they'd breathe a gasp. Behind him, a hand would touch his shoulder as Bell would turn, his eyes opening. His eyes would meet face to face now with Ais Wallenstein, the golden-haired sword princess of the Loki Familia. She'd say in a soft tone, "Oh, I remember you. You're the one that Bede almost got into a fight with the other day." Bell would look her up and down, now remembering the scene from Daedalus Street. "Oh yeah, now that you mention it, I do remember your face. Weren't you with that green-haired elf girl too? From that party who came across me fighting that Minotaur a couple days ago?" Eyes would nod. Bell would look down, seeing that she'd have been carrying something on her waist. In fact, it was quite familiar. Wait a minute. Oh, it's that green protector I got from that guild receptionist. Bell would look down, asking her why she has that thing, saying that he thought he had lost her or had been destroyed. She looked down, realizing that this protector was... Oh. She'd look over behind, seeing his small party, and realizing that he must have made it to the middle floors. Has he been trapped down here ever since? Well... She'd apologize for his friends, saying that she found all of their bodies down up above in the middle floors, in the Grey Forest area. She'd hand the green protector over to him, with Bell saying, "Hey, thanks, yeah, I thought I lost this." Lily would have an awkward look on her face, realizing that there's clearly been a miscommunication here, with Eyes thinking that Bell must have been a group of survivors from that tragic incident, when in reality, they were the victims and had merely defended themselves with lethal force. Well, regardless, as Eyes would welcome them down, she noticed something else. She'd take a deep breath in, wondering why he smells so good. But she'd ignore that for now, not wanting to point any extra trouble to herself. She'd guide Welf, Lily, and Bell over to the Loki Familia's campsite. She'd explain that while there are some hotels in the city, they're completely exorbitant, and there's no reason not to just camp out under the stars. Well, not like there are any stars here inside the dungeon. Eyes would look up regretfully at the sky. Well, the ceiling. Bell would take notice of this, asking her if she'd like to go out for a bit. Both Lily and Welf would have their mouth open, with Lily asking what the heck is the deal with this, wondering if Bell likes Ais Wallenstein or something. Bell would smirk at Lily's comment, telling Eyes that he'd simply enjoy trying to spar with her. "It just seems like you have a lot on your mind right now, and, well, for me at least, my mind clears best when I'm in combat. Well, would you like to try it?" Eyes would turn. She'd smile, saying, "Alright, but you can't hold a grudge against me, alright?" Bell's lips would curl into a grin, saying that sounds plenty fine to him. Welf and Lily would ask if they could come watch, saying that they're interested in seeing how the Sword Princess fights with their Bell. Even Wolf would be curious, wondering how Bell scales against these Loki Familia top tiers. A quick interjection I'll add here is that the system scales differently from typical DanMachi leveling, where in DanMachi a level 1 is significantly stronger than someone who doesn't have a level at all, a level 2 stronger than 1, level 3 significantly stronger than 2, and so on and so forth. So theoretically it gets exponentially more powerful per level, instead of being the same growth each time. So Ais being a level 5 should be relative to a level 50 Bell, meaning that they should be close in power right now, considering Bell defeated the job change quest and was roughly level 46 at the time, but after descending the dungeon floors to the middle floors, he's clearly about level 50, plus his other skills and experience. So this should be a pretty fair fight. Let's say we have level 49 Bell versus Ais level 5. The group would have taken a good 60 meter pace away, making sure that their battle wouldn't cause anyone else to be disturbed from the camp, but it would do little to avoid that. With Tiona and Beta all coming out of the campsite, hearing the sound of swords clashing, wondering what's going on. As they follow the noise, Beta and the 2 other Amazonian girls would be sitting next to Wolf and Lily, their mouths held agape, as we see Bell wielding the Night Killer and his Kasaka's Venom Fang, slashing against Ais Wallenstein with her sword still in its sheath. The two would be going blow for blow. Even Beru would be impressed, asking, "Who the hell is this guy?" From Ais' perspective, she'd be surprised. Although she had kept her sword sheathed out of hope that she wouldn't injure this person, it was clear that that was going to end up being a mistake. With her sword slightly heavier, his blows were faster, as if though he was adapting to her every attack. She had seen him fight before, having fought that silverback gorilla and then Beta almost causing a fight again. But he'd gotten even stronger since then. Even she was having a tough time keeping up with his intense speed. It's like he was getting faster, trying to draw more power out of her. Bell, on his end, would have had used 0 skills so far, not having called forth any shadow soldiers, used Ruler's Hand, Firebolt, Dash, or anything. Relying purely on his own dagger skills, he'd feel the pressure from Ais. Both of them now sizing each other up, with all of his strikes towards her openings being blocked immediately. Every time he attacked, it felt like he was falling within her own range, as he backed up, his keen sensibility letting him know when she was about to strike. Although he could read her moves fairly well due to his enhanced senses and all of his stat points from the system, the fact was that she simply had more experience in combat. So Ais was holding up fairly well, even though he felt he should be more powerful than her now. Ais' mouth would twitch as her eyebrows lower, as she decided that she's going to end this here now that the crowd had begun to stir. Even Finn had come to watch, now whistling as he watches Bell block an aerial-infused strike. With that, Ais would have used aerial, moving forward at a blinding speed and saying, "It's over." At that exact moment, Bell would drop one of his daggers, holding out his hand against the blade. She'd begin to flinch, not wanting to break his hand. However, the sword would stop. Ruler's Hand. A vibration through the air would stop the sword, as she's pushing against it with all her might. She'd get pushed back, the sword clattering out of her hands and falling to the ground, as Bell holds up his knife, now pointing it to her. Ais would drop to her knees, her legs shaking, as she grips the sword down, using it to stabilize her motion. She hadn't expected such force from that, wondering what kind of spell or attack that was, as Bell would hold a hand out, helping her stand back up. "Thanks for the match. It was incredible. You're definitely one of the best swordsmen I've ever fought. I think there's only maybe one person I've met besides you who's stronger than I am," Bell would say with a smirk. Beta would growl, realizing that this is implying that he's weaker than Ais and Bell. He'd get frustrated, yelling from the sidelines saying that just because she gave up and went easy on you doesn't mean that I... Bell would turn, his eyes cold, asking if he really wants to go there. The two of them would start butting heads back and forth, with Ais asking them to stop. And finally, Beta and Bell would agree, splitting. Bell would turn back to Ais, saying the only other person he's ever met who's at least as good of a sword as she is has got to be his comrade, Igris. Igris, huh? Well, if I ever have the chance to meet him, I'd sure love to spar with him as well. If he's anywhere near as strong as you are, well, I'm sure I'd learn a lot from it. Bell would hold up a palm, saying that no, he felt he had learned a lot actually instead. He looked down at his hand still holding Casca's Venom Fang and seeing the bruising on his palm. Ais, even though she had barely been using her full power and hadn't been trying to actually hurt him, had still damaged him just from him blocking her strikes. It was clear he still had a long way to go. If she had actually had killing intent with that aerial strike, who knows how it might have gone. It may have even overpowered his ruler's hand. Of course, I've got a couple other tricks up my sleeve, but... Ais would brush her hair aside, asking Bell if he has some time tomorrow, asking if he'd like to go into town together to look around, since he's new here and all. Ais would shift back and forth on her toes, waiting in anticipation for an answer. Bell would smile. Sure, why not? Besides, you already entertained my idea of sparring with me. I might as well fulfill the favor. We'll call it even. Sound good? Ais's eyes would light up with a gold flicker. She says, yeah, that sounds great. I'll see you tomorrow. She'd walk robotically away, never having felt these strange emotions before. I've never been overpowered by anyone like that. Before Ais can fully walk away, Tiona and Tiona would appear, now pulling on Bell's arms, asking him to spar with them too, saying that they're super into strong guys. Bell would turn, looking at Ais. Meanwhile, my poor boy Welf is holding back a screeching Lily, who's saying, "Get away from Master Bell, you harlots!" Ais would walk back over, grabbing Tiona and Tiona and saying that they should get out of here. With Tiona saying, while this white rabbit guy is pretty attractive, he's nowhere near as impressive as Master Finn, with her seeing Finn and diving at his feet, basically salivating over him. Tiona would have a look of desperation on her face, looking towards Finn and wondering how he deals with her sister all the time. With that, the Loki Familia would depart, with Bell promising to meet Ais tomorrow and go on their little date in the adventurer town. Back in Orario, I can see Seer sitting straight up, feeling a cold shiver down her spine. She'd wonder why she feels this way, looking towards the dungeon. Maybe I should send Ryu in there after him after all. I can sense it. That damn cheater. Bell would sneeze. Huh? Bell, you alright, man? Yeah, well, just don't worry about it. I think someone just said my name. The night would pass, with Bell getting up early and meeting with Ais. The two heading into town, she'd begin asking him all sorts of questions, like what he's been up to since she last saw him with Beta fighting in Daedalus Street, how he got so strong, what familia he's a part of. Bell would be dodging many of these questions, essentially saying that, well, I've always been pretty strong, I've been holding back for a long time, and this isn't exactly my first rodeo, and well, you wouldn't know my goddess or god, they're pretty small time. Ais would be watching, her face not revealing her emotions, as it was clear she was inquiring if Bell had some ulterior purpose. You see, she had already known that Bell wasn't a part of a familia. With Ais having gone and reported the Green Protector to the Adventurers Guild, Aina had actually recognized it, saying that it belonged to Bell Cranel, a adventurer who hasn't registered with any familia, but has clearly been going into the dungeon. The guild has been refraining from saying anything since he's actually bringing back quite a lot of gear, and there are cases of humans in the past being strong enough to take on monsters. So while they've ignored it for now, it was a bit concerning. She had given all the info she knew, but again, Aina wasn't very connected with Bell, so she could only tell her that she recognized it since she picked it as a gift for him. She also would have instructed Ais to send a message to Bell if she finds him, saying that the Master of the Adventurers Guild, that being Uranos, has a message for him, and would like his presence. While she hadn't run into Bell so far, and he is pretty hard to find, it was clear that she should tell him about this message. After their nice and relaxing date, with Bell having successfully dodged most of the questions and gotten to know each other a little better, Ais would tell him the news she had heard from the Adventurers Guild, returning his Green Protector to him, finally, and also alerting him to a request of a visit to him from Uranos, the leader and the god who presides over the Adventurers Guild. Bell would have a small frown, wondering if he's caught the attention of the Adventurers Guild somehow, but he'd thank her anyway, giving her a smile and thanking her for all of her help, and of course for that incredible sparring session the other day. Ais would blush as she looks up, saying, any time, even if you want to, maybe do this again sometime in Orario. Bell's eyebrow would raise. She'd walk off saying, never mind. Well, if you ever change your mind about that low-time goddess of yours, maybe come to the Loki Familia. Huh? Bell would say, not having quite heard what she said, mumbling. Never mind. Ais would quickly run off, disappearing, as Bell looks down at the green protector he's holding. Huh. Well, she's quite the interesting character. But with that, my debt's repaid, and I can go meet up with Welf and Lily. Bell would yawn, wondering if there's something he's forgetting, as he'd head back to meet with Welf and Lily, who are almost fully recovered. He'd lay down, closing his eyes, seemingly forgetting about one teensy tiny thing. Bell's daily quest. While he had completed it the first night they'd gotten there, Bell would have completely forgotten due to his, date with Ais Wallenstein. As he falls asleep, he would have awoken just as the penalty zone would activate. However, when the power of the system activates, pulling Bell into another world, the dungeon would begin to shake, recognizing some sort of strange power was acting within itself, now that they had entered deep enough within the dungeon. Bell would open his eyes, realizing he'd forgotten that he had not done his daily quest, and that he'd have to fight these centipedes again. Sighing, as he begins taking out the centipedes easily, he'd be a little annoyed, wondering what the heck, how could he have forgotten something so simple just because of Ais Wallenstein? That Sword Princess is both terrifyingly strong and quite the character. Bell would smile as he keeps cutting down centipedes, thinking that he did need a bit of exercise after all, since he'd been waiting and ready to go since they'd gotten there, while Welf and Lily had needed time to recover. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, while Bell is off in the penalty zone, something strange would happen. We'd see a skull descend of the crystals, as something born of the dungeon's power would begin to erupt out of the ground, from the ceiling specifically, as the black Goliath would emerge, crashing down to the forest below as it would begin casting its breath of attack magic, destroying the nearby area. Adventurers from all over, from Rivera and other locations within the entire floor, would begin converging. The adventurers would be doing their best, but this thing was way too powerful. This black Goliath. Its eyes would be filled with hatred and rage, as if they were a response of the dungeon to the divine power it had sensed. Even Uranos' prayers wouldn't get to it, with the dungeon being resistant to this power, trying to defend itself from this horrible magic power that had been coursing through it, that had started to corrupt it. Little did Bell know that he was the center of this destruction, and that the Tower of Babel had begun to react to his power, specifically the ripping open of dimensions with gates. Lily would be trying her best to support the adventurers, Welf would be making swords and equipment, even making a magic sword, something he had vowed to never do again. And yet, here he was. As the timer ticked down inside of the penalty zone, the despair of all of the adventurers on the 18th floor continued to rise. After the long 4 hours had passed, over 30 adventurers had perished. Welf and Lily were exhausted, supporting everyone the best they could. Welf, even having created that magic sword, would have finally leveled up to level 2. And then, that's when he would reappear. His white hair flowing in the wind as ash and flame cover the once peaceful safe zone of the 18th floor. Lily would turn as she'd hear a grand bell. We'd see Bell holding his hand up towards this Goliath, the black Goliath monster summoned in response to the power of the system, ripping open a gate deep within the dungeon. Bell would cast out Firebolt. And as he does, a blast of flame would cover the entire creature, its skin burning as it begins to regenerate. The adventurers return as we see Bell running up a tree and flying towards the beast, using Ruler's hand to propel himself as he releases his shadow soldiers, not giving a damn about keeping the secret any longer. As tendrils of black would reach out from under his shadow, the adventurers would get scooped out of the way by shadow soldiers as they began charging at the monsters. The stampede of monsters from beneath and above the floors had begun to converge down the 18th floor to get rid of this threat. As shadow soldiers would begin to cut down more monsters, Bell would begin fighting with the Goliath. Bell's eyes would meet with the red of the creature that had been summoned in response to his power, the black Goliath. It would roar out in rage, opening its mouth to cast an explosion of mana. But Bell would reach his hand out, grabbing its chin and forcing it shut with Ruler's hand, as the explosion would cause its insides to burst. It'd begin regenerating immediately, its skull having been exploded from the inside. Bell's jaw would drop a bit. Well, that was unexpected. as Welf would yell out for Bell's name, saying, "Bell!" as he throws the magic sword towards him. A fire-enchanted magic sword. Bell would grab the longsword, holding it above his head as he begins to charge Argonaut into it. A hero with a longsword and a mighty giant. This was where his story would begin. Inside the dungeon, we see a familiar face to us, but unfamiliar to Bell. A blonde-haired god with a hat upon his head and a feather, and next to him a blue-haired woman with a white cloak. He turned to her, saying, "Well, Asphi, what did I tell you? Zeus's grandson is amazing, isn't he? He's doing this all without a Falna. I have no idea how he's even doing it. Did you see the magic he cast? Isn't it incredible? Zeus truly found a great find. He'll be it, the hero of this generation, and the one to kill the one-eyed black." An explosion would roar through the 18th floor, as Hermes' words would be drowned out from the explosion. Bell would slice down, having charged Argonaut for 10 seconds into the magic blade, as a white flame would cut through the giant, slashing it as we'd see its magic gemstone exposed. The magic sword would shatter from the damage, as Bell would leap down onto it, using Nightkiller and pulling out Kasaka's Venom Fang, as he turns using Fatal Strike, Fatal Strike, Fatal Strike, striking at the blade and summoning Igris for its last attack, as Igris would come out of Bell's shadow and slash down with his longsword, killing the creature finally, as Bell would level up 2 times, bringing him to level 51. You have slain a floor boss. Congratulations, you have leveled up. You have leveled up. As the adventurers would cheer in glory for this unsung hero, Wolf would laugh, saying it barely even lasted 1 attack. Bell would begin falling to the ground, but before he could fall, Igris would grab him, holding him up as they would both land together. Bell would brush himself off, looking and giving a thumbs up to Igris, the two giving each other a fist bump. As Wolf and Lee would begin running down towards Bell, Bell would turn away from them, holding his hand out towards where the magic gemstone of this creature now sat. As he opens his eyes, he'd say the cast word, "Onwards." Suddenly we'd hear a wail of shrieks and screams throughout the 18th floor, as the dungeon, which had been a bright red before, now turned purple, as the dungeon itself was crying, a soul of one of its children being stripped away from its cycle of rebirth. Yes, the Goliath has had its soul claimed by the Shadow Monarch. As we'd see, the shadows around it would begin to curl inward. The shadows would begin to rise before falling back to the ground. Shadow extraction has failed. Bell would grit his teeth, saying once again, "Onwards." As the creature would begin to rise, this time he would have succeeded, as the giant monster would reform as a large creature of shadow, its eyes now burning blue, as the adventurers would cry out in horror, saying, "It regenerated? It's back again! Everyone get ready to attack!" The adventurers would be in chaos, as Bell would tell it to bend down towards him, as he decides to give him the name, Titan. Titan would bow to the ground, forming its shadow and falling into Bell's, as the giant monster would disappear. The magic stone that had once been there would shatter. The giant monostone, being sharded into bits, would lose all of its magic power, as if though it had been consumed by something. While descending into the lower floors, he hadn't had yet to use his shadow army, and he hadn't been using Onwards to claim any of their souls. So he had no idea that by claiming a monster's soul, its magic stone would shatter. Lily and Welf would be aghast, asking Bell what the hell he just did. Bell would turn with a sad smile on his face. He'd say, "That's the secret of this power. I kill to claim the power of others, and add it to my own forces. That monster that we all just defeated together, it now obeys me. Right, Titan?" He'd look down to the shadows beneath him, as he'd hear the subtle roar of the now claimed Shadow Soldier. Welf would fall over, both astonished and horrified that one person could accumulate so much power. No, he's not a level 6. He has to be at least as strong as a level 10 with that kind of strength. Being able to be a one-man army like that, it's unfair. He might even be stronger than the king. Bell would laugh at this, scratching his side of his face, as the other adventurers would come down cheering, asking if Bell had defeated it again, wondering what those black soldiers were. Bell had de-summoned them, explaining that they were a summon ability, a type of magic he can use as a mage. Muard and the other adventurers would be astonished, wondering who this kid is, asking for his name. "Oh, my name? It's News, news, issue news! We'd see papers being passed around Orario as the Adventurers Guild would be in a frenzy. Adventurer without a god strong enough to kill floor bosses? Who is Bell Cranel? His new nickname, the Orphan, was quickly spreading across Orario. The child of what appeared to be no god, strong enough to fight with people with a falna. After the incident on the 18th floor, his name spread like wildfire to the surface, with Ais and the other Loki Familia members hearing about the Orphan, Bell. So they're calling him the Orphan now, huh? That's a sad title. Loki would interject saying, but not entirely incorrect. If he really doesn't have a falna, that means he's gotten this strong all by himself. That's pretty impressive. But no one that strong in this city can stay single forever. Speaking of which, she'd turn to Ais. Won't you go get him for me, Ais, please? Ais would slam her hand into Loki's face, saying, please get off of me. Don't touch me. Loki would chase Ais around in a hectic trance, trying to get some physical affection from her. Beru would grit his teeth, kicking the wall, thinking how could someone without a falna get that powerful? At this point, Loki would interject, Riveria also commenting, saying that there is cases of heroes in the past, like the hero Albert. Ais would look down, her expression shifting for a mere moment. Humans who had been born before the era of the gods, who had power and strength akin to those of monsters. Maybe he's a descendant of a hero like that or something. Back at the guild office, Aino would be running around like crazy, with multiple familias now inquiring about who this Orphan is. The Orphan title now sticking as Bell's adventurer nickname. In fact, it was becoming so unbearable that Bell had started using stealth just to go anywhere. Aside from now being inside the Hostess of Fertility, where Mamma Mia could block people at the entrance and kick them out by force, it was becoming hard to travel about without getting interviewed, with people asking who he is, where he came from, and how he's so powerful, wondering about his strange summon ability he'd use to take out the Goliath on the 18th floor. Seer would be getting irritated with this, asking what Bell had done down there that now they're becoming such an attraction. Even Ryu was starting to get sick of it, wondering how one person could have caused such a commotion. Bell would apologize, saying he'll take care of it somehow. He wouldn't tell any of them about his meeting with Oranos that was scheduled for that very day. Bell hadn't even told Lily or Welf about it, having been told from Ais that she was supposed to be sent alone, with Bell only supposed to be meeting with Oranos face to face by themselves. Well, Bell would look down to his shadow. I suppose I won't be by myself, huh? As Bell enters into the Adventurers Guild using stealth, he'd appear behind Aina, whispering into her ear as she jumped shrieking a little, with a bit of a squeal. He'd say, I'm here to meet with Oranos. I was told to say the password of 2 crows rise at dawn. With that, Aina would guide the invisible person to the back of the guild hall, where Bell would release his stealth, now entering into the depths of the Adventurers Guild to meet with the god Oranos. Elsewhere, Welf and Lily would be sitting at a bar, with the two of them talking about that crazy fight in the dungeon, with Lily saying it was amazing seeing how Bell used that spell of his with Welf's magic sword, asking if he could make a sword for her like that, saying it was incredible how he took it down in one shot, that creature they'd been fighting for hours. Welf would laugh, saying he even managed to hit level 2, and Lady Hephaestus was proud of him. He'd have a grin on his face, with a blush on it. While the two were discussing the events of the other day, they would be approached by the Apollo Familia, with them asking if they're the ones who's been known for working with this Orphan character, saying that their god Apollo wants to speak with him, asking if they'll give him the info on where he is. Welf would say, we're not telling you anything, telling them to get out of here, before they cause trouble. It's at this point that Hyacinthos' gang would attack Welf and Lily, Lily getting picked up and thrown against the wall. Welf would barely be able to defend himself against the other two, as he's getting bullied and bruised. We'll travel back into the past, about 10 minutes ago. As Bell had entered into the depths of the Adventurers Hall, he'd finally meet with the god who had requested his presence, Oranos. I said come alone, and yet you brought an army with you. That's quite bold of you, Oranos would say, pointing to Bell's feet. Inside we'd see the shadows swirling of the shadow soldiers. Bell would hold up his hand saying, well, it's their home, I can't very well kick them out now, can I? What kind of friend would that make me? Oranos would then begin to explain to Bell, telling him that he has a job he would like to ask of him, something that he cannot ask a familia or anyone who is loyal to a god to achieve. Oranos would ask Bell if he's willing to become a demon. Bell's eyes would look up to Oranos, the two meeting as Oranos would begin to explain the information about the Xenos, a race of monsters who had been reborn inside of the dungeon, who were capable of human speech and thought, their understanding being a power beyond that of the dungeon, an evolution close to that of humanity. As Bell's listening in, before anything else can be said, Bell's face would tighten as he'd be getting notifications from his shadow soldiers that he'd implanted into Lily and Welf's shadow that they were being attacked and they were losing. Bell would tell Uranos that his friends are in danger and that he'll be back, saying that he promises he'll hear him out another time, as Bell simply disappears, vanishing with stealth and his incredible speed. Meanwhile, back at the bar, Lily would be bleeding badly as Welf is barely on the brink of consciousness. At that moment, Hyacinthos would step in, telling them to leave those losers As he's about to say leave them alone, two soldiers would pop out of Lily and Welf's shadows, startling everyone in the bar as they'd swing down the adventurers, their swords clashing. The B-rank shadow soldiers were overwhelming the level 2 adventurers, even cutting one of their hands and breaking their blades. Hyacinthos would grin, now fully on the offensive as he attacks Bell's shadow soldiers, destroying both of them. He called them trash, saying, "Such garbage. I can't believe you had such a cheap trick hidden up your sleeve." He'd begin walking over to Welf, saying that he'll just finish this. At that moment, as he pulls his fist back, ready to knock Welf unconscious and make a mess of him, his arm would be stopped as Bell would grab him by the elbow, pulling him back. Hyacinthos would turn around, not having even sensed him, as Bell would thrust his fist into Hyacinthos' face, his teeth shattering as he gets sent sprawling across the ground. He'd cough up blood as Bell's standing before him. His eyes would burn an amethyst purple as he asks, "What the hell do you think you're doing to my friends?" With that, Hyacinthos would stand pulling out a knife as he points it at Bell, saying that he's going to pay for what he did to his beautiful face. "Don't think you can escape the wrath of Apollo." Bell's eyebrow would turn upwards as he asks, "Apollo's wrath, huh? Is that really who you should be fearing right now, when I'm standing right in front of you?" Bell's murderous intent would leak out, causing Hyacinthos to see fear, as if though death itself was staring him in the face. He'd start pissing his pants as he falls to the ground, shaking. He'd look around at his comrades and everyone in the bar watching as he seems to be startled in horror. His hands would feel weak and shaky, his eyes now beginning to water as he says, You'll pay for this!" He'd grab the other two adventurers and run out of the bar, with a trail leaking behind him. The other bargoers would whistle and laugh, saying that guy just made a total fool out of the Apollo Familia. They won't forget that. Bell would turn to the fully reformed shadow soldiers, telling them good work, as he walks over to Welf and Lily. He'd ask them to pick them up as they leave the bar. With them now heading into a hidden alley, Bell would go into the item shop pulling out healing potions, using them to heal Welf and Lily. They begin coughing as they begin to recover, with them just barely being on the brink of where they could be healed from healing potions. Bell would give out a sigh of relief, thankful that his shop was able to come in handy here. Lily would start crying as she kneels towards Bell, saying, "Master Bell, they threatened us if we didn't tell them where you were staying or who you were, but we didn't tell them anything." She'd cry out in tears. Bell would pat her on the head, saying, "I know, Lily, I know. It's fine. I already took care of them." Bell's face would be hardened. He wouldn't be smiling. He'd say in a cold tone, "If they come back." Bell would look down to his shadow. "Then it seems I'll be growing my army quicker than I thought." Bell would turn looking at Welf, who is just barely waking up, as he looks down to his shadow. He'd look over at Welf and Lily, deciding on how he wants to go about this. Welf's a level 2, Lily's level 1. I'm certain that they'll come back. "Hey, Igris." Igris would pop out of his shadow. He'd instruct him to stay within Lily's shadow for now, saying that he should protect her at all costs, alert him if anything happens. He would then place the two other shadow soldiers inside of Welf, saying that they'll be within his shadow and that if either of them are attacked, he'll know immediately, saying that he'll protect them no matter what. Bell would bite the nail in his thumb, saying, "There's no way that this is going to end here." As he returns home that evening, Seer would have a look of worry on her face. Pulling out a letter and bringing it to Bell, she'd say, "Bell, we received a letter from the Apollo Familia saying that they know you're here. And Apollo, he's, inviting you to his soiree." Bell would be shocked. "I turned one of his children's face into mashed potatoes, and he's inviting me to a party?" Ryu would comment saying the Apollo Familia is known for their ruthlessness, telling him not to let his guard down. I'm not sure what happened, but you should be careful, Mr. Cranel. Bell would nod, saying he's not too worried. He'd pat Seer on the head, taking the letter and appreciating it. She'd smile with a blush on her face, as Seer would say in a loving tone, "Oh, honey, you know I'd do anything for you." Bell would laugh again, flicking her on the forehead, saying, "You and your jokes." Seer would cover her mouth. "Yes, jokes. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. 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 Ha." Bell would have a drop of sweat turn down his face. Yeah. Well, it's been a pretty eventful last week. I'm gonna go get some rest. Thanks, guys. The other girls would now be bullying Seer, saying, "Oh, your mans was cold to you, he turned you down," with Seer screaming, saying, "He didn't turn her down yet. She's still working on it." Bell would smirk as he goes to his room, laying down and finally closing his eyes. Within the next couple of days, the soiree would be held at the Apollo Familia's home. He'd enter into the gates. Walking inside, it appeared none of the other gods had the capability of seeing his shadows, aside from Uranos and a few other of the more powerful gods. But luckily, none of those seemed to be here. Except for Loki would arrive, now introducing herself to Bell, saying, "You're the orphan that we're all so proud of, right?" She'd point over at Ais, saying her little girl's being quite enamored by him, and she'd pull up a fist saying that she's not gonna have it. Never. Not on her life. And that's immortal, you know. We'd have some back and forth of banter between Bell and Loki prior to it all starting. Under the table, we'd see a large-chested goddess with black hair and pigtails. She'd be scooping plates of food under the table, eating them ravenously. Bell would raise an eyebrow, wondering what kind of god this was, as Loki would turn, telling, "Hey, Pipsqueak, save some for the rest of us," as we see Hestia and Loki getting into a fight, with Hestia pointing to her flat chest. Apollo would appear, now as the soiree had finally begun. With everything now winding down and the dances beginning, Ais would be the first to walk over to Bell. However, before Bell can begin to talk with her, someone else would appear. Someone with silver hair and silver eyes. However, this time she'd be in a party dress, not the maid uniform he was so used to seeing her in. It was Seer? Seer would turn, saying, "Oh, Bell, it's so funny to see you here." She'd giggle, holding a hand over her mouth. "Well, some of my friends were invited from other familias, so I asked if I could tag along as their guest." Ais would hold her hand out, now not getting to talk to Bell, as Seer would turn, pulling one of her eyes down and sticking her tongue out. Ais would be shocked as she takes a step back, wondering who this audacious little girl was. Seer would cough, clearing her throat, as she holds a hand out to Bell, asking if he would be so kind as to take her for a dance. Bell would have a laugh at this, smiling, once again wondering why Seer was acting so secretive all the time. He remembered back to the day he first met her, when she had shown kindness to him and brought him a place to stay after he had been abandoned, once again after the incident in the Karthanon temple. He'd gladly take her hand, as the two would have a beautiful dance scene under the soiree's light. However, that's not where our story ends. No, in fact, Apollo would much rather have it end in a more grandiose setting. As the lights would begin to fall, Ais would have been trying the entire night to get a hand on Bell, seeing if she could be able to dance with him. She had been so impressed with his swordplay. When Seer finally took a break, her feet having gone tired, Bell would be the one to approach Ais. "You know, your eyes have been on me all night like a piece of prey. I wouldn't mind if you wanted to dance, you know." Bell would kneel and hold a hand out, saying that Seer won't mind if I take you for one dance, I'm sure. Ais would blush as she gratefully takes Bell's hand, with the two of them sharing the final dance of the evening. However, as everything's beginning to wrap up, Apollo would speak, as he finally pulls off a glove, declaring to Bell that he will join his familia or he'll face him in a war game. As he throws his glove before Bell, Bell would turn, picking it up casually, asking, "Huh? What's this for?" as everyone in the room would gasp to Bell accepting the duel. Bell would look up, holding a hand, as he says, Apollo, Mr. Apollo, I don't think that'll work as well as you're hoping, since I'm not actually a part of any familia." Apollo would take a step back, not having completely considered this outcome. In the past, he's merely declared war against a familia to take out the people he wants. How does he go about getting a single person? He grit his teeth, biting on his other glove. He says, "Well, that's not..." Bell would turn, tossing his glove back to Apollo, saying that while he appreciates the offer, he's not interested in joining his familia. or any familia. Bell's eyes would turn cold as he looks up towards Apollo, saying he knows what it means to rely upon a god. Bell would begin speaking out to the crowd, saying, "Thou shalt worship God. Thou shalt praise God. Thou shalt prove thy faith." Right? Bell would grit his teeth as he spits on the ground, saying, "Well, to hell with that. I'll never worship, praise, or prove my faith to any god. Not now, or ever. No, never again." His mana would cause the lights in the room to fluctuate. Loki would whistle, saying, "Wow, Ais, you sure know how to pick 'em. This guy, he's intense. I like him." Bell would turn his back on Apollo, beginning to walk out of the soiree, as Apollo would yell, saying he'll send everyone after him, and when he wants something, he gets it. That's who Apollo is. Bell would turn, his eyes amethyst purple. As he meets Apollo's eyes, he'd say, "If you send your children, know that they'll never return." With that, the doors would swing shut behind him, as if though with a cold wind. He'd use Ruler's hand, only raising his aura more, as Bell would have severely impressed everyone at the soiree. Even Seer, who had come back from the bathroom halfway, would have been, well, let's just say she was swooning at seeing this presence, the aura that Bell was exuding. And with that, Apollo would grit his teeth, screaming as he throws the glove down on the ground, saying, "This isn't over," as the Apollo war game would begin. The wind would howl, as the large stone castle in the distance would stand, empty in this plain. Above it would be a flag, that of the Apollo Familia. The god of the sun's children would walk across the balliards, waiting for their enemy to approach. However, the earth would shake, the very ground beneath the castle walls trembling. Beyond the castle wall, the Apollo Familia would watch, their eyes now filled with horror and fear. Daphne, is that the juggernaut from the 17th floor? What the hell else does it look like? What is it doing here? The level 3s would grit their teeth, holding out their hands and screaming, "Prepare for battle." Now, next to the large creature, Titan, a man with white hair and crimson red eyes, would turn, now his gaze matching up at the giant beast. The Apollo scouts with their binoculars would now watch, as they say that Bell Cranel has been spotted, and he's holding some kind of red orb. Is it a magic item? And with that, Bell would toss the Orb of Avarice up to Titan, the magic item growing in size to match its wielder. As a smirk would play on his face, Bell would simply command, "Now fire." Hey everybody, welcome back to Level 6 for What If Bell Cranel Had the System from Solo Leveling? If you guys are new around here, first off, welcome, and second, go check out the former parts of this story. Deep in the description below, you'll find the playlist I've created with all the prior parts. Go enjoy the journey and catch up to where we are now, with the Apollo Familia war game. And for everyone who's already caught up, let's get right back into it. The stone doors would slam behind him, as Bell would use Ruler's hand, shutting the doors of a cold wind as Apollo's screeches would be heard to him, an echo behind the doors. Bell would keep walking, his pace not stopping. In his mind, he'd only have one thought. "I will protect my friends, and I'll take down this tyrannical god." Bell would return back to the host's fertility, where Seer would come a few hours later. The first thing Bell would do is bow as he apologizes to her for leaving her in such a horrible place, with that disgusting god. Seer would blush and cover her mouth, saying it's alright. If anything, she was more offended that he tried dancing with that blonde bimbo. Bell would tilt his head up, wondering what she's even talking about. Seer would make a sound as she looks away, stomping off. Anya and the rest of the girls would laugh at Bell, saying he made her mad. Before Seer would vanish, she'd turn back, saying that she had a great time at the party, and that she'd enjoy doing more things like that with Bell, before disappearing. Bell would smile, scratching his face, as he tells the other girls to inform Seer that he'll be missing for the next few days, not looking forward to the scolding he's sure to receive when he returns. Next, he'd go to meet up with Welf and Lily. When the party was coming to a close, he threw his glove down at me. Naturally, I thought he just dropped it, so I just leaned to pick it up for him, and then everyone started making a big deal out of it. Then he said some stuff that really pissed me off. Lily would be on Bell's side, saying that those jerks attacked them at that bar. There's no way that the master of that familia is a decent person. Or, well, God. Welf would agree, nodding, saying that he's heard unsavory rumors about the Apollo Familia for a long time now. Bell, you get involved with some really troubling people, you know. That Apollo guy is such a freak. My Lady of Vice has told me that Apollo would take on any Familia if they have a child that he's interested in. Thanks for the info, Welf, but I think I'd rather die and eat my own guts than ever become that man's Familia. Bell would inform his comrades of one last point. I think there's going to be more incidents like that time at the bar. If you two want to leave me here, then I think now would be a good time. Welf and Lily would turn to each other, their eyes meeting as they'd laugh, slapping Bell on the arm, saying they're not going to give up on him just because some freak is stalking him. Bell's eyes would light up for once as he feels warmth from them. He'd look up, feeling the warmth of his friendship with the two of them, not abandoning him after he practically declared war on the Apollo Familia. First Miss Seer, Miss Ryu, now you two, Welf, Lily. See, Gramps, it's just like you said. I really am blessed, huh? Bell would cover his face from him before having a huge grin as he thanks both of them, giving them a huge hug. Lily would blush as he says, Master Bell? As Welf would give him a big slap on the back, saying, you don't gotta worry about that kind of stuff, man. Come on. Bell would once again ask, Welf, are you sure? You're level 2 now. That was the end of our contract. Welf would grin, saying that he's had such a good time now being in the dungeon with both of them that he wants to stick together as a party. And he still wants to analyze Kasuka's Venom Fang, that incredible dagger that Bell uses. He wants to see if he could replicate something with as much power and durability as that blade. However, this short-term happiness was guaranteed not to last. After a good haul in the dungeon, Bell, Lily, and Welf would have called it quits after the middle floors, heading outside the dungeon and returning home individually. That is when all three of them would be intercepted by a large number, over 30 Apollo Familia members each. Lily would start shaking as she falls backward as the Apollo Familia would laugh, licking their blades, but the shadow beneath Lily's feet would quiver, as a form of a tall, regal knight would appear, his mane flowing red, with a long sword at his hip. Lily would stand up now, holding her hand on his cape, as Igris would turn slightly toward her, before pointing his blade on the level 2 adventurers. All that we would hear would be screams as blood splatters on the wall. We'd see Lily throwing her smoke bombs and supporting Igris, as Igris would easily take down and slaughter the entire group of the Apollo Familia. Bell would get notifications of XP as his 2 shadow soldiers with Welf and Welf himself would be fighting off the Familia, with Igris fighting for Lily. Bell would have a smile as he looks down, sitting up top the pile of the now unconscious members of the Apollo Familia, informing them that this is their last chance. Bell would simply vanish as he then meets up with Welf and his 2 shadow soldiers who were still fighting off the other members of the Apollo Familia. As he appears, he'd chop one in the neck with his hand, knocking him out instantly. This little game of tag with cat and mouse would play out for over the next week. And frankly, Bell was getting sick of it. He'd given them plenty of chances. At the Hostess of Fertility, many letters had been sent from the Adventurers Guild, with the guild pleading Bell to engage with the war game to end this madness, with the wars and fighting in the streets having caused fear and unrest among the civilians. Although Bell was attempting to spare most of them, even a couple of the Apollo Familia members had died, only increasing Apollo's rage and his assurance that he was going to get Bell no matter what. If there was one thing he had, it was numbers, from all the Familias that Apollo had crushed. Upon reading letter after letter, Seer would look up at Bell asking him what he plans to do. Bell would put his thumb on his chin as he turns to Seer, their eyes meeting. He'd ask her what she thinks he should do. Seer would smile as she then puts her arm around Bell, saying that no matter what he chooses, she'll always be on his side. Bell's eyes would widen as a small blush would appear on his face. He'd turn, avoiding her gaze, saying, "Come on, don't tease me like that." But this would actually confirm what he needs to do. He needs to put a stop to this once and for all, for the happiness of not only him, but his friends, and everyone here. Bell would then head to the Adventurers Guild, where he promises to meet with the guild head and Uranos. Uranos and Bell still not having finished their conversation. Bell would inform Lily and Welf of his plan, with both of them supporting him. Seer too, of course. When he enters into the guild, they'd ask him what his plans are to deal with the Apollo Familia, seeing that he's been invited to join their familia and has clearly caused some chaos within the city. Uranos would ask Bell what he plans exactly to do, saying that he wants to finish their conversation from earlier. Bell would hold up his hand, telling Uranos that he doesn't want him to view him as an individual. As he looks into Uranos' eyes, he'd say that he wants to be treated as a familia by the Adventurers Guild, not a party. Uranos would ask Bell if he's sure about this, stating that he recognizes him from the Adventurers Guild officially as his own familia, then Apollo can rightfully challenge him to a war game. Bell would smirk, saying that's exactly what he has in mind, saying that he'll be the only representative of his familia, meaning that he gets to agree on the war game terms between himself and Apollo. Uranos would think about it, saying that he needs some time to determine this. Next, he would ask if they can finish their conversation from earlier, before he was interrupted. Bell would nod, mentioning the Xenos he had talked about. This is where Uranos would explain to Bell everything he had been hoping to ask him, saying that it actually becomes more convenient if Bell can be treated as a familia, due to the Adventurers Guild now having jurisdiction to send him on quests, and paying him for it now legally. Uranos would ask Bell to assist him in protecting the Xenos within the dungeon, explaining that there are a group of monsters who have gained consciousness, similar to the soldiers that Bell himself has possession of. Their souls aren't tainted by the dungeon. And besides, you owe me quite a favor, you know. Those Xenos are the only reason that the lower-level adventurers can step foot into the dungeon. Huh? What are you even talking about? Uranos' eyes would narrow as he points at Bell's shadow. You took the Goliath from the 17th floor, didn't you? Since your fight in Rivera, the Goliath has not respawned inside the dungeon, meaning that the higher-level monsters from lower floors have no reason not to ascend higher to try and escape the dungeon anymore. It acted as a natural barrier to keep the ecosystem separate. But now, Bell had barely noticed because he hadn't seen any particularly strong monsters during his descent down to the middle floors, but Uranos would explain. That's because of the Xenos. I've tasked them with now taking that role and facing off monsters that try to ascend to the higher floors. Bell would be shocked, realizing that it seems he's destabilized the dungeon, wondering if his ability is something that supersedes its authority. Uranos would nod, saying that he has no idea how Bell's acquired such an ability, but when he looks at Bell, the soul he sees is not that of a human or that of a god. Frankly, I have no idea what you are. One thing I've gained with my centuries of knowledge is staring into Tartarus is a poor mistake. The abyss stares back into you, huh? Bell would give a small smile to Uranos, saying, I understand. I'll give you a week to make up your mind. I won't be able to be found during that time, no matter who you send to look for me. Bell would turn as he then leaves the area, now wondering what Uranos was exactly talking about, and again questioning what this system is that's given him this incredible strength and power. If it's not the source of a god, then what is this power exactly? Bell would alert Welf and Lily and Seer that he'll be missing for a time, telling them to stay inside and avoid going outdoors, and that he'll be back, explaining that he has asked Uranos to make him his own familia, recognized by the Adventurers Guild. They'd all nod, with Welf, Lily, and Seer supporting him. And with that, he'd say that he'll be back. Bell would seemingly disappear for an entire week, with the Apollo Familia having lost track of him completely. But no, he wasn't gone, and he didn't flee the city. Instead, he had returned to a place he had long thought he would not be able to return to, without the cost of his own life. The Demon King's castle. Using the trigger key from his inventory, he would open up the castle once again. He would have had to leave Igris behind to protect Welf and Lily while he's gone, meaning that he'll be relying on his own power to get through here from now on. But after all those fights I've been in recently, I'm already level 65, and I was able to keep on par with Ais Wallenstein. Surely I'm strong enough now. He'd think back to his fight with Cerberus, where he'd almost died. When exactly will I know that I'm strong? Bell would push open the gates, using the gatekeeper's entry pass, as demons would rush him from the first floor of the demon's castle. Bell would summon forth Titan and his remaining shadow soldiers. With himself and his army now going on the offensive, he'd be cutting through demons like they were butter, easily defeating them. Bell would look over at his shadow soldiers. They'd seemingly cheer as they clashed their swords together, happy that they're actually useful in being able to do something for once, since within the dungeon Bell had to restrain them so Welf could get more experience to level up. Bell would laugh watching as he slices off another demon's head, getting more experience. He'd begin leveling up even faster now, easily taking out demons as his strength was increasing. He was getting close to level 70 now, but as the floor was being cleared away by himself and his shadow soldiers, the system would give him a notification. Bell would turn now looking at his quests. He had already completed his daily quest today, so instead, this notification was for something else, telling him that he was now tasked with the quest to clear the Demon King's castle and collect demon souls. Quest description: regular quest, collect the demon souls. 1. The demon's castle is swarming with demons. You will receive a special reward for defeating the demons and collecting their souls. Quest requirements: collect 10,000 demon souls. Rewards: choose any one item from the shop. 2. Bonus stats plus 20. 3. Undisclosed reward. Underneath this would be a small number. It would show 50 out of 10,000. Bell will be surprised, wondering if he really has to take out 10,000 demons. Well, I did want to beat up for the wargame after all, so I suppose this will be a fun side quest to take care of. Bell would turn to the defeated demons as he holds his hand out, saying, "Onwards." The system would have a pop-up notification saying, "You cannot use shadow extraction on the demon souls," explaining that the demon souls were tainted, thus incomplete and not possible to be used for shadow extraction. Bell would sigh, saying that's a shame, as they continue slaughtering floors, moving their way up to the 25th floor. Bell had been gone for 3 days now, but at least Seer knew where he was, with Bell saying he had entered the dungeon and was waiting for Uranos to call on him. However, Apollo was getting desperate. Noticing the relationship between Bell and Seer from the dance, he would have sent some of his familia now to the host's fertility. When Seer would walk outside, we would see a group of the Apollo familia walking towards her, but before their hand could reach out, they'd be smacked away by our blonde elf heroine, Ryu. Ryu would say in a cold tone not to touch their employees, and Mamma Mia would turn, her eyes now looking out of the bar at the group of adventurers. Seer would take a step back, saying, "Ryu," with the Apollo familia now gritting their teeth, saying this will be easier than taking on that damn monster, referring to Igris that they've been traumatized by. Ryu's eyes would narrow as she grips the platter she was holding. We'd hear splintering of wood and the screams of the Apollo familia as Seer would be guided back inside by Anya, with Ryu asking when Mr. Cranel's going to get this all cleaned up, saying that it's starting to get on her nerves. The Apollo familia, bloody and bruised, would say that just because she's his little girlfriend doesn't mean that she's safe from them either. Seer would blush, saying, "You think I'm his girlfriend?" "Oh, Ryu, do you hear that? Oh, this is wonderful. I'm having a great day." Ryu would not be amused, bopping her on the head and saying, "Let's get back to work." Meanwhile, Bell is on the 37th floor as he's continued leveling up, now reaching level 73. Having made it to the 49th floor, he would have finally received the ability to exit into the 50th floor, wondering what he'd find there. Upon entering the floor, he'd feel an intense surge of magical power. The monster itself gave him the same vibe as when he had fought Titan while he was alive. He'd summoned Titan, saying that they're going to have an interesting fight, as he'd move towards the magical power. While Bell and his soldiers would be walking, Bell would sit atop Titan's shoulder, looking around the horizon around him. This world, it was like Orario, except covered in flames and destroyed. Bell would wonder to himself if this world was what it would be if there were no adventurers, no one to stop the monsters from destroying the entire planet and ruining all of their lives. He'd frown, wondering how sad that future must be, as they'd arrive at the floor boss, the avaricious Vulcan, the Archdemon. Bell would slide off of Titan's shoulder as he falls to the ground using Ruler's hand and landing softly. He'd step forward as his soldiers would stand behind him. Bell had been investing a lot of his points into magic recently, increasing his intellect, this giving him the ability to summon more soldiers and be able to regenerate them more. He'd look up at Vulcan, seeing its fat, grotesque form. The demons now bowing before it would turn, howling as they would hiss and screech. His soldiers would clash with the demons, cutting them down, and some of them being destroyed, with them reforming using Bell's magic. As Bell would begin walking towards Vulcan himself, the boss would not move. Bell would look the floor boss up and down, wondering if this was really the thing giving off so much magic power. He turned back to Titan, saying, "Well, I guess you can obliterate." As he would say this, Vulcan would seemingly teleport, his incredible speed not being suitable for his size, as he'd throw a punch at Bell. Bell would barely dodge out of the way, as the blow would have shockwaves of air coming off it. Titan would roar as he slams his fist down on Vulcan, with the demon catching it with one hand, the two struggling in a fight of overwhelming power. Titan would open his jaw as we'd see blue flames now beginning to charge. Titan would blast Vulcan in the face directly with his attack, with the flames covering the demon. But it would barely do any damage. Bell would smile, saying this guy's pretty strong, as he runs from the ground and then jumps up into the air, pulling his arm back. The armor on his hand would vibrate, his clothes ripping as his muscles would bulge. He'd throw a massive right hook directly into the creature, as its fat would reverberate off of his fist. Vulcan would go flying into a building, causing it to crash down as wood splinters would fall to the ground, bursting again into flames. Titan would turn towards his master, bowing to Bell, as Bell then focuses back on the fight, telling Titan to help him out from support from the rear. Titan would begin charging another flame, as Bell himself began charging Argonaut, waiting for Vulcan to get out of the rubble. Argonaut would charge over his fist, as Bell would pull out Kasaka's Venom Fang. Using it with the Argonaut, he'd strike at its flesh, severing and cutting into it. However, it was barely doing anything. Both the bleed and paralysis effect would be having zero effect on this Vulcan. Even using Night Killer, he could only cause superficial damage. He needed something bigger, something that could be a final blow. Bell would then push himself out of the way, using dash as he gets faster, running off and now leaping off a building, as he then orders for Titan to fire. Titan would blast Vulcan, causing him to be covered in energy as his skin would boil. The creature would howl as it then charges at Titan, pushing the Black Goliath's shadow into the ground, as we'd see dust and flames now kicked into the air. The demons would mostly be getting mowed down by the Shadow Soldiers at this point, with his Shadow Soldiers having significantly been leveling up themselves. Bell would get back into the fight, spinning as he uses Ruler's hand to pull himself towards Vulcan. Bell would give a battle cry as he throws a punch covered with Argonaut, increasing his power as he then says, "Firebolt." A blast of blue flame would cover the creature, with it sizzling the wound that he had inserted with his blades earlier. Vulcan and Bell would be going back and forth as Bell was getting batted around by its large fists. He'd have to do something. Bell would turn looking at a great stone clock tower as he then beckons him to come toward him. Vulcan would rush towards Bell. Bell would point at the tower to Titan, who would turn, charging his breath once more. As he blasts the tower, the stone tower would begin to fall on Vulcan. Bell would use Ruler's hand, holding his hand out and pushing with all of his strength down on it, trying to slow it down before it can reach him. The bell tower would crash down on Vulcan, causing it to scream out in pain. Bell would level up 3 times, taking him to level 76. The system would roar to life, telling Bell, "Congratulations, you have defeated the floor boss, the Archdemon Vulcan. Soul claimed, rewards claimed, fragment of the world tree. Item drop, the Orb of Avarice. Item drop, Demon Monarch's Earring." Bell would look down his soot-covered hands as he then reveals the Orb of Avarice, impressed as his eyes widen, sparkling. "Wow, that's pretty incredible." Bell would read out the description of the Orb of Avarice. Effect, Desire for Destruction, doubles the user's magic damage output. Bell would then take a look at the Demon Monarch's Earring. Item, Demon Monarch's Earring, Item Class, S, Type, Accessory, plus 20 Strength, plus 20 Vitality. Set effect will activate if this item is equipped along with Demon Monarch's Necklace, Demon Monarch's Ring. Set effect 1, Locked. Set effect 2, Locked. Bell would wonder if he'll unlock more of these powerful items as he climbs the tower. However, he'd look at the floor pass, letting him pass to the middle floors, having defeated the Lord of the lower floors. He'd put the pass in his inventory, saying that that's enough for now. It's been roughly a week since he's gone in here, and it's time to go back, to find Oranos' decision and deal with Apollo. But before that, Bell would hold the Orb of Avarice, wanting to test something. He'd toss it to one of his mages, asking them to hold it for a second. The mage, tantalizingly wanting to use it, would resist due to its lord's command. Bell would point his hand towards the ruined clock tower. Firebolt. The regular red flame of Firebolt, uncharged by Argonaut, would rip through the air, causing a small explosion on the tower. Bell would turn to his shadow soldier, raising his eyebrows and motioning his fingers in a "come on, give her here" type of face. The shadow soldier would begrudgingly throw back the orb to its master, bowing to Bell. Bell would hold it in one hand as he points with his other hand toward the clock tower. He'd then say, "Firebolt." This time, the Orb of Avarice would light up from the magic flowing through Bell, as the flame coming out of Bell's hand would be in twice the size and volume, the flame exploding and causing the tower to crack, double the strength of a normal firebolt just by holding it. Damn, that's seriously impressive. Bell would stash in his inventory, saying he doesn't want to risk losing or breaking this for now, saying that he has a couple ideas on how to use this for good use. With that, himself and his soldiers would return back to the first floor and exit the Demon King's castle, returning back to the world in Orario. The Adventurers Guild would, for the first time in history, have announced that a single human was considered worth of a familia. The gods would be outraged, with several of them saying this breaks tradition and all common sense. Many would be opposed and many would be in favor, with many discussing on if someone like the king, Otarl, from the Freya Familia would also be worthy of being their own familia in their own right, being the strongest adventurer in all of Orario. Debates on how powerful Bell, the orphan, was now skyrocketed, with adventurers now speaking his name in admiration, looking forward to the live televised fight, the war game between the Apollo and Cranel Familias. The details of the war game would be laid out, with Bell set to be the attacking force on a castle for a capture the flag game, to make it even since he has so few numbers, being that he's the only member of his familia and all. Apollo would laugh now at this Donitis, claiming that it's hilarious that they have to have Hermes stand in as Bell's representative since he's not a god. Hermes would laugh, saying that he was asked by Oranos to represent for Bell, seeing as he's an impartial party. Hermes and Apollo would have some back and forth, with Hermes ironing out the terms. Apollo would state, "When I win this war game, all of Bell will be mine. He'll belong to me at last." What a fine specimen. He'd be giddy, blushing. It was clear what he had intended. Suddenly, we'd hear a voice from the shadows of the crowd, as Freya would stand saying, "Oh, well then, what about when you lose, Apollo?" Apollo would snort, laughing. Me losing? Oh, it's insane. But sure, I'll give Bell everything I have. Whatever if he can somehow best me. I have over 200 members of my familia. I don't care how strong he is. Even your precious King Freya would go down against my entire familia. There's no way he's winning this war game. Oh, but I don't mind. I love a rabbit that gives me a little bit of a chase. Freya's eyes would be closed with a smile on her face as she sits back down, saying very well. As the war games would be ironed out and the gods would agree, Bell would then leave for the battlefield. Welf and Lily wondering if they should join him, asking if there's any way they could do it. Bell would reject them, saying that they can't leave their familias, explaining that although he's considered a familia, he can't give them a falna. He doesn't have that kind of ability. So while he can protect them inside the dungeon, he can't help them grow stronger. For now, he asked for them to stay in their familias, appreciating their support, telling them to have some faith in him and that he'll take down Apollo. Lily would stay at the Hostess of Fertility using Bell's room while he was gone, with Ryu promising to protect her while Bell was away. Welf, of course, would still be safe with the Hephaestus Familia, watching from the sidelines, with everyone in Orario with bated breaths. Even Ais and the Loki Familia would be watching with keen interest, wondering what the consequences of this battle will be. Beta would laugh, standing up and leaving the room, saying, "I hope that Bell guy gets what's coming to him." Beta would stomp off, already seemingly knowing the results of this battle. The wind would howl, as the large stone castle in the distance would stand, empty in this plain. Above it would be a flag, that of the Apollo Familia. The god of the sun's children would walk across the balliards, waiting for their enemy to approach. However, the earth would shake, the very ground beneath the castle walls trembling. Beyond the castle wall, the Apollo Familia would watch, their eyes now filled with horror and fear. Daphne, is that the juggernaut from the 17th floor?
What the hell else does it look like?
What is it doing here? The level 3s would grit their teeth, holding out their hands and screaming, "Prepare for battle!" Now, next to the large creature, Titan, a man with white hair and crimson red eyes, would turn, now his gaze matching up at the giant beast. The Apollo scouts with their binoculars would now watch as they say that Bell Cranel has been spotted, and he's holding some kind of red orb. Is it a magic item? And with that, Bell would toss the Orb of Avarice up to Titan, the magic item growing in size to match its wielder. As a smirk would play on his face, Bell would simply command, "Now fire." A beam of pure energy of magic power, doubled from the normal strength of Titan, would eradicate the front gate, the entire castle wall being blown to smithereens as members of the Loki Familia would go flying. There would be screams as Daphne would call for Cassandra, the two of them trying to get out of there. Daphne would be speaking in hushed tones, saying that she saw this. A white rabbit would jump over and devour the sun. She knew this was going to happen. This was a terrible idea. Why did we ever go after him? Cassandra would smack Daphne, saying to get her head together or they're going to die, as another blast would be sent firing. The Familia from the Apollo Familia would start sending magic of their own towards Titan as they start blasting magic power using staffs and casts of their own. Bell would hold his hand out as he would then call forth his own mages, countering their magic and connecting fire with fire. Bell would summon all of his shadow soldiers, now over a total of 60, with various monsters having been added to the mix. With his magic power increased from the Demon King's castle, he had claimed several, including a new Minotaur, several Hellhounds, and more. These monsters covered in shadows with blue flames would erupt, with the Hellhounds being particularly effective, blasting waves of fire towards the magic and blocking it so Titan can charge another shot. Igris would lead the infantry as he charges forward with Bell toward the castle. They'd start screaming, saying that he's on the offensive. Bell Cranel has breached the gates! Hyacinthos would be sitting upon the throne in the center of the castle. With him feeling a sweat drop down his face, he'd anxiously rub his face. Although it had been healed, he'd still have it bandaged after using the healing magic, not forgetting the shame and humiliation that Bell had done onto him inside of that tavern incident. "I don't care what Lord Apollo wants, I'm going to get my gift back. That Bell, he's going to pay for what he did to my beautiful face." The castle would rumble again as more screams can be heard. As Titan's blast would eradicate more of the castle, the adventurers and civilians inside of Orario watching will be jumping up and down, seeing this castle raid. Bell was demolishing the Apollo Familia. It wasn't even a war game, it was a massacre. The infantry alongside Igris and Bell would storm through the castle, cutting down any they find. Bell's impressive speed and strength would easily overwhelm anyone who came before him, as he cut them down with a single strike. Using Kasuka's Venom Fang, they'd be paralyzed immediately as he cuts them, where they'd fall to the ground unable to move. Bell would continue storming his way up, walking directly through the front gates, and now leaving through the stairs, as his army would completely begin to storm the castle, an army of 60 overpowering that of 200. Apollo would be screeching from the Dionysus while the gods would watch, both impressed and horrified that one adventurer has this much power. It's no wonder Uranos wanted to make him worthy of a Familia. What kind of magic allows him to control that many golems? I've never seen anything like it. Hell, I'd want him for my Familia too. Freya would simply speak silence, as the other gods would hush up as she continues watching her Bell perform. She'd have a beautiful smile on her face as she looks tantalizing at him, watching his crimson red eyes as they turn cold and purple, cutting down the enemies before him. So beautiful. As Bell arrives to the top of the floor, he'd meet Hyacinthos, where he'd point his blade toward him, saying that the Apollo Familia has fallen. Hyacinthos would screech, saying nothing has fallen, when he stands right here. As he steps up trying to walk towards Bell, Igris would pull out his blade, holding it in front of him. Bell would seemingly blitz past the two of them as he appears now on the throne, taking a seat within the castle throne, as Hyacinthus would turn asking, What? Saying that he only needs to take the crown off his head to win and capture the flag. Bell would put his hand on his chin, gesturing to Igris and saying that his knight wishes to do battle with him. Surely he wouldn't sully his own comrade's honor like that, would he? Hyacinthus would bite down his teeth hard, hearing them scratch as he says, "How dare you? You think one of your summons is enough for me? I obliterated your pathetic knights last time in the bar, and you won't even fight me?" Bell would smile as he looks at Hyacinthus. "Fine then. If you can last 1 minute against Igris, I'll give up and let you win. I'll even join your pathetic little familia." Hyacinthus' face would be distorted with rage and hatred, saying, "Bell Cranel, how dare you?" Hyacinthus would unsheath his sword, pointing it to Bell as he runs towards the throne. But, hey, Igris, finish him off already. Before Hyacinthus can even take another step, we'd hear a shing of metal through the air. Hyacinthus would take another few steps forward, saying, "It's not," as his vision would change. He'd see his own torso? Why is he on the floor? As spurts of blood would cover the red, rich carpet. His eyes would begin to dilate as he sees the longsword that had severed his head, the metal crown clattering to the ground as the gods and adventurers of Orario would gasp, seeing as Hyacinthus has been beheaded by Igris. Igris would gingerly lift off the crown of the ground before walking towards Bell and kneeling before the throne, offering it to him. Bell would take a step forward, standing off of his throne, and pick up the crown, placing it on his own head, as the trumpet would sound and the Apollo Familia had been defeated, with Apollo watching in horror as he had lost the war game he initiated. To rub salt in the wound, Bell would walk towards Hyacinthus as he holds out a hand toward him. "Come, onwards." A shadow soldier with Hyacinthus' armor and blade would form. With the transmission feed already being cut off after the victory, Bell would have claimed his soul. "Since you were so cruel and vain, your name shall be Vanity." As Bell would add another useful shadow soldier to his army, he would now have added Vanity. Cassandra and Daphne would be shaking in a corner watching the bloodshed as the shadow soldiers would form into a liquid on the ground, now combining back into Bell's shadow. The orb of avarice would fall from the sky, shrinking as Bell grabs it, throwing it back into his inventory. Back in Orario, the transmission had been cut after he had placed the crown on his head, with everyone cheering that Bell had actually won. A single adventurer had taken down a familia of over 200 people. Loki was practically drooling. The rest of the gods were both amazed and horrified that someone with this much power has appeared in the city, wondering if Otarl is really still the king. Freya's face would be blush as her teeth would shine through with a grin. She looked down at Apollo saying, "When you win, huh?" Apollo would have fear in his eyes as he looks at the other gods, saying, It's not too late to take it back, right? There's no god. It wasn't an actual war game. It was just him taking on an individual rogue adventurer." He'd try to slither out of the room, but Hermes would grab him, saying that a deal is a deal. As he was the one who made the contract with Apollo, he was now sending him out of Orario, banishing him. The award of the Apollo Familia's mansion, along with all of their possessions and money, would be invested by Bell, as Bell has now inherited all of the Apollo Familia's assets. Around a week later, the streets of Orario would still be buzzing with talk of the war game. Apollo, having been banished from the city, would have been left in his honor in shambles. We can now see the gates now in front of the former Apollo mansion, as Cassandra and Daphne are now trying to leave, with Daphne having her hands on the gates and saying she forgot her favorite pillow still. We see as a man leaves out of the mansion with white hair and red eyes. He'd walk toward the gate as Daphne would gasp in fear. Her eyes looking up as she meets his, she'd say, It's so dark." Cassandra would ask what she's talking about as she jumps, not having even heard Bell's footsteps. Sorry, don't mind her. Please don't hurt us. She just forgot something when we were leaving." Bell would push open the gate, asking if they'd like to come in and grab whatever they left. He'd be unexpectedly kind, his voice warm. She'd wonder why, if this was even the same person who had taken down their entire familia and had so ruthlessly murdered Hyacinthus. There's no way, right? The two girls would follow behind Bell as he pushes open the door of his mansion. Inside there'd be dwarven workers working on renovating it, and shadow soldiers helping move things. We'd see Bell as he looks up toward the portrait of Apollo being taken down, as instead a large portrait of Igris would be hung. Igris would be nodding approvingly at the workers, giving him a thumbs up. I'm still working on renovating the place, but I think if there's anything you've left, it might still be here. Feel free to take a look around. Daphne would thank him, bowing, as she runs toward the stairwell where she had hidden her favorite pillow before. Grabbing it, she'd pull out the pillow, thanking Bell and returning to his side with Cassandra. The two would look around the mansion some more, seeing what he's been doing with the place. I haven't fully moved out of the Hostess of Fertility yet. I've been having a couple debates with someone, so I'm not fully moved in yet. We'd see a flashback of Seer crying as she's holding onto Bell's pillow, telling him to stay here at least until the mansion is finished being renovated. She'd have tears in her eyes pulling on his arm as he'd look exhausted, with Ryu giving him a death stare. Meanwhile, Mamma Mia would be on the opposite end, laughing and joyful that he was finally leaving. Looks like you finally got a job, huh? Congratulations. Bell would have a little bit of an irritation in his eyebrow as he says, You know I've been paying rent this entire time, right? It's not like I was a freeloader. She'd then change into a brash tone saying, Huh? You think I dealt with all those adventurers from the Apollo Familia for that whole 3-week stint for nothing? That was you paying for your protection, huh? She seemed to be acting like a gangster. Seer would again cry, saying, Belle, please, why don't you just stay here? You're already moved in, there's no point. Just sell the mansion. Belle would then cut off this memory, as Cassandra and Daphne would thank him once more. After everything they've been through with Apollo, they were thankful to finally be free of him at last. Belle would nod, bowing to them as they leave the gates, closing it behind him. Bell would turn, looking up at the large symbol that had been formerly of the sun on his mansion. Instead, he'd been working with a dwarven craftsman to pay for a new symbol. He'd had to have Igris pose for it too. With a new symbol being plastered on the mansion, Welf and Lily would come by, opening the gates and saying, Belle, are you ready to head to the dungeon? The three would look up at the new symbol on the Cranel Familia mansion, as we'd see a stone carving of a helmet with a long mane, and behind the helmet, a large bell. Upon returning that day from the dungeon with Welf and Lily having had a huge haul, he'd find someone waiting outside of his gates. It was Master Soma. What are you doing here? Soma would turn, standing as he has a bag full with all sorts of tools and varieties of equipment. In fact, it was looking like he'd been kicked out of his house or something. Soma would stand listlessly waiting for him as he'd smile upon seeing Bell, saying that after seeing how he performed during that war game, he was impressed, and he'd hold his hand out, asking Bell if he could join the Cranel Familia. Bell would spit, asking, "But what?" As Soma would explain that after seeing his performance during the war game, he'd come to realize that if he were to work with Bell, there'd be no reason for him to need his own familia any longer. I can work on perfecting my craft all day. I wouldn't have to worry about updating any of your soldiers' fauna because they work for you. It's really fantastic. It'd be ideal for me. And I heard from Hermes that you're looking for someone to be the god to contract with Lily Ruka again, right? Oh, yeah, I've completely forgotten about that. Before the war game, Bell had asked Hermes if he'd be willing to let Lily Ruka join the Hermes Familia, having heard from Oranos that Hermes may owe Bell a favor, although he wouldn't tell him why. Hermes would initially reject Bell, telling him that he has a better idea and to just wait and see what happens after the war game. And with that, Soma would have disbanded his familia, seeking to join Bell as his underling, with this causing Oranos and the guild to have another shakeup, with a god never having requested to join another familia before. It was really something else. Soma would have disbanded his familia, now destroying the fauna connections between himself and all of his familia and children. He had despised those children for so long for their addiction to his pure drink. Bell would hold out his hand to Soma, saying, "Well then, I guess I'll be fine with adding you as a child of my familia, huh?" Soma would grin, having a smirk as he laughed, saying, "Making me sound like a kid or something." And to that, the god Soma would fall under Bell as a part of his familia. Within the next few days, all those from the Soma familia would have come begging Bell to let them join his familia, seeing as Soma was apparently creating even more delicious wine than before. Bell had shut all of them down, with them being forced to either leave the city or get some therapy. Soma would have been given a wing of the mansion to turn into his distillery, since Bell didn't really need all of that space to himself and the Shadow Soldiers anyway. He'd even given some of the rooms to some of his Shadow Soldiers to make it feel more lived in. They seemed excited having their own personal rooms since the mansion was so huge. Igris would have a large library he'd loved looking through, even now opening books from time to time to read through them. Bell would enjoy seeing his Shadow Soldiers now partaking in pastimes during their free time. Over the course of the next few days, again, Lily would come before Bell and Soma, asking Bell if she can join his familia. He would nod, agreeing, with Welf having discussed with Hephaestus the same thing. And so, Bell would order his child, Soma, to bestow a falna upon Lily and Welf. He would agree to his lord, bowing before Bell and using his falna, giving Lily Ruka a Soma Familia crest again, once again alongside Welf. The symbol of Soma being now engraved on both of them, as Welf would be given a blacksmith shop that Bell himself would help build with his Shadow Soldiers and Welf's assistance. With that, it was clearly established that the Cranel Familia was growing, as a large pool of adventurers would be sending letters and meeting outside the gates of Bell's mansion every single day, practically begging to join the Cranel Familia. However, Bell was purely disinterested. He was already sacrificing a lot of experience just by sharing it with Welf and Lily. There was no way he wanted a huge party like that. And aside from that, he couldn't truly trust their intentions, seeing as most of them were probably trying to get back with Soma so they could taste his wine again. The Cranel Familia would begin selling wine, with Bell ensuring its distillation from Soma, so that it wouldn't cause any more accidents in the future. Soma was disheartened, however, he did enjoy the trade-off, that Bell would try any of his alcohol at any time, with Bell still completely immune to any of it. Soma was purely delighted being able to discuss the flavor with Bell without him being drunken. One day, while Welf and Lily went to bed early after their time in the dungeon, Bell would have decided to stay out a little bit later, stopping at the hostess fertility on his way home. He still spoke with Seer every single day. She told Bell all that she missed about him, saying she wished that he still lived there with them, and the rest of the girls of course missed him too. Bell would smile, saying they're welcome to come over any time. He's got a pretty big mansion if they want to ever have a fun game night or something. Seer would have a large blush on her face, saying, "Really?" with them promising to make plans sometime soon. Bell would then begin walking home as he closes his eyes, thinking about all that's happened so far, how his life has changed so much in just the past couple of weeks and months. It's like everything is better now. So much has changed. As Bell still has to finish some running for today's daily quest, he'd find himself in a new part of Orario, a place he had never been to before. That being the pleasure district of Orario. Bell would be getting approached by large, busty women, as the attractive girls would be swooning over his looks and his aura. Bell would gently brush them off, saying he thinks he might have gotten lost, saying he'll turn around and leave. They'd blow kisses to him, asking him if he's sure he can't stay. With Bell being so unfamiliar with women anyway, even he'd show a natural blush, wondering how he got himself here. As Bell was planning to leave, he'd find a blonde man with a familiar hat and feather, Hermes. He hadn't known why Hermes had owed him a favor from Oranos, but he was curious. He'd walk up behind him, brushing off the girls. He says, "Hermes, is that you?" The god would turn screaming, saying, Bell! Ah, there you are. Of course, you must have been drawn to this place too. Take a look around, this is the world for us, Bell. He'd practically be salivating. Bell would have a look of cringe on his face, but remembering the times when he thought adventuring would be all fun and girls just like this. He'd laugh, asking Hermes if he knew that Soma would come to join his familia. Hermes would tilt his hat, saying, "Now is not the time to talk about such serious topics, not when you have such lovely ladies waiting on your hand and foot." He'd point at the girls following Bell with blushes on their face, hoping to get some action from Bell, if you know what I'm saying. As Bell would turn, Hermes would tuck something into his hand, telling him to have a great night and to enjoy it, as he then disappears off into the crowd. Before Bell can hand it back to him, he'd look down as the system would analyze it. Aphrodisiac. Huh? Hermes. Suddenly, Bell would feel a chill, as an arm with tan skin would wrap around his neck. Two Amazonian girls would be blushing, saying, "Oh my, it's the master of the Cranel Familia. You want to come home with us?" Even Lady Ishtar wants a piece of you. But we'll have a taste first, if that's all right. They'd whisper in his ear. As Bell's face would slowly get more red, he'd say, no thank you, as he tries to use stealth and escape. They'd say, oh, as he simply vanishes, disappearing through the crowd and running as they chase after him, with girls screaming after Bell. Bell, after avoiding them for a time, would eventually find himself entering into a small room to dodge the group of them, with Aisha and the other Amazonians leading the charge to try and get a piece of Bell. As he enters the room, he'd hear a soft voice behind him. Oh, I have a customer? Bell would turn, seeing the metal collar around her neck. Her slim, beautiful figure and her pale skin, with green eyes and golden hair. She'd have fox-like fennel ears on her head. His eyes would gaze over her, his red ones meeting her green, as she'd blush, saying she's never met a man here before. She'd tell Bell to leave everything to her as she walks toward him. Bell would fall down, now caught off guard by her beauty and her forwardness. As she tries to take off Bell's shirt, she'd see his muscular chest and abdomen. As she touches his collarbone, she'd blush, saying, "A gentleman's collarbone?" as she falls to the ground unconscious. Bell would snap out of it as he tries to pick up her, asking, Are you okay? As he tries to use a healing potion on her. Seeing as her HP's full, it seems she just fainted. He'd pull out some water from the shop, giving it to her, as she'd slowly recover, standing back up. Thank you. I'm so terrible. I can't even manage one customer, she'd say with a disheartened tone. Bell would ask her what she's doing here, and if she's never been able to have a customer before, how is she even working here? The girl would keep her mouth shut as she introduced herself, with Bell asking her name, saying her name's Haruhime. She began talking to Bell about her dream, of how when she was a child she wanted to be rescued by a powerful hero, and she loved reading fantasy stories like that. But now, she gestured to herself. Someone like me in this industry will never be saved by a hero like that. I'm just a symbol of destruction and hatred. In stories like that, heroes don't save girls like that. You're wrong. Bell would look at Haruhime, grabbing her shoulders. He says, anyone deserves to be saved. Just because you work in a service industry like this doesn't mean that you don't have a right to be saved. Haruhime. She blushed, asking, saying, Mr. Bell. As more of the Amazonians from the Ishtar family would be now riled up looking for Bell, he would turn nervously as a sweat drops down his forehead. If Seer catches me here, it'd be even worse if they found me. Should I just use stealth and escape? Haruhime would see his distress, opening a door behind her and telling him that if he continues going straight, he'll enter Daedalus Street and leave the Pleasure District. Bell would thank her as he can feel himself being pursued, as he says that they'll have to talk again sometime. As he descends out of the window and to the street below, he'd use stealth, vanishing from her sight. Haruhime would have a beautiful smile on her face. As her eyes would slowly fill with tears, she'd say, It was so nice to meet someone with a soul as kind as you, before it all comes to an end. The cool breeze would flow over Bell's face, as the night would be filled with the scent of smoke, mirrors, and the entertainment of the pleasure quarter of Orario. He turned one last time to the girl who had saved him, the blonde fennec-eared girl, Haruhime. She'd have a soft smile on her face, gently waving as he turns, nodding, before jumping down to the street level below. As he descends, this is when his enhanced senses would catch something that not even the ordinary adventurer would perceive. He'd feel the shift in emotions of Haruhime. He'd turn, seeing tears filling her eyes, as her lips would move. He'd clearly read them in that split second. As his feet touched the ground, he'd have clearly heard it. I'm so glad I got to meet a soul as kind as you, before it all comes to an end. Welcome to level 7, 4. What if Bell Cranel had the system from solo leveling? If you guys are new around here, then you know what to do. Go check in the description or up top in the upper right hand corner. You'll find the playlist with all prior 6 parts, so you can catch up and get to where we are here today. But enough of that. Let's get back into the story, shall we? Bell's eyebrow would raise. Kind, huh? I'm not sure I would use that word to describe myself anymore. Bell would look down into his shadow. Maybe I'm being a bit too overprotective for someone I just met. But if nothing else, she made me feel a bit like my old self again. And for that, Bell would leave one of his shadow soldiers as it merges into Haruhime's shadow, climbing up the tower, I heard a voice. I think he's over this way.
No time to think, huh? Oh well. Bell would activate stealth, fading into the shadows as he'd slink out of the pleasure quarter, returning back to mainland Orario, where he'd head back to his mansion. Upon entering said mansion, he'd be greeted by the sight of his shadow soldiers sitting at a table having dinner, with them holding plates and forks and knives and imitating a dinner. Igris would be sitting at the head of the table reading a novel as he turns now looking at his master, Bell, and nodding towards him. Bell would go slack-jawed, thinking, maybe I've been a little too lenient on them. We should get back into the dungeon soon, huh? Oh yeah, speaking of which, quests. Bell would pull up his quest screen as the system would roar to life, showing his daily quest completed alongside the Demon King's Castle Part 1 quest. Upon defeating Vulcan the first time, he had been so enthralled upon looking at the Orb of Avarice, an ability of an item that could double magic power and output, that Bell had completely neglected to check the third item he had received. A fragment of the World Tree, a crafting material. Upon now facing Metis, a necromancer who could wield the power of the undead on the 75th floor, he came across this being with similar abilities to himself, with his own shadow army. Of course, with Titan and Igris on his side, and Vanity and his troop, it was but a matter of time. With Vanity using his own flame magic from life, his tracking flame discs of Aro Zephyrus, he was melting through the zombies, and Igris with his swordsmanship was likewise doing the same, Titan taking out battalions of them. When Bell had fought him in one-on-one combat, slicing him down, Metis seemed like barely a challenge at all. Compared to himself, he was far less of a physical fighter, relying more on his necromancer abilities. As Bell used Fatal Strike, carving into the demon's now remaining bones, he would fall. A large number of demon souls would have flowed into his system, greatly advancing his completion to the quest of collecting demon souls, Part 1. He had received the spring water from the Forest of Echoes, one of the rare ingredients necessary for crafting the divine water of life. For what purpose he was being given this item, he had no idea. But apparently it was something he greatly wanted, something he desired from within his soul, so he continued fighting. The Demon Monarch's necklace was an S-rank item that boosted his agility and intelligence, increasing his ability to think in combat and use more of his shadow soldiers. But out of all of these rewards, the most troubling one was reward 3, any item from the system shop. Bell had an idea, a nagging one at that, but he had yet to claim the reward. Bell was beginning to face an impasse. Do I sacrifice some levels and spend time with Wolf and Lily in the dungeon here in Orario? Or should I use the key and return to the Demon King's castle for a while? But his thoughts would be interrupted. Suddenly the door would open behind him as we see Soma walking into the dinner hall. Ah, Master Bell, you're back. That's perfect. I actually just had a new brew I wanted you to try, Soma would say, as he pulls out a cup of some mysterious liquid. Although the air above it seemed to be shimmering, Bell could only imagine what proof of alcohol he was trying to get him to drink next. I can't say I'm not testing the limits of the system, that's for sure. Bell would down the cup, with Soma watching with admiration, his eyes lighting up as Bell would place the cup down, as the system would neutralize the poison. Ah, Master Bell, as impressive as always, Soma would clap. Bell's eyebrow would now twitch. You know, you don't have to call me Master, Soma. It's fine, just call me Bell. Oh, really? I thought it was common courtesy inside of Familia for a child to address their patron in such a manner. I'm merely following etiquette, am I not? Someone would say as he takes a sip of the wine. He'd spit it out saying, this is a pretty bad batch, huh? Bell would put his hand down saying, so you knew it was bad. The two having a few other quarrels of back and forth. Eventually, someone would return back to his distillery, waving off Bell, saying he doesn't need dinner tonight. Bell would insist, sending some food with him and telling him to make sure he eats it. I know you're a god, but you should still take care of yourself, alright? Yeah. Someone would yawn, his hair covering his eyes,
the god would return to his more typical listless state, returning to his quarters. Bell would sigh, thinking that he's got some interesting characters now living in the house. He would ultimately decide to pursue the Demon King's castle, considering that he could continue getting stronger much more efficiently there. Inside the dungeon, he had to be wary of other adventurers, but inside of the Demon King's castle, there was only himself, his soldiers, and those he could slay. He didn't have to be careful about his targets. That was only further solidified due to the nature of the dungeon. Inside the Demon King's castle, Bell had much more freedom to move, but inside the dungeon of Orario, many of the hallways were narrow and straight, meaning that he had far less mobility than he would like, considering his intense speed and his agility. And since Bell, unlike Jinu from the original Soul Leveling, already has the Salamander's Cloak, he doesn't have to worry about continuing up to higher floors in the Demon King's castle. The Salamander's wool cloak actually protects him from the heat, absorbing and now insulating him when he wears it. So Bell, donning this cloak, would be able to further ascend. He would leave a note in the mansion telling Welf and Lily what was going on and that he would be away again for around 2 to 3 days. He was merely planning to level up for a little bit and then head back out. However, as we returned to the Demon King's castle, Bell would release his shadow soldiers all at once, with the 57 that he had brought now going off into the dungeon to slay more demons. Bell simply rode atop Titan's shoulder for a while as he continued surveying the area. As Bell continued finding passes, he'd eventually come to an impasse, that being where his soldiers were being wiped out one by one, and his mana going down with it. He'd take a sip of another mana potion, throwing the bottle to the ground, now empty, seeing that another group of knights were getting attacked. I guess it seems like they're avoiding Igris' group. Whatever's attacking must know and identify the weaker of my soldiers. Of the shadow soldiers Bell currently commanded, he kept at his side the 3 mages and Titan. The rest of them were then split up into 3 groups, with Igris leading a patrol of knights, the hellhounds and other monster creatures taking their own group, being led by a random minotaur he had slain during his training before the Apollo wargame, not the first minotaur he encounters, might I add, since he didn't have the Shadow Monarch abilities yet, but I digress. The final group of shadow soldiers was led by Vanity. Vanity being the shadow of Hyacinthos that Bell had claimed after defeating the Apollo Familia. Of course, when Titan had laid siege to the castle, there were naturally casualties of these adventurers. As such, as you may guess, this final group of soldiers led by Vanity was entirely comprised of shadows that had been extracted from the Apollo Familia's base, after the rubble had settled, that is. So mostly level 2 to 3 adventurers. Interestingly, only the second group, the beast-type shadow soldiers, which had less organization than Igris and Vanity's respective groups, were the ones being attacked. I thought they were attacking based on strength, but Vanity and the other adventurers' shadows are weaker than my other soldiers. I suppose their organization must pose a threat to the group that's attacking us. Bell would keep this in mind, wondering if there was some way he could increase his shadow soldiers' ability to command and lead, wondering if he could run practice to help increase their ability to organize in battle. But enough of that for now. As his group was being attacked again, Bell would tell Titan to throw him. Titan grabbing Bell and tossing him into the air, Bell would brace for impact as he uses Ruler's hand on his body. Slowing his momentum as he crashes into the stone ground, he'd begin running at full speed, easily making it to the location of his monster-type group. As he arrives, he'd see his hellhounds being cut down by demons wearing armor. These demons seemed far more sophisticated than Bell had originally given them credit for. Seeing their sword techniques, he'd watch for a moment before stepping in, saving his shadow soldiers as he cuts down 3 demon knights. He'd read these names as the system would give him experience. You have leveled up. Bell would glance at his system screen. During his fight with Ais Wallenstein in the dungeon, he was level 76. It was becoming apparent to Bell that as he got stronger, he'd be forced to fight either higher caliber opponents or many lower level ones in order to level up now. Bell was about to cut down the last demon noble. This one would have a different appearance. The demon had been riding atop a mount, with it having golden armor. This was different from the soldiers that Bell had just taken out moments before. As Bell braced himself to end its life, he grabbed a hold of the Night Killer, now rushing forward as he's about to thrust it into its throat. That is, until he hear a voice. "Please have mercy. I surrender." The demon noble would hold its hands up into the sky. Bell's face would be shocked as he stops his attack on her. He'd back up, asking, Are you a person? Why can you talk?" "Huh?" She'd remove her mask as Bell would see her purple hair flow from underneath. Her ears would be pointed like an elf, and her eyes would be crimson red, much like his own. She'd have small tattoo markings across her face. Bell would be silent for a moment, just watching in shock. Seeing her face, he'd think of Ryu, his friend from the tavern. Bell would fill the silence from his momentary shock, asking if she has a name, or what should he call her. She'd introduce herself as Essel Radiru, from the Radiru clan of the noble demons. Bell would be stunned, again asking if there are other clans of demons. She'd nod quickly. Bell would turn his back for a moment, putting his hand on his chin, and almost as soon as he had, his senses would tingle. "Is that a blade?" He'd turn his eye quickly, his crimson red eyes meeting hers as she was holding her two double-bladed sword, trying to stab him in the back. Bell would sigh, giving her a "really" look, as she'd fall back to her knees apologizing, considering her position once again. "It's not my preference to kill you, but if you pull any of that shit again." Bell would hold out his left hand, sharpening his thumb as he holds it against his neck, sliding to the left slowly. "I can assure you I'll kill any of my enemies as well." Essel would mumble, apologizing again, with Bell scratching the back of his head, pulling his red cloak back as the wind causes it to flow. Bell would ask if she has any idea about the passes, the floor passes that you have to use to ascend to the next floor. "I promise I'll spare your life if you'll just give me the floor pass, alright?" He'd say quietly. Essel would nod as she says she'll take him to her father, the Radiru clan leader. Bell would retract his shadow soldier as he follows behind her, with the two of them now heading towards the noble castle of the Radiru clan. As they approached the gates, the two demons standing outside would hold their blades out. Bell's eyes would narrow as Essel would quickly explain that he's a guest visiting her father. The two demons would stand aside, allowing Bell and Essel to enter into the throne room, where the Radiru clan leader and Essel's father would sit. His eyes would look up, seeing both Essel, his beloved daughter, and this white-haired, crimson-eyed man. As he narrows his eyes, he'd see deep into his shadow, where inside would be an army of soldiers. He'd scream out, "You cur! Essel, my daughter, I don't know how this man has tricked you, but he brought an entire army into our home. There's no way this person is here for peace." Bell would shrug, as Essel would try and defuse the situation, with the other demons pointing their blades toward Bell, with Essel standing at the center, saying, No, he's not, let's cut the crap already." Bell would put his arm around Essel's shoulder, as she'd blush lightly. With his other hand, Bell would hold up two fingers, saying, "I have two requests. One, give me the floor pass to proceed to the next floor. And two, I'm gonna need to borrow your daughter for a bit." "You dare?" "Oh, no, I meant as a guide to get me to the other demon nobles. I see totally how that looks now." After a small comedic moment there, eventually things would settle down as the king would retract his breath. His face, having been bright red, would now return to its normal tone. He would retrieve the floor pass, giving it to him and telling him to get out of there. With Essel now being granted the position of his guide, Bell would wave kindly to the demon nobles, leaving behind the Radiru castle, ready to move on to the next floor. Meanwhile, back in Orario, Chigusa and Makoto of the Taka Mikazuchi clan had been now searching the red light district for the last week, looking for any more hints of this Haruhime, their childhood friend. Since Bell in this version of events never met Makoto due to the Passover party never occurring inside the dungeon, they have no real connection and no reason why he would have told her. So while Bell did mysteriously run into Haruhime by chance, just like in the original, it was not because of Chigusa or Makoto. However, just like in the original, Makoto would once again have fate turn in her favor, seeing Haruhime within the window glass. Her eyes would light up as she sees her, but Haruhime would pay her no heed. her eyes would already look solemn. It was clear that Haruhime didn't want to see Makoto. She didn't want her closest childhood friends to see what has become of her. Haruhime would draw the veil on the windowsill, as members of the Ishtar Familia would appear, requesting them to leave, being kicked out of the pleasure quarter of Orario. While the two factions of the Ishtar Familia and the Freya Familia were preparing for war, Bell would continue ascending the Demon King's castle. One notable difference, however, is that Bell wouldn't immediately resort to violence. Since he has many opportunities to level up within Orario's dungeon, he's less critical on insisting on slaughtering the other noble clans. So instead, he'd approach them with gifts as Essel suggested, and wait for them to strike first. So, when they naturally take to their demonic disposition and attack them, Bell can say it was in self-defense, before he mercilessly slaughters them. Essel would soon begin to admire both Bell's bravery and courage, and his strength. Walking headfirst into an enemy castle, only to take out everyone from within it after they attack him and Essel. It was pretty brave of him, all things considered. Bell took absolutely no pleasure in slaughtering them. In fact, each time they went to a new castle, he hoped that they would be willing to settle it peacefully. And each time he was disappointed.
You have leveled up. 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 Regular quest. Collect the demon's souls, too. The Demon King, Baran, resides on the top floor of the demon's castle. Defeat Baran and collect his soul. Quest requirements. Defeat the Demon King. Rewards. Number 1. Top tier runestone. Number 2. Bonus stats plus 30. Number 3. Undisclosed reward.
It was this last part that left him unsettled the most. You see, when Bell had first returned to the Demon King's castle and had begun ascending floors, it was only on the 80th floor that he had now run into Essel and other demons capable of speech. These thoughts and more would all stir within Bell, until on the 89th floor, he'd finally ask a question to Essel. Bell turns, his eyes glancing over at Essel, who would be staring off into the distance. Hey, Essel? Yes, Master Bell? Bell's eyes narrowed. He'd finally asked the question he'd been wanting to know for so long. Essel, have you and the Radir clan always lived here in this castle? For the last time, as I said before, it's Radiru. Radiru. Not Radir, not Raider, not Radiris. It's Radiru. Uh-huh. And, my question? Like, why were you attacking my soldiers? Or protecting that floor, for example? Why is the floor passes so important to all the different clans? Oh, that's probably because of the voice that we hear. It tells us to protect the area we're in. A voice? Is it like the system? And when did you start hearing this voice? Well, that would be the moment we opened our eyes. Then, where were you before you opened your eyes here? We were in the demon world one moment, and then the next, we were here. There's other worlds? What could this all mean? And what were you doing while you were in the demon world, Essel? We were preparing for war. War. Essel, what were you preparing for war against? It was a being so powerful it required all of the noble demon clans to come together, just to stand a chance. It was... Essel, are you okay?
You have surpassed the allowed amount of information. The conversation will be interrupted. You have surpassed the allowed amount of information. The conversation will be interrupted. Interrupted.
You have surpassed the allowed amount of
Information.
The conversation will be interrupted. Essel would fall to the ground. Essel, are you okay? Bell would run over to her. She had fallen unconscious. Sweat would drip down her face. Bell would snap out of it. He had been looking for more information, but he had no idea what he was doing to her. Or, well, what the system was doing. So there's something the system doesn't want me to know about? Why? Damn it. Shop. High quality healing potion.
Would you like to spend 5,000 gold?
Yes, come on already! Blue light would materialize in his hand, as an elegant glass filled with a red liquid would be now in Bell's hand, materializing out of thin air, a high-quality healing potion. He'd rip the top off of it and gently tilt Essel's head upwards. With his hand holding the potion, he gently traced down her lips to the bottom of her chin,
where he'd slowly tug gently so her mouth would part. And with that, he'd pour down the healing potion down her throat. The system would give him an announcement.
High quality healing potion, ineffective. The target's HP is at 100%.
Bell's hand that had been holding the potion would be quivering. With his now free hand, he'd set Essel down gently before falling backwards, throwing the glass bottle away, the empty shell of the glass shattering and reforming into light before disappearing. Thank the gods. As if though to mock this line of thinking, immediately as Bell had let his guard down, one of his shadow soldiers would be sending him a signal. Yes, the very shadow soldier he had placed on Haruhime over a week ago. Damn it, why now? Okay, we can do this. Come on out. Bell would summon forth one of his hellhounds, the large black wolves that now have red gleaming eyes and spout blue flames. Bell would lift up Essel, sitting on top of the hellhound and carrying her on his back. Bell would retract all of his shadow soldiers aside from the shadow hound that he was sitting upon, guiding it toward the nearest location where you'd have to use a floor pass to descend to the first floor. He'd use the first floor pass, jumping down to the 50th floor and then moving from there down to the first floor, all while carrying Essel. As they would get closer to the front gate, the system would have a notification pop up. Would you like to add Essel Radiru to your party? Add her to my party, huh? Bell would read the system notification pop up. By adding the non-player character Essel Radiru to your party, you will be allowed to retrieve her from the Demon King's castle for other quests. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Bell would exit the Tower of Orario. It would be close to midnight. He'd see smoke rising from the pleasure quarter. As he grit his teeth, he'd say, "Come out!" as a second shadow hound would appear. Again, he'd summon one of his infantry, having it sit upon the shadow wolf and carry Essel. Take her back to the house. If she wakes up, tell her that I'll be back and just to stay put. Alright? Both the wolf and the infantry member would nod, riding off into the shadows. Bell would hop off of his new mount, saying that it might be faster if he goes on foot. However, Bell would retract his shadow wolf, activating the stealth skill. Suddenly, the pavement where Bell had been standing would crack, as we'd hear a burst of wind as Bell would start running at full sprint through downtown Orario toward the pleasure district of Orario, toward where his shadow soldier was alerting danger awaiting Haruhime. 3 days ago, Makoto and Chigusa of the Takakamikazuchi clan would have returned back to their familia, explaining the situation to both their lord and the other members of the familia. As the group was discussing, the god of the familia, Takamikazuchi, or Taka from henceforth, would open the door with a creak. We can see the silhouette of a man with a feathered hat, that being of course the god Hermes. Hermes, with a light bit of persuasion, would be willing to divulge the information he had learned from Ishtar when she had feasted on him. That is, why she kept her golden-haired fennec fox girl so tied up in her cage. The Killing Stone. After Hermes had divulged this name, the rest of Taka's familia would split up, looking for any information on this item, before discovering that it may be a rare magical item that only can function with that of a Renald, that being the same demi-human bloodline that Haruhime is a part of. On the night of the raid, the Takamikazuchi familia would have attacked the Ishtar familia's headquarters, looking to break out Haruhime and save their friend. But it wasn't looking good. Oga was already cut up heavily from Aisha, one of the captains of the Ishtar familia. While the Amazons would be doing battle with Takamikazuchi's familia, Bell would soon come to arrive. With his enhanced senses, he'd spot her atop the tower, and in front of her would be a large, grotesque woman with a bowl cut. Her face was as putrid as the aura emanating off of her. Haruhime would be kneeling before a large stone, with a magic power flowing out of it. He didn't like the look of this. Meanwhile, Phryne Jamil, the captain of the overall Ishtar familia, would be talking some mad shit to Haruhime.
Just because you're a little pretty doesn't mean you're quite the match for me,
the walking whale would say. As Bell ascends the Ishtar familia's tower, he would inevitably walk into Ishtar herself, standing before the large bridge, watching as Sanjo no Haruhime was about to be executed for her dream of leveling up her entire familia to give herself a boost strong enough to take out the Freya Familia. Ishtar would turn with a grin. Oh, perfect. If it isn't Mr. Bell Cranel, the man who single-handedly took down the Apollo Familia. Her heels make a clicking sound as she walks toward Bell. Bell would narrow his eyes as his shadow would slightly wobble. He'd send one of his specific shadow soldiers down the tower to meet with Haruhime's shadow, slipping beneath Thryne's grasp. Bell would stand tall, over 1.5 feet taller than Ishtar. She'd walk up confidently to him, placing her hand on his chest, looking up into his eyes. Her eyes would gleam purple with a magical power. Charm magic. Isn't that right? You took down not only Apollo, but you're also the man of affection of that little bitch Freya, aren't you? Her eyes would gleam, looking into Bell's crimson ones, the purple energy of her magic power slowly enveloping him. She reached up to unbutton the top of his shirt, before Bell's hand would slap it away. The system would roar to life. Great spellcaster Gandiara's blessing. Permanent effect, longevity. All diseases, poisons, and status effects are healed, and sleeping will explosively increase regeneration. Foreign status effect detected. Status effect negated. Ishtar would stand back. You resisted my charm magic? How was that even? Not even a god could. When Ishtar had recovered from her shock, she'd look around to find that Bell had disappeared. She turned quickly, looking down upon the bridge where Haruhime was kneeling. As Thryne's blade would be raised over her, she'd yell to Thryne, her captain, screaming to kill that girl now. As the blade would come down towards Haruhime, Bell would scream out, saying, "Igris!" Blue lightning would spark. As the Shadowborn Knight, the commander of Blood-Red Igris himself, would stand, his red mane flowing in the wind as he holds out his greatsword, blocking Thryne's great battle axe Gorda. As his own longsword would clash against the metal, sparks would fly. Haruhime would look up, saying, "Mr. Bell?" as tears would be flowing in her eyes. Bell would once again shout, saying, "Haruhime!" Thryne would turn, saying, The orphan!" Before she can even recognize what happened, Bell would punch her in the back so hard her spine would go through her front torso, like a cartoon character. Thryne would go flying off of the bridge as she'd disappear into the pleasure quarter, screaming as she vanishes into the buildings. An explosion of dust and concrete could be heard. Haruhime would be shaking, asking why is he here? Bell would turn to Igris, thanking him and patting him on the shoulder as he kneels down by Haruhime. He'd pull out the knife killer as she'd flinch. Bell would put his hand on her head, stroking softly and saying, "Shh, it's okay. I'm here to save you." With that, the night killer he'd slash the chains binding her wrists and legs in but a split second. It was so fast she hadn't even perceived them all shatter. Ishtar, watching from above, would be horrified. Fear and anxiety would creep into Ishtar's expression. Bell would pick up Haruhime, turning as he'd activate stealth, vanishing from her sight. As Igris, Bell, and Haruhime would disappear, the killing stone would shatter. She'd punch her fist down to the stone railing, thinking, damn it! Why did he show up for that girl? No, is he already working for Freya? Was I set up from the beginning?
Well, if it isn't Ishtar, it's been a while.
Ishtar would turn down the stone staircase, where she'd see, in all her splendor, the goddess of fertility and the goddess reigning over the most powerful familia in all of Orario, Freya. The fear she had been feeling would change to anger, as Ishtar would say, You little skank. What, having the king isn't good enough? You had to have the orphan too, didn't you? You're just too greedy, always taking everything I want. Did you know? Was that your doing? Was that the reason my charm magic didn't work on him? Freya's eyebrow would raise. I have no idea what you could be possibly talking about. Her face would remain cool and collected, as if though her thoughts were a steel trap. Nothing was released from her gaze. Ishtar would then snap as she runs forward, trying to smack Freya as she throws a punch. Freya would simply sidestep her, tripping her as she pushes her over the tower. At that point, a beam of light would ascend to the sky, as Ishtar of the Ishtar Familia would be returned to heaven, having been slaughtered by Freya and her familia. Meanwhile, while Bell was saving Haruhime, Makoto and the others from Taka's familia would be saved by the Freya Familia. powerful level 6s of the Freya Familia, such as Dainsleif, Alan, the twins, and even Otaro would stand from afar watching as his eyes would narrow in on a certain fight occurring. He'd watch as Bell Cranel would instantly take out Frine. Bell, after picking up Haruhime, would turn. His blood-red gaze would meet that of Otaro's golden eyes.
Did he sense me? That's impossible. Otaro would speak aloud. From this distance, that's impossible. Must have been a coincidence.
He'd slowly descend from the building as Bell, Haruhime, and Igris, the Black Knight in armor, had disappeared. Meanwhile, Haruhime would be clinging to Bell with tears streaming down her face, while Bell would clear out the rest of the streets with his shadow soldiers, clearing the way, pushing away any adventurers as Bell would stroll through the street. Haruhime would ask why someone like him would choose to save her. She's not worth it.
Just shut it already.
Huh? Bell would look up, his eyes filled with determination. You don't get it at all. Bell, with his free hand, would start frizzing her hair, Haruhime asking, what are you doing? I'm trying to put some energy back in here because it's clear you're not thinking about what you're saying. You're really gonna tell the guy who just saved you that he wasted his time? I chose to save you, Haruhime, because you were kind and warm and saved me. Is that not enough? She would be stunned. But I'm tainted. I'm not worth being saved by a hero like... Fine, I get it, okay? But let me tell you a story, alright? A story about a hero. Haruhime would listen eagerly as Bell would continue walking out of the pleasure quarter, away from the flames and destruction. He'd begin his tale. Once upon a time, there was a little boy who lived out in the countryside. He lived there with his uncles and aunts, and of course his grandpa. His grandpa told the boy all about these hero stories and fairy tales, and growing up he wanted to be just like the heroes in them. Strong and brave, saving people, never backing down from a fight, chasing a dragon, you know? She'd nod, not interrupting him. Igris would block a strike from an Amazoness warrior as he slashes upwards, kicking her back into the alley, while Bell continues his story. Well, that grandfather told the boy all about stories of a great city where adventurers all congregated around a giant dungeon, a tower that pierced through the sky. These adventurers all had the dreams of becoming heroes. His eyes would glimmer, saying this with a soft smile. One day, the boy's grandfather went to bed one night. You see, he'd been getting very tired, much quicker than usual. And, eventually, he stopped waking up. The boy shook him over and over again, hoping that he would awaken. But nothing ever worked. Bell would have a soft smile on his face. You see, Haruhime, the boy's grandfather's heart still beat, his lungs still gave breath. He was merely in an eternal sleep, as if though some demon had come and cursed him. Bell's eyes would once again soften. Well, that boy one day eventually traveled to that city of heroes. And it wasn't as pretty or beautiful as he expected. It was cold, harsh. Haruhime would look down. The joy she had been feeling from this story and excitement and eventual sadness of hearing of the grandfather slowly would diminish her spirit. Bell would say, the boy never gave up, and as he continued working, one day, he was given a second chance, and ever since he received that second chance, Bell would turn down smiling at her with a warm smile. He promised that he'd save anyone who he could get his reach on, anyone who he deemed worthy of saving, the people closest to him. That's you, Haruhime. So it's not up to you on if you deserve to be saved or not, alright? He would look down, realizing that she had fallen asleep. As he had exited the quarter, we'd hear Makoto running behind, asking, Wait! She'd scream, saying, Please, give me that girl. I know you're a part of the Ishtar Familia, but... She'd look up, catching her breath, as she spots, Bell Cranel? The orphan? What are you... Oh, that's Haruhime! She'd hold her hands out in desperation, not knowing where to go from here, not wanting to anger the Cranel Familia, and frankly having no idea why Bell Cranel was carrying her long-lost childhood friend. Bell would look down at Haruhime, then back to Makoto, asking her if she knows this girl. Makoto would nod fervently, saying that her and Haruhime, they're close friends. She'd ask if he'd peacefully hand her over. Bell would look up Makoto up and down, Using his sense skill, he realized she possessed no malice. It was clear she didn't intend to harm Haruhime. However, her weakness harming her was on another level. I'm sorry, I can't hand her over to you. What? She grabbed her blade, now sweat dripping down her forehead. She could easily tell that this was not going in her favor. If she attacked him, there was probably no chance of her winning. But she still had to. Bell would hold a hand up, saying, "There's no need for us to fight. It's just, I would prefer to take her back with you to your familia myself. There's quite some dangerous bears out tonight." Bell's eyes would narrow, thinking of the intense presence he had felt earlier. Whatever that thing was, or who it was strong. Makoto would sigh in relief, with Bell now promising that he would hand her over to the Takamikazuchi Familia so long as he was able to protect her and take her all the way there, gesturing to the destruction going on in the pleasure quarter at the very moment. Makoto would guide the way, guiding Bell as Haruhime would still be clinging to his neck. Bell would gently place Haruhime down on the bed where Makoto had set up the room for her, asking Bell if she'd be alright. He would turn, his eyes looking toward Makoto, who he had since been introduced to, before he'd smile, saying, "She's just exhausted. She'll be just fine." As Bell was prepared to stand from the bedside, Haruhime's hand would catch on his sleeve, holding it. She was still asleep. Bell would gently remove her hand, placing the cover over her, before turning to Makoto. "I hate to sound demeaning, but please take good care of her." He bowed toward her. "She deserves better than this." To lighten the awkward atmosphere, Bell would crack a joke. "Well, if I hear she's being mistreated again, I may have to come back and steal her." Makoto's hands would move fast, saying, We would never... I was just kidding. Sorry about that." He turned back, looking at Haruhime, before realizing he had his own sick patient at home. He thanked Makoto again before shutting the door, and simply vanished outside the Familia's home. And within a few short minutes, he would appear in front of his own mansion, the Cranel Familia mansion gate. Inside, he would have found Welf and Lily sleeping on the couch, with Essel covered with cold towels and a wash basin at her side. It was clear that the Shadow Soldier had done its best in explaining the situation to the two, and Essel looked like she was in good health, but it was clear the two were exhausted. Bell would close the door behind him, the door making a creaking sound as it shut. She'd look up, seeing the portrait of Igris hanging above her and above the fireplace, the mantle. At her side on the other two couches extending, she'd find the small girl and the red-haired human man. Essel was obviously confused. The other two would begin to stir as well. Waking up, they'd see Bell walking in, his boots making a clicking sound on the marble floors. All three of them would begin speaking. "Hey, Bell! Master Bell! Master Bell?" Bell would wave, saying, "Oh, hey guys, everyone's awake, huh?" But to Welf and Lily's alarm, they'd turn looking back at Essel, as if though she just said something offensive about their mother. Guys, what's wrong?" "Essel, did you say something to them?" All three would look confused, looking at each other and back to Bell. Lily would ask, Master Bell? What language are you both speaking?"
The sun rose on a day like any other, when the forces of Rakia, the country ruled by the god of war Ares, who had abandoned this city, he had now come to reclaim. That's right, this dungeon. The source of power, wealth, all things in this world that he sought through conquest. It all remained here for the taking, in this city of adventurers. This city called Orario. With the announcement of the 6th declaration of war between Rakia and the city of Orario, not even the god of war himself was prepared for the amount of bloodshed he was about to witness. One single adventurer, and a level 4 at that, was capable of wiping out an entire battalion of soldiers. It was thus to be expected that his massive army of those without a Falna would be nothing in comparison to the adventurers who had gained experience in this dungeon, this experience being transferred into power through the divine. And yet, it was not adventurers who expounded forth from the gate of Orario when his horn bellowed, declaring the start of the day's fight. No. Instead, pitch-black soldiers appeared, ripping out of the gates, but that wasn't the end. To Ares' horror, he'd watch as monsters would pool out of the gates. "These are the monsters from inside Orario's dungeon. Why are they attacking us?" He'd only be able to question.
Alongside them, the Loki Familia adventurers would bellow as they cheer, now pushing forward with their vanguard. But no, the limits of his fear had not yet come. That was until his eyes gazed upward, looking toward the one being he had ever gazed upon in the eons of his existence. A person who, as his eyes lit upon him, bore fear into the god of war. Ares could only feel a shiver down his spine. He was across the entire battlefield, and yet his crimson red eyes bored into Ares. And with that, the battle went by quickly. Ares' scouts watched from afar, observing no other adventurers aside from this white-haired man who sat atop the walls of Orario. And he was apparently drinking alcohol? They couldn't tell, but it was a rather fanciful bottle, and he continuously seemed to sip it while these monsters ripped through Rakia's armies. It was truly horrific. Within a matter of days, Ares was forced to submit, the 6th invasion of Rakia having ended even quicker than it had begun. The spoils of this war could all be attested to the strength of one man.
Bell!
Lily would call out. Steam would open to the hallway as the white-haired man would walk out, a white towel around his shoulders, his bare chest and abdomen out, only wearing a towel around his waist. He turned to the right, pulling the towel from his shoulder as he wipes the sweat from the steam bath off his forehead. Lily? Did something good happen? What's up? Bell would turn, opening the door, as Lily's face would turn a beet red. Behind Lily Ruka would be a young woman. She had the appearance of an elf, but with dark purple hair and red tattoo markings that made her stand out among other elves. Oh, Essel, Lily, what were you guys doing together? Essel would look her eyes up toward Bell. As she began moving her mouth, Lily would be impressed, saying, She's doing it! Look, isn't that great? Bell would hear her muttering the words, apple, apple. Yeah, that's great, guys. It seems the system's auto-translating everything for me. I guess Lily's been really working on her speech skills, huh? So, can you guys actually understand each other, or what's the deal? Lily would nod, saying, it seems Essel's getting the hang of it pretty quickly, with her turning and pulling away the flashcards she'd been working on, these wooden tiles that had been carved into characters. They'd been comparing the demon language that Essel is familiar with that of the human tongue in Orario. It was actually Seer's idea. The other day, after Welf and Lily had been introduced to Essel, Seer would have come by the mansion. With her talking to Bell, she'd have an idea. About 20 minutes later, Seer would have returned. Seer had brought these wooden blocks with the different characters of the text for the spoken language in Orario. Apparently, one of the patrons of the Hostess of Fertility had left these the other day. It was when Bell would introduce Seer to Essel that the two would have met for the first time, with Seer even being amazed at this completely different language, surprised and asking where she came from. Bell would say she was from outside of the city, and he happened to run into her while he was out hunting monsters. None of this was a lie, but it was a bit of a stretch. Bell would walk over, giving a head pat to Essel, saying he'll have to thank Seer later for bringing them by. He'd look down at her, asking how she's actually coming along with it. Essel would look up toward him, her face blush red. It was at that moment that the door would swing open.
Huh? Why are you thanking me?
Seer would ask in an inquisitive tone, only to be met by the gaze of a mostly naked Bell standing in front of Essel. Bell would turn, looking over to see Ryu, who was watching, her eyes now opening wide as her mouth would be slightly agape. Seer would just be enjoying the show, giving all of the eye candy a good look. Seer would look down, seeing Bell's hand on her head, as she then slides next to Essel, saying it's her turn, making a sound, completely unfazed by the action. This is when we'd see Ryu take a step back, realizing that this was no ordinary adventurer. Bell would continue to give head pats to Essel and Seer, which would make Lily Ruka feel left out. She'd also begin to sneak next to Essel. With the three of them on the ground, Bell was using his incredible speed to pat all three of them at the same time. Master Bell, please. Essel would be beet red, saying you're embarrassing her, with the other girls turning toward her. She had said it perfectly. Even Ryu was impressed with her clapping. You see, originally, they had brought Ryu over to see if she understood Essel at all, maybe believing that this language could be something of the elf's origin. It was not. Bell kind of knew this already. but to go through the hoops with Belwelf and Lily, it was worth a try. Seer would remember why she had come into the room suddenly.
Oh, I almost forgot. Belle, while we were up in the lounge by Igris, a courier came to the door, and it's apparently a letter for you from the Takamikazuchi Familia? Apparently you helped one of their friends a while ago.
Seer would pull the letter out, handing it to Belle, as she then puts her chin on top of his shoulder. Having to stand completely on her tippy toes, she could barely reach as he leaned his shoulder down. He turned, looking over at her as he then opens the letter. Oh, it's from Mikoto.
Another girl, huh?
She now begins sighing. No, it's nothing like that. This is from, well, I saved a friend of hers. Belle would smile, hoping that Haruhime is doing alright. Apparently Haruhime was joining the Takamikazuchi Familia. This was an update from Mikoto, since he had asked to make sure she was doing alright. You see, after the raid, Belle had actually grown closer with the Takamikazuchi Familia. Since some of their members had been injured while trying to rescue Haruhime, he offered the aid of his shadow soldiers, essentially renting them out for a small price. Of course, he wasn't taking advantage of them. No, Belle was merely asking for the price of the equivalency of what it would cost him to be using the mana potions to replenish his soldiers from within the dungeon. Of course, he was also gaining some benefit from this. The free experience points that his soldiers farmed while inside the dungeon. Belle would merely smile at the good news, happy to hear that everything was going well for her, for his friend. Seer would sigh, saying, I guess this once I'll forgive you, as she slides down his arm, falling back to the ground. It was at this point that Essel would pull herself up, saying that she actually would like some combat training as well, looking up to Belle. Belle would nod, calling for Igris in his mind. Igris. With that, Essel would retrieve her sword from Welf, who had been outside, and would proceed to begin practicing with Igris, the two of them practicing their swordsmanship. The time had flown by. It had already been 3 weeks, and it was something Belle was beginning to feel guilty about, actually. He had been hoping to find a natural time for him to take Essel back inside the Demon King's castle, to return her back to her father, and, of course, for him to take down the Demon King once and for all. But it seemed things kept getting more busy. With this whole Rakia nonsense from last week he had to take down, he was practically working off the clock non-stop, and Essel said she was enjoying learning with Lily Ruka, so he really didn't feel the need to take her home. It was beginning to cause a growth on his conscience. What little of it remained, that is. Aside from the letter from the Takamikazuchi Familia that Seer had brought in, another notice had been given to the Cranel Familia, this one instead from the Guild of Orario. It was a request from Uranos for Belle to meet with one of his assistants. That assistant, of course, being Fels. Belle had actually been putting off this meeting for quite a while, hoping to push it back as far as he could, using the invasion of Rakia as an excuse, even offering the guild to help with his assistance in taking out the army, which was why his familia had gotten involved alongside the Loki familia to begin with. The one thing Belle did not want was for Uranos or the guild to find out about Essel, much less his ability to enter this other dimension, where the Demon King's castle took root in this alternative version of Orario, the one covered in flames that Belle sees whenever entering the Demon King's castle dungeon. Belle understood some of the motives behind Uranos, his goal in why he wanted Belle to assist him with the Xenos who he had told him about. Although Belle has never met any of the Xenos inside the dungeon, Uranos had placed a bet on him. This was of course due to the unique nature of his ability, that of his shadow army. Since Belle naturally worked with monsters, he felt more empathy toward them when he extracted their souls. Knowing that they possessed them at all made Belle far more likely to believe him when he was told the truth about these monsters who've gained consciousness. But unfortunately for Belle, fate has other plans. 2 days later, the Cranel Familia would be adventuring into the 19th floor, the large tree labyrinth. This was a few floors down from the safety point of the first village of Rivera. But I digress. Inside this floor, Belle would be using his shadow army, having them spread out to find and identify monsters, while he would have Welf, Lily, and Essel lead various teams. One of the key problems Belle had identified within his army was his lack of commanders. You see, aside from Igris, who had both the capability and capacity to be a leader for any portion of his army, most of his other soldiers weren't combat-orientated. That is, while they could fight, they weren't keen on strategy, mostly due to his high amount of monsters that he had used shadow extraction on. His human army from the Apollo Familia he had extracted were a little better when it came to strategy, however their shadows were slightly weaker than his monster types. Regardless, Bell had come up with an idea. By taking his forces and dividing them into squadrons led by the members of his familia, that being himself, Welf, Lily, and now Essel, they would be far more capable of both divulging orders and taking ground. Essel especially was incredibly capable when it came to this. With Igris accompanying Welf's group due to Lily's natural supporter skills, it was a fairly well-balanced team. His division of forces was roughly 25 units per squadron, not including the commander. And with that, he'd have about 10 to 15 humans and 10 monster-type shadows. He had put Titan on Lily's team, allowing her to ride atop of him or to be protected by him should she need combat power, giving Igris to Welf, who would have better leadership skills while Welf is more capable of defending himself. As for Essel, she was surprisingly strong. From Bell's perspective, she felt relatively weak, but upon seeing her in combat with monsters within Orario's dungeon, he was far more impressed. Essel's combat capabilities were around equivalent that of a level 4 adventurer. Ironically, out of his entire familia, she was apparently the one he needed to worry the least about when it came to physical conflict. Welf had even crafted new armor for her and a new weapon, since Bell had inadvertently destroyed her two-sided sword when they first fought inside the castle. So, needless to say, when Essel requested a new sword from Bell, Bell would direct her to Welf, and Welf would be more than happy to create one for her. The Cranel Familia would be destroying the 19th floor. That is, until Bell would come across a rather peculiar sight. Bell's squad consisted of himself, Vanity, several Hellhounds, one of the Minotaurs, and a few of the other Rakia soldiers. It was probably the least combat-focused due to Bell's mere presence, which he understood his role as being the main attacker, while Hyacinthos' shadow, Vanity, served as his support. With that, Bell would be chopping away when they'd come across this peculiar sight. There would be a group of 4 monsters, all of them surrounding this small girl. She'd be crying as she's trying to run away from these monsters who'd be dive-bombing her, trying to attack her. What the hell? Who was irresponsible enough to bring a child inside the dungeon? Fatal strike. Bell would simply vanish, his step appearing at the speed of sound. Bell would rip through the air with Kasuka's Venom Fang and the Night Killer, severing the wings of the beast that had been flying and dive-bombing the small child. He'd hold his arm around her, protecting the young girl as he'd throw one of his daggers, using Ruler's Hand to increase the speed and momentum as it blows through 2 of the other monsters' heads. After that, Vanity would cast his spell, sending a flaming disc as it would sever the monster in 2. Bell would gain some experience, but he wouldn't level up. It was then that he turned down to the small girl who he held in his arms. She was shivering. But while she was saying thank you and tears welled in her eyes, Bell's eyes would narrow, noticing the red crystal gem in her forehead. As she'd say, "Thank you for helping me." It was a Vovier, a type of monster, a rare one, and it was speaking. "So this is a Xenos, huh? Damn you, Uranos." Bell would have a soft smile on his face as he then picks up the small girl, easily cradling her in his large arms. He'd ask her if she's okay or knows where she is. With her shaking her head, he'd sigh asking, does she have a name? What should he call her? And once again she'd be confused. Bell would scratch his head with his other arm. "Do you have anywhere to go?" he'd ask. She'd have tears in her eyes as she then covers them with her arm, with her sharp nails now barely scratching his skin. Due to his high vitality, he wouldn't take any damage, but for a lower adventurer, even this small action probably could have caused blood to be drawn. The girl would sniffle, asking what's a name. As she looks up toward him, he'd smile, saying, "It's what you call someone. Like me. My name's Bell. It's nice to meet you." Bell would take off his red salamander's wool cloak, believing that he'll be fine regardless, returning up to the surface. He'd cradle the small girl as she'd feel much better now, as if though a warm embrace had saved her. "I know I'm playing into that guy's plans, but I just can't leave her here. There's no way I can do that. There's no way I can leave a small girl crying inside of the dungeon." Bell would retrieve the girl and recall his shadow soldiers and the rest of his familia. With him cradling her, he'd instruct Essel, Welf, and Lily to join him as they return outside the dungeon. Bell would tell his familia to trust him, saying for now they needed to leave the dungeon. As they approached the surface, Bell would use his stealth skill, the 2 of them becoming invisible, as he would simply follow behind his trio of his familia exiting the dungeon. Behind Lily would be about 10 of his regular infantry shadow soldiers, all carrying large supporter bags, having packed up all of the monster, now gems, and items they had found during their hunt. As the familia was leaving the dungeon, they'd get some waves from other adventurers, with Welf and Lily waving back. Essel would feel nervous, wondering why everyone's looking at them.
Hey, where's the boss? I didn't see the orphan with them. Maybe he's still in the dungeon. What? All on his own? Why would he go solo like that? Shh! Haven't you seen those summons? He probably has a whole army of them. He took out all of Rakia last week.
Welf would chuckle. Looks like our boss is getting quite the reputation, huh, Lily?
Shut it!
Essel would ask the both of them, is it, normal that he always gets so much attention? The two would nod unanimously. Bell would whisper in a hushed voice, saying, enough chit-chat, let's get going. As the familia and his soldiers would head towards the guild, Bell would split off from his group, leaving them to now retrieve their cash for the day from the guild while he returns back to the mansion, finally being able to deactivate stealth so he can replenish his mana. He'd place the small Vouvier girl down. He'd pat the small girl on the head, asking, is there anything you'd like to eat? Bell would summon Igris. In the past couple months since he'd acquired the mansion, one of Igris's favorite pastimes actually had been cooking for the entire group. Aside from when Seer would come, Igris and Seer had a constant rivalry for the kitchen, with both of them now being rivals for Bell's heart through his stomach, whatever that meant. The blue-haired girl would turn, clearly frightened by his appearance. Bell would quickly shake it off, saying, oh no, that's Igris. He's a friend of mine. You don't have to worry. He just, won't take his helmet off, okay? She'd nod, turning the name over and over in her mouth again. Igris, Igris, Bell, Bell. It was like a foreign word for her. Anyway, Igris would get to it, heading to the kitchen as he places his broadsword down, leaning against the wall. Bell would sigh, picking up the sword and placing it on the mantle wall where he'd installed all of his armory stands for his shadow soldiers. He was hoping to ensure that his floor would last longer this time, already having to renovate it twice due to the amount of blade marks that he'd been getting in here. It was starting to irritate him. Anyway, he'd sit down at the table, picking up the small girl and placing her next to him while they'd wait for lunch. Igris would come up with a sandwich that he'd give to Vine before he'd also pat her on the head with his metallic hand, slowly stroking her back and forth. Bell, for some reason, thought this seemed appropriate for Igris. The small Vouvier girl would bite into the sandwich. With her teeth chomping through it happily, you would hear a small multitude of sounds, like or as she continued chomping down. It was clear this was the first actual meal she'd had. Igris would be content. He'd sit down across from Bell at the other end of the table. Bell would point out, saying, you know, Igris, you really don't strike me as the kind of guy who'd be good with kids. But I guess I was wrong, huh? Igris would turn to Bell and then to the small girl. Although he didn't have facial expressions, for some reason Bell felt as if though he felt a twinge of sadness from Igris. Maybe this had something to do with him more than Bell had originally thought. He'd put the topic aside for now, saying, anyway, we're just waiting for the rest of the gang to get here, okay? And then we can discuss where we go from here. Behind him the door would open, but it wasn't who he had been expecting. He turned, saying, Welf, Lily? But instead it was a silver-haired girl. That's right, it was Seer. She had practically moved into the mansion at this point. Since she had come over so often anyway, Bell felt it was necessary to give her a key. And so she basically lived there now. She'd turn looking towards the dining table, where she'd spot Bell, Igris, and a small child. She'd walk over before wrapping her arms around Bell from behind, turning to look at the small girl. Her eyes would open wide as Bell would look up to her, waiting to see this reaction. The small Vouvier girl would say, hello, to Seer's shock. Bell, did you bring something home from the dungeon again? This one doesn't look as, she'd turn to Igris, shadowy as your other ones. Seer would spring back as Bell would laugh, chuckling and almost choking, as the door would open once again. This time Welf, Lily, and Essel would enter the room. Seer would put a hand on her chin, looking to the red crimson eyes of this small blue-haired girl, turning back to Essel and then looking at Bell. No, Bell, you didn't. Bell would jump up saying, I didn't do anything, as Essel would say, what? as her face would begin turning blush red. Lily would shout for them to all stop saying they're being idiots, which would scare the small Vivier girl. So, what's her name? With this, everything would begin to break down. As Seer would take a seat at the Cranel Familia table, Bell would ask her if she'd be quiet about what they're discussing, saying that he has some information to share with everyone. Seer would nod as the entire group now sat, as Bell would begin asking questions to the Vivier girl, asking her what she last remembered, how she got inside the dungeon, and does she know why she's able to talk. Pretty much asking as many questions as he could to understand her situation. She'd recount as much as she could before she began breaking down to tears when she says her last memory. She began breaking to tears saying that whenever she saw humans, she'd feel a deep fear because they kept killing her over and over again. She'd look up towards Bell and then Essel. But for some reason, when I see you two, neither of you give me that feeling at all. She'd lean over from her chair standing on the table as she then gives a large to Bell. As they were all sitting there, Soma would come down from the upstairs. As he walks down yawning, he'd see the group now chatting. He'd be completely uninterested, stumbling into the kitchen. Igris would turn, shaking his head. It was clear to Bell that Igris wasn't exactly a fan of their resident godly drunk. But anyway, back to the table. The questions would end, with Bell apologizing to her, saying he wasn't meaning to make her upset. She'd smile, saying, "It's okay," as she latches onto Bell's arm, cuddling up to him. Both Seer, Essel, and Lily Ruka would all have a tightening look on their face, with Essel asking if that's really necessary. Seer would nod, agreeing with her, as Lily would just stare in shock. Bell would laugh awkwardly. "Well, before we get to that, I guess it's time I share some of my information. Anything I say here can't leave these walls, alright?" Igris would nod as the other Familia members and Seer would agree. With that, Bell would share the information that Uranos had divulged to him. Prior to the Apollo war game, I'd been summoned to the guild. It was there that I spoke with Uranos. Everyone would lean in, interested in what he was going to say. Well, to get to the point of it, I don't think that this girl is the only one of her kind. I think there's more monsters inside the dungeon with intelligence. According to Uranos, there's a race of these unique monsters who have memories of their former reincarnations. They're being called Xenos. The girl would nod, asking, "Is there more people like me?" Bell would also nod affirmatively, with everyone at the table now thinking inquisitively, how was this even possible? Even Seer would have questions, wondering if that was really the case, then how come no one's ever seen or spoken of any monsters like that before? Bell would put a thumb on his chin, saying, "I'm guessing Uranos has some suppression on this information. I could confidently bet I'm not the only Familia who he's told about this situation. Possibly a larger Familia who's been around in Orario for far longer. That might be one of the reasons. But enough of that. We can decide what to do with that situation later." He turned back. "As for you," as he picked up the small girl, lifting her up, "what should we call you?" And with that, the vote to name Bell's unofficial daughter would begin, as all three of the girls would be throwing themselves into it with different name ideas. Lily would be coming up with grandiose names, such as Lilica, Lily Jr., Bella, all sorts of form. And of course, we'd have the same coming from Essel and Seer. As the three would be debating, it would actually be Welf who'd mumble something, which Igris would poke up his head, looking in his direction. Bell would get interested, wondering what had interested Igris so much. Welf would sigh, saying, what about Vine? As in, the dragon's daughter. I mean, she is a Vivier, but naming her something like Vivi or Ray seems kinda lazy, doesn't it? Bell would nod, saying, "Yeah, I like it. Let's go with Vine." The girls would be disappointed, but Vine would love it, saying she likes her name, saying it over and over again. Vine, Vine, Vine. She'd get super excited. Bell would laugh as she'd be playing with him. Bell would smile before standing up and placing Vine back in her seat, now putting his hands on her shoulders behind the chair. "Welf, I have one more favor to ask of you." Bell would reach down, grabbing her hands, pulling Vine's hands up. While her nails were extremely deadly sharp, he received no scratches. Of course, Bell knew why. He was wearing armor using the system. The B-rank gauntlets he had received from the job change quest protected him from all manners of slicing and sharp damage, such as swords or in this case, fingernails. While Bell seemed completely unaffected by them, he'd point out that if anyone else here, it's possible Vine could accidentally hurt them. Vine would look up, saying, "Hurt?" as she'd be confused. Bell would smile, saying, "For now, just go with Welf, okay? We're gonna help clean up your fingernails so you don't accidentally scratch anybody, alright?" He'd pick up Vina and throw her up on his shoulder. She'd laugh, putting her hands around Bell's head. As the two would walk towards the blacksmithing station, Welf would follow behind them. As they leave the room, Lily would begin to speak with the remainders there, Igris and Seer and Essel. "I don't think this is a good idea." She'd turn, looking at the room. "Bell's shadow army is one thing, but actual monsters who can talk? I don't know. This is putting us in a dangerous position, and the guild knows it. Ever since Master Bell took down the Apollo Familia, he's been in the spotlight of the city." Seer would nod, agreeing. At this point, it was when Igris would stand. As he then walks over to the chair where Wine sat, he'd place his hand on the top of it, rubbing it slightly. He'd turn, looking at the remaining two girls, as he'd point his blade up towards the mantle. It was the portrait that Bell had commissioned of him, the symbol of his guild, and of what started Bell on this path. Lily would sigh, saying, "Yeah, Igris, I trust you, it's a little different." Seer would say, "It is dangerous for Bell, and for this Familia's reputation. If word of this were to get out, it could cause problems for him." It was Essel who would stand. I think we should protect her." Igris would nod with her, with the two of them having the same feeling, that if Bell wants to protect something, their master, he can do whatever he wishes. He would cut the path forward. There was no need for them to disagree with him. As long as they supported him, he could do whatever he dreamed of. As Essel would voice her opinions, Seer would have a smile on her face, saying, "That does sound like him, doesn't it? Well, I'm sure he can accomplish anything too. I believe in him. Let's give Vina a chance." "I agree with your logic on your hesitance, Lily. But if you think about it, how many of us has Bell saved?" She'd smile, remembering all the times he had come and helped her at the tavern. The love and joy that Bell had brought into her life when she found him, slumped over outside the bar all those months ago. Lily would say, "Fine, you guys win. Let's give this a shot. But I think it's worth doing some investigating. We can't just take everything the guild sends to us at face value." She turned back to Essel and Igris. "I think we should plan for another mission tomorrow, going back into the dungeon to investigate some more." Welf, Bell, and Vina would return from the forge. With Vina looking in awe at her rounded fingertips, she'd run over to Seer, patting her hand, saying, Look, I can touch you now." Bell would smile, patting her on the head. Bell's eyes would trace up towards Seer. Seer, if you have some time over the next couple of days, would you mind staying and watching over her with me? I have some things I want to check in on before we head back into the dungeon." Following this, we'd have some adorable scenes of Essel and Seer with Vina, taking her into the bath and washing her hair, where she'd be trying to resist them. Essel would begin play fighting with Vina in the bath, to which Seer would say, "Go home," saying that it's rude for ladies to swim in the bath, before she would then also dive in and begin fighting with the two of them. The girls would be laughing as Lily Ruka walks in, screaming for them all to knock it off. As we see the other side by the men's bath, we'd see Bell, Welf, and Igris just chilling in the hot spring, relaxing as their eyes would be closed, looking up with the steam coming up to the ceiling. Bell would say, "This is so peaceful." As his voice would carry upward, Vina would hear him saying, "Bell?" as she then tries to begin climbing over the wall. Both Seer, Essel, and Lily would be terrified as they try to get her to come down, with Essel climbing up after her, grabbing her and pulling her back down to the bath. She'd cry, saying she wants to be by Bell, with Bell saying, huh? As he then stands up saying, "No, Vina, it's okay, you can just stay over there." The girls would be even more chatty than before, with them talking about Vina and everything that's been going on in the past couple months. Finally, the day would come. Bell and Essel would head back inside the dungeon, the two of them being supported by Igris and his shadow army, as they begin doing some research to try and find the origin of where Vina came from, and to see if they could discover the other Xenos. After hearing Vina's speech, it made most sense to Bell to have himself and Essel be the ones to explore, since unlike regular adventurers, both himself and Essel apparently weren't considered as human by the Xenos. I wonder if being a player means I'm not considered as a human or an adventurer. What exactly is the system doing to me? They would be on floor 19, the large tree labyrinth that they had originally encountered Vina on. As they were wandering around, it was at this point that Essel would distract Bell from these thoughts. "Master Bell, look!" She'd point, looking upward, as we'd see a flying harpy with beautiful blonde and green hair, her wings soaring through the sky as her eyes would pierce directly through Bell and Essel. She'd fly over quickly.
Both of you must be the ones that Fels told us about. We heard you rescued one of our kin here from the dungeon, and...
Bell would hold his pointer finger up to his lips, shushing her, as he'd hear rustling from far away with his enhanced senses. He'd look up at her and tell her with a finger to point up to the tree line. As he'd grab Essel, pulling her up into a princess carry, he'd run up the tree higher up into the labyrinth, where most adventurers wouldn't be looking. The harpy would land next to him, as she then finishes her sentence, saying,
Wow, you really are good. We heard you rescued one of our kin, a small blue-haired girl, Vivier, right? Do you know where she is?
Bell would nod, saying, her name's Vine. We rescued her the other day from here. She was being attacked by monsters. Now, I have a question. How did you hear about me, and who's Fels? At that point, the two begin to converse, as Essel would then notify Bell that more adventurers are coming to this area. Bell would then grit his teeth, saying that they'll talk again soon, as he then says he'll promise to leave someone here with her, as Bell would leave one of his shadow soldiers inside of her shadow.
What is that? She'd be asking. Some kind of spell?
Bell would nod, whispering, the shadow I just left with you will allow me to find you again. As long as you're with your group of your other Xenos, I'll be able to track and find you guys, okay? I'll bring Vine with some other time. You need to get going. Bell would drop from the tree along with Essel as the two would land back on the ground. The adventurers would be startled, turning and saying,
Oh, it's the orphan and a new party member. Oh, you must be an elf.
And she's cute too. Bell would hold a hand out saying, please don't speak to my party member like that. Anyway, Essel, let's get going. He'd turn back saying, she's a little shy. With that, Bell would exit the dungeon with Essel at his side, the other adventurers already moving on to the next floor, seeing as if the orphan was there, most of the monsters were probably cleared out from this floor already. That's just how the Cranel Familia rolls. As Bell was exiting the dungeon, someone would quickly approach him. A man in a strange tracksuit-like outfit. It would be black, his hair would be dark blue, and his eyes would be sunken. He'd have a wicked glare in them. Bell could sense his bloodlust from a mile away. Bell would shift, positioning himself in front of Essel, as the man would approach him, saying, so you must be the orphan everyone's talking about. The leader of the Cranel Familia. I just had a quick question for you. Just do me a short favor, from one Familia leader to another. Surely you understand. Some of my boys were down in the dungeon the other day, and they were hunting this blue Vivier. Quite the rare monster. You ever see one? Has a red gemstone in its head. Have you ever, perhaps, taken one for a stroll, Master Cranel? Bell's lips wouldn't move as his eyes would narrow down on him. This god. Who is he? At that moment, this is when Hermes would arrive. If it isn't my friend Bell. Oh, and my other good friend, Igris. How's it going, guys? You guys are having a chat, or are we going to grab some drinks? Bell would turn his head away, saying, Oh, Hermes, it's you. Nothing, he was just leaving. I'm quite tired from my adventure inside the dungeon today. Come on, Essel, let's go. Damn it, Hermes. But you know, not getting an answer might as well be an answer after all. As Bell would leave with Essel, Hermes would alert Igris, saying there's been rumors going around about your Familia, man. Something about you guys partaking in monster trafficking. Hermes' serious expression would turn back into a smile. But there's no way you'd ever do that. Why would my good friend Igris ever involve himself with some dirty monster trafficking? He patted his friend on the back. Igris would turn, gritting his teeth, saying that he's done for the day. He's getting tired and he's got to update his fauna for his Familia. Surely you should get back to work doing the same, Hermes, rather than go and drinking your brains out. Hermes would laugh. Well, if I can't enjoy women and alcohol, what am I really living for? What's the point of eternity without a little fun, huh? As Igris left, his fun and jovial expression and demeanor would disappear. As beside him, Asfi would appear, removing her mask as her invisibility stealth spell would dissipate. What do you think, Asfi? I think our divine god Igris is full of crap. I couldn't have said it any better myself. Meanwhile, as Bell and Essel were returning back to the mansion, they'd hear a commotion in the street. Day was turning to night, but it was far too early for any adventurers to be getting into bar fights. What could that ruckus be? As Bell and Essel would be approaching the sound while heading back toward the mansion,
They'd clearly hear it. "Kill the monster!" Several hours ago. We see Vine outside playing in the grass with Seer watching over her, telling her to come back to the blanket, now motioning for her to come eat lunch with her. As Vine was laying her head on Seer's lap, she put her hand up toward the sky. Seer would pat her head gently, wondering if this would be like if her and Bell were to, well, she'd blush, putting both of her hands covering her face, as we'd hear Lily and Welf in the background, discussing what they're going to do with the Vine situation. I hope Bell and Essel find them soon. The longer we have her here, the more danger we're putting the Familia in. Unknown to Lily, of course, Vine could hear everything. Vine's eyes, which had been filled with joy playing with Seer out in the yard, had now become sullen.
Am I a burden on Bell?
That evening, as Seer and Igris were arguing over who would be making dinner as usual, Bell and Essel had yet to return from the dungeon. Vine would take this opportunity to sneak out of the mansion. Covering her head with the red hood that Bell had given her, she'd flee into the night with tears in her eyes.
I love Bell, Seer, Lily, Welf, Igris. I don't want them to be hurt because of me,
she'd be saying. Wandering into the alleyways, she'd run off into the city. As she's running back, now not knowing where to go, she would see a small girl standing in front of a shop, and in front of that shop would be 3 large wooden boxes. She'd see it before the small girl could. The little girl would be oblivious to the large wooden box that was teetering overhead. As it began to fall, Vine would scream out, "No! Get out of the—" As she'd lunge, her body would move on its own, without her even thinking. A pitch-black wing would sprout from her back as she lunges behind the child to protect her from the falling box. The heavy wooden box filled with produce would shatter on Vine's back as she'd cry out in pain, wooden splinters causing blood from her wings to fall. At that moment, when the box had shattered, the sound would have drawn the attention of the other humans around in the square. And with that, it had all begun. "That monster's attacking that little girl! How did it get outside the dungeon? Someone kill it! Call the adventurers!" They'd begin throwing stuff at the monster, with Vine crying as the little girl would be terrified of her. Vine would let go of her hands. As the girl would sprint, trying her best to crawl away, Vine would be surrounded. The humans from the town would begin screaming, saying, "Get the hell out of our city! You damn monster! This is no place for you!" They'd be screaming, throwing objects, and hitting Vine as she'd begin getting bruised and battered. She'd cover herself with her wings when a larger man would come forward, preparing to grab her, grabbing at her wing and throwing her against the wall. Vine would cough out blood as there would be a tear in her wing as she'd scream out in pain. At that exact moment, "The adventurers! There's some adventurers from the Loki Familia!" It was Ais Wallenstein and her party. They had been heading back from the dungeon as well. And in that exact moment, they'd heard the commotion, heading toward the scene. As the crowd would part ways for the Loki Familia, suddenly, the monster would vanish. "But what? It was just here!" The entire crowd would be horrified, asking, "Did it fly away?" looking up into the sky, but they would see nothing. In his arms, Bell would be cradling Vine. Her wings would wrap around him tightly. Bell would be stroking her, saying, "It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be fine." Bell would jump up into the air, vanishing as he bounced off the building, as Ais and the other adventurers would arrive, seeing the empty circle surrounded by people. As the crowd began arguing, saying that there had been a monster. There had been one, they promised. Ais would look upward, seeing a small crack on the wall, in the shape of a small footprint. Meanwhile, Bell had gotten far enough away, regrouping with Essel as they landed on a rooftop. He deactivates stealth. Vine would continue to squeeze Bell, saying, "Bell, they all hate me. It hurts so much." Bell would ask if she can let go softly. She continued sobbing into his chest. As Essel would have a look of grimace on her face, she'd be gripping her sword tightly. "Despicable." "Essel, calm down," Bell would say. He was equally, as if not more, pissed off than she was. But through some subtle coaxing, he would have been able to pry Vine off of him, showing the tear in her wings that had sprouted, the blood and bruises on her. Bell would analyze her with the system.
HP, 87%.
Bell would sigh in relief. Shop. Bell would pull out a medium-grade healing potion as he tells Vine to drink it, holding her mouth open as he pours down the healing liquid. Essel would watch, clasping her hands together, her knuckles growing white, as Vine's wounds would begin to heal.
The cuts in her wings, her bruises, all of her blood would begin to regenerate, as she wouldn't be in pain anymore. She'd still continue sobbing.
Belle, am I a burden?
Bell would wrap his arms around her, saying, "No, you're not a burden." She began crying again, saying, I want to stay with you. Bell would continue stroking her hair, as Essa would also then begin to embrace Vine. I know. Vine would continue sobbing, as Bell would make a promise to himself. I will protect you, no matter what. As Bell and Vine alongside Essa would be returning to the mansion, they'd spot Lily, Wealth, and Seer all looking out in the streets frantically, as the mob of the crowd of angry townspeople would be continuing their search for Vine. Bell would alert them in stealth, whispering to head back to the mansion. As all three of them would return back to the mansion, Bell would finally be able to disable stealth, his mana almost depleted after finding them all. Bell would begin drinking a mana potion. That was close. I almost ran out at the end there. I didn't think finding Wealth would take that long. As the city was still in chaos over a rogue monster, the Loki familiar were doing their best to hunt down the monster and slay it. The next day, when the chaos had finally settled after almost 8 hours, Bell had received a notice from the Adventurers Guild. It was a blank white note with fancy rune script on the side edges of it. Clearly an empty notepad. Bell and no one else could read it. That is until Soma seemed to peek his head over Bell's shoulder.
Oh, that's because it's written in the divine language.
Well, Soma, looks like you've got some use after all. I need you to update Lily and Wealth's Falna. And while you're doing that, you can translate for me, alright? While Soma was updating the Falnas of Wealth and Lily, he would read the note. Bell would write it down. Across the table, we'd see Essel, who'd be holding Vine. She'd be sitting on her lap with Essel's arms wrapped around her. As Bell would begin to read the note out loud. This is an urgent request for the Cranel Familia. This urgent quest is to return the Vivier girl back to the 20th floor of the dungeon and to meet with the rest of the Xenos. Bell would frown, as Vine would look up worryingly. Bell would continue reading. Due to the chaos in the city, it's no longer safe for her to remain on the surface. You must return her to the dungeon. Vine would look up with worry in her eyes. Bell would turn to her and the rest of the Familia, as Bell would ask the question, what's the next step from here? Everyone would sit at the table as they begin to discuss. Bell would clearly and point blank ask Vine, what is it you want to do? And be honest, say it. Vine would sniffle as Essa would encourage her.
I want to stay with Bell and everyone else. I don't want to go back.
Bell would nod, turning to the others as their eyes would steal with determination. Bell would smile. Well, that's fine with me. But before you make a decision, I think it's worth seeing what the other Xenos are like. Wouldn't you like to meet more people like yourself, Vine? Vine would look nervous, clutching onto Essel, as Bell would reiterate, saying, I won't leave you there. If you meet them and decide you don't want to stay with them, I'll fight all of them to take you home with me. That's a promise. He'd grin, and I never break a promise. He'd hold out a pinky to her, to which she'd take, with them doing a pinky swear. With that, the party would begin to plan to enter the dungeon to introduce Vine to the other Xenos, and for Bell's purpose, to find out more about what's going on, and to make sure Vine knows that she's not alone. She's not an outcast in this world. And with that, Bell and his party would venture down into the 20th floor. Essel would be holding Vine in her arms. As the party from the Cranel Familia would come across the group of monsters holding armor and weapons, Bell would hold his hand out, pointing his blade toward them, Kasaka's Venom Fang. At that moment, a large red lizard man would appear. He'd growl, holding his blade up towards Bell as his eyes would narrow. Bell would simply stare him back down, as the monsters would watch with keen interest. Vine would be scared as she then holds Essel's arm. The lizard man would break first, laughing, saying, Wow, I really thought I could scare you, man. You are quite as cool as they say. Fels was right, you're not like a human at all. Thanks, I guess, Bell would say awkwardly. But really, how did you know I wasn't gonna try and kill you? You weren't even that tense at all. Bell would smirk. If you were trying to kill me, you'd be dead already. Lib would laugh with a hearty laugh as the other monsters would get more comfortable, with the Xenos now introducing themselves to Bell and the rest of the Cranel Familia. The lizardman would reintroduce himself, asking Bell how they managed to find him, explaining that his name was Lid. Bell would smirk, saying, Actually, I met one of your compatriots. He'd point to the back. She has one of my friends with her. Outside of the Harpy's shadow, an infantry shadow soldier would appear, standing at attention for its lord. With that, the party would begin. As the other Xenos would be excited to meet Vine, she'd laugh and dance with them. They'd eat together, they'd talk. Bell would talk about stories of his adventures. He'd introduce Igris and his other shadow summons to the Xenos. And even Welf and Lily and Essel especially would get more comfortable. Lyd and the others would appear satisfied, saying they wished other humans could be as kind as these folks are. As the festivities would come to an end, Thels, who had arrived later, would begin to talk to Vine and the other Xenos, explaining that she would be safe here, they would protect her and they'd be a family, together. Bell would hold a hand out, saying to Vine that if she doesn't want to do this, then she doesn't have to. He'd let her talk alone with Thels, saying he'll be back. As Vine would reach her hand out, Bell would touch her finger with his, saying to remember their promise. She can decide what she wants to do. She'd turn looking back to Thels as their discussion would begin about her fate and the future of what she wanted to do. Meanwhile, Bell would turn back to Lyd as the two would have a sparring session, Lyd asking to have a friendly competition with him, saying he's never met an adventurer who has such an aura as Bell does. Bell would grin. Fine by me, but I won't be using any weapons. You can use whatever you'd like. Oh, giving me a handicap already, huh? So generous. Belchi, I already like you way better than that other guy. That other guy? Yeah, he's always down in the dungeon training. I'm sure you'll meet him sometime. He's kind of a problem. The Harpy would chuckle, saying just because he'd been beaten by him doesn't mean. Lido would scream, saying, "That's not why!" As he turned back to Bell, saying, "Let's proceed." Bell would be at the countdown from Lily as the fight would commence. Lily would run forward, swinging his tail and his other arm with a sword, as he attacked Bell from 2 points. Bell would dodge backward, his head now leaning all the way to the ground as he'd kick with his other foot, kicking the sword out of Lyd's hand. With just a few more seconds, he would have pinned Lyd to the ground, with all of his limbs being restrained. Lyd would cough out, saying, I give up, man! As Bell would laugh, saying, "Hey, that was a good fight." He'd give him a fist bump. Lyd would chuckle, saying, "You could destroy me if you were actually trying. It was like you were playing with me. But thanks, I guess." Bell would say it's impressive he can tell. Bell was trying his best not to show him he was holding back. "Even though you were going so easy on me, I could still feel my hands and knees shaking." He looked down. They were still shaking. "Just facing you in battle has, well, my instincts going wild. And if there's one thing I've learned by fighting monsters and adventurers, it's to always trust your instincts." Bell would pat him on the shoulder, saying, "Well, they did a good job. But I wasn't going to hurt you. I promise." Just like in the original, Vine, after talking with Thels, would have come to a decision, believing that she doesn't want to be a burden for Bell, or his familia. She's grown so close with them, and from here on out, it was her goal to make it so that the other humans, like the ones who had attacked her on the surface, would see her as for more. She'd give a big grin to Bell, saying she wants to be together with him one day, up in the sun, and to go shopping in town with Big Sis Essel and Seer, and everyone. Bell would have a smile on his face. "Well, then I guess we'll both have to work pretty hard, huh?" He put his hand down on her, patting her once more. As she gave him a firm hug, there were other familiar members, including Essel, who began to tear up. Bell, within these last moments, would transfer the infantry soldier he had placed in the Harpy's shadow into Vine's. Vine, he'd wipe her tears she had been trying to hold back. "If you're in trouble and you need me, call out my name, and come hell or high water, I will come for you. Do you understand?" Vine would nod, as Bell would have a huge smile on his face. "Good then. Well, it's nice been getting to meet you all, but we should be heading back. I'll try to look out for you guys as I'm clearing the dungeon. If you guys continue to wear armor, that'd probably be for the best. My shadow soldiers aren't as forgiving as I am." Igris and the other shadow soldiers would turn away awkwardly, with the Xenos beginning to chuckle and laugh. Bell would say that he'll keep an eye out for them from now on. He would reach his hand out toward the red lizard man, Lyd, and once again shake his hand, saying it's been a pleasure meeting you. And if we come across each other again, I hope I can call you my friend. Bell and the rest of the Cranel familia would return to the surface. As they are, Essel would turn to Bell, saying she's going to miss Vine so much. But seeing her like that, with her family, she'd hold her hand on her arm. "Well, it made me think of my family, like my father and the Radiru clan waiting for me. Do you think maybe..." Bell would nod. "I've been planning to do it for a while now.
But with everything coming up with Vine, I haven't had a chance. Tomorrow, I promise Essel, tomorrow, I'm going to slay the Demon King, and I'll return you home, okay? Essel would be startled by this, which would confuse Bell. She'd quickly speak up, saying, No, I don't really want to return permanently. I would just like to visit home, and maybe you would come with me? Oh, yeah. Bell would disable the notification of the Demon King's castle quest. Well, if I return, I'll probably end up taking him out anyway. But we'll see. And with that, as the party's returning back to the mansion, Bell would be working to complete the daily quest before midnight, almost having run out of time because he lost track of time while they were partying. As he'd finish the quest and then finally be able to go to sleep, he'd close his eyes, falling unconscious. Back deep inside the dungeon, the group of the Xenos had begun to move, with more adventurers now getting closer to their home base. The Harpy who had originally talked with Bell and Vine would be in the same party. With that group moving deeper into the dungeon, something would ambush them. It was the Icolos Familia. They'd attack, cutting down their friends, as Vine would cry out, screaming for Bell. Bell! His shadow soldier would jump at her shadow, as Bell would sit up in bed startled as he feels himself awaken, his shadow soldier's emotions penetrating back into him, alerting danger for Vine. But Bell was too far from the dungeon, and they were too deep. As his shadow soldier was cut down, Bell would lose contact with it, as he would be unable to regenerate the soldier due to the distance and his magic power being too far away. Damn it! Bell would throw off the covers as he runs through the mansion, screaming for everyone to get up, saying they've got to go to the dungeon now. As the Cranel Familia would be prepared to storm the dungeon to find Icolos' Familia and rescue Vine. And with that, that is a wrap too. What if Bell Cranel had the system from Soul Leveling level 8? If you guys enjoyed this part and want to see the next part of this story going forward, make sure to hit that red button and turn it from subscribed to subscribed. Maybe hit that cool little bell down there too, because, you love Bell so much since you've gone to this far already. Might as well stick around for some more. Anyway, it's been great, and I'll see you guys in level 9. Ciao.
Under the lightning's glow, the one called the Frost Monarch's spine would straighten. His excited, casual demeanor had left.
Why, if it isn't the Monarch of Beasts, what a pleasure it is to see you in the corporeal world once again.
But no, on the contrary, simply based off his tone, anyone could discern that these two monarchs simply did not get along. The Beast Monarch would lumber forward, the Frost Monarch quickly stepping out of the way, his pale skin moving like a blur, as if though a flash through the rain and the storm. The man with his golden eyes would narrow them, raising his hand and peering between his thumb and index finger, gazing toward a sea of lights. Below the hill, he would see it, a rounded stone city, built in the shape of almost a perfect circle, and at the center, a tower that loomed into the heavens, a structure so glorious and filled with mana. So much mana coursed through the structure, it was clear that it must contain an incredible power.
Well, Beast Monarch, is that all denizens of chaos within the tower?
If you'd give me a moment, I could tell you. How about you shut up and let me do my job? The Frost Monarch would make a mild grunting sound.
I don't understand why he would have acted so soon. Is the Monarch of Destruction so certain that—
What the hell?
What, is it the Shadow Monarch?
No, but I can sense it. Deep underground, under that stone tower that pierces the sky. I can see traces of a powerful mana from the kin of the Monarch of Destruction.
A dragon? Here? Why? The Monarch of Destruction didn't tell us anything about—
You know as well as I do, Frost Monarch. The Monarch of Destruction only tells us what we must know. The Beast Monarch would smile. And since he didn't ask us to report anything outside of the Shadow Monarch's whereabouts, I don't think we even need to tell him about it. The Frost Monarch's mouth would hang open.
You can't mean to not tell him of his own child being trapped under that structure by humans.
Frankly, I'm not even sure most of them are humans. The Frost Monarch would turn, walking next to the Beast Monarch and glaring through the rain.
Yes, I see what you mean. It's peculiar how many of them have some essence of a spiritual body. But yeah, seems like that trace of power from the Shadow Monarchs all but vanished. Nothing big enough to stand out anymore, at least. But then you think he was here? Of course he's here. The real problem is why he's going back on the plan. If that piece of shit Ashbourne already started making his move before the rulers even arrived, then we'll have wasted our time here. You don't think the Shadow Monarchs betrayed us now, do you? I hope he has. If that bastard betrayed us, I'll rip him apart myself. Boom. Crack.
With a flash of lightning and the sound of thunder tolling, the trunk under which the two monarchs once stood would teeter forward, falling and rumbling into the ground. As the dust clears, the two figures would have vanished, disappearing into the stormy night. Hey everyone, and welcome back to What If Bell Cranel Had the System from Solo Leveling, Level 9. If you're unfamiliar, please check out the top upper right hand corner, or in the description you'll find the playlist with every prior part, or level for my video game inclined fans, where we've had the opportunity to watch Bell climb up the ranks, take down gods, and even come face to face with death more times than he can count, all in the pursuit of becoming the strongest. And so, without further ado, if you haven't already, please hit all the cool shiny buttons down there, you know, the like, the bell, and the red button, and of course there's a new one, I think, called the hype button. I'm not entirely too sure what it does, but hey, maybe press that a few times, I don't know. But let's get into the story where we left off. Bell would sit up in his bed, a cold sweat covering him. The thin magical thread of connection between himself and the shadow soldier he had left in her shadow would snap, severing. He could not provide more mana through the gate to his soldier. It had been destroyed. What? Bell had no idea this limitation existed, that there was a range of distance that he had to maintain in order to continue to revive his soldiers. It felt like a stabbing pain in his heart, like a comrade he had known for years had just vanished. It was one of the soldiers he had first ever revived using Onwards after he had done the job change quest and met Igris. I had no idea. But before he could think about the consequences of these actions, let the weight hit him. He'd realized what must have happened.
She's in danger. We need to go now.
Bell and his soldiers would sound the alarm, waking up Welf, Lily, as well as Essel. As Bell scrambled to pull on his gear, he'd tell them what was going on, saying his soldier he had left with Vine had vanished, the last of its will reaching him before it had been destroyed. He grit his teeth, rage beginning to fill him now that he realized truly what had happened.
I promised I would protect her. There's no way I'm going back on my word, no matter what.
The doors of the mansion of the Cranel family would slam open, the wind and rain pouring into the foyer. Igris would cringe a little. They'd run through, slamming the doors shut behind them. Bell would summon forth two shadow soldiers, two beast shadows, hellhounds from his own. His shadow would expand, and two dog-like creatures would form out of the liquid shadow. Lily and Welf would saddle on top as the dogs began running. Bell would turn to Essel, nodding, as the two would begin their sprint on foot. The two of them would be far faster on their own legs. Within minutes, even under the storm clouds, Bell and his party would arrive to the center of Orario. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning, and so the guards who would be stationed would be in a sleep-like state. As they'd open their eyes blurrily, the two Ganesha Familia members would see only a blur of white and shadow, the Cranel Familia infiltrating the dungeon almost silently. As they entered through the top floor, Bell would say that he'll clear the path. As monsters would begin to spawn inside the dungeon, now appearing from around corridors, he'd simply use Ruler's hand, snapping their necks as soon as they appeared. Magic stones would begin to litter the ground, but they'd ignore them. Bell didn't have time to think about profit now. He had to get there as fast as possible. Within the next hour, a message would have been sent to the Cranel Familia, but it was essentially an empty house. That is, except for Seer. She'd received the note from the Adventurers Guild around 4 o'clock in the morning, detailing what had happened down in the dungeon from Fels, the one responsible for managing the Xenos. The letter had instructed the Cranel Familia to meet with Fels by the Adventurers Guild, but since everyone had left, there was no one to receive the message for him. She only hoped that Bell would be able to find Vine before everything went wrong, hoping that she was alright. Seer would clutch the letter, squeezing it, thinking about Bell. As deep within the dungeon, he'd be ripping hell through the floors, cutting down monsters in a scorched earth mentality, looking for any trace of a passage, any trace of Vine or her friends. Bell's knife would slice through another monster, severing its head from its torso. Simultaneously, Lily Ruka would launch a bolt from her miniature arm crossbow, the bolt sinking deep into a rabbit monster's head and bursting against the walls another magic stone drops. Welf would cast Will-O-Wisp, causing the flames that were about to burst out of the mouth of a hellhound to implode, causing the creature to explode into smoke and wisps. And with it, Bell would be confused momentarily. Wait a minute, we can't be that far down yet. It's only the 8th floor. How are there hellhounds all the way up here? Bell's answer would come as they would reach the 17th floor, where he mentally had been prepared to fight the Goliath, only to turn around as he looks to see Titan standing with the Orb of Avarice.
Oh, yeah. Crap, I totally forgot about that.
Just making sure you guys are on your toes. Let's keep going. Sound good? Essel would charge forward, a look of determination in her face, her eyes steely as she jumps down the slide to the next floor. Floor 18, the city of Rivera, the underground city mostly inhabited by adventurers. The city would be completely calm and quiet. Come on, let's get down to the 19th floor as soon as possible. There's no reason for us to stay up here. As soon as Bella and the others had reached down to the safe point, they continued trekking downward, making it down to the 19th, the 20th, the 21st floor. Bell would call forth all of his soldiers, calling forth over 100, no, almost 200 soldiers, as he calls for them to go and spread out and find them. As his shadow soldiers would take different directions heading down, he'd keep track of them, making sure none of them were using up magic power and sensing for them as best as he could while he cut down more. As for Bell's group, he'd make sure to stick together with Essel, Lily, and Welf, making sure none of them were out of his sight to protect them. And also because he didn't want any of them getting lost if he did find Vine. The soldiers would be easily returned to him, tracking through his magic power since he was so close now. There. He'd notice it. One of his groups, Vanity, his Shadow Soldiers squadron, would be getting taken out. Bell's heel would step on it as he tells everyone to follow him, leading them down the nearest passageway as he traces his own magic power, coming upon a group of monsters slaughtering his soldiers. Almost immediately, though, he'd begin hearing voices.
Ah, damn it, these things just won't stay down!
Bell would stop in his tracks. He had almost been about to cut off Gross's head. He turned, looking behind him, seeing Lida.
Guys?
The Zenos would turn, recognizing Bell and his party.
Belchi? What's going on? Weren't you guys going back up to the surface?
The Zenos would look confused. They hadn't heard anything about what was going on. Of course they hadn't. If it wasn't for Bell having placed a soldier on Vine, they probably wouldn't have heard of the group being attacked until they had made it to their new hideout. Bell in a hurried voice would explain everything to Gross and the rest of the Zenos in this party. They'd be horrified, realizing that their comrades had been slaughtered, having been taken by adventurers. Gross would squeeze his hand tight as he turned back, looking at the others and nodding, saying they're gonna go raise hell on those damn adventurers.
We'll burn that city of theirs to the ground,
Gross would say, swiping his claws through the air. Bell would hold up his hand. Vina isn't there. I already searched everywhere. It'd be a waste of time.
How would you know that they just didn't get turned into magic crystals? If they'd been cut down, there'd be no trace of them anyway.
Gross would be getting to get impatient. He wouldn't appreciate being attacked by the shadow soldiers from this human. Well, maybe not human, but whatever he was. He couldn't quite bring himself to feel as much aggression towards Bell Cranel. He didn't understand why, though. His instincts told him there was no point in attacking this person. None at all. Lily and Welf would have an expression of concern on their face, not wanting to get into a fight with the Zenos. Essa would pull her sword, drawing it as she points it down the dark passage, saying that they'll follow Bell's lead, and that they'll come with and will take down whoever abducted her. If you want to go and just cause trouble for humans. She'd turn her eyes purple, flicking out at Gross. Then that's your choice, but I'm here to save her. With that final note, she'd begin marching, with Bell holding his hand out.
Essel, wait! We still have to...
Never mind. Well, I gotta get to going too. I also don't have time to waste on this. I'm going to save Vine.
Are you all coming or not?
Before the large stone gargoyle or the red lizard man could answer, we'd hear a squeal from Essel. Huh? Bell would turn, looking as he senses some strange magic power, strong enough to even fight with Essel. He'd run down the corridor, the Xenos and the rest of his party following behind, Igris right at his side.
What are high orcs doing here?
Essel would say, confused. Bell would turn, his eyes adjusting as he can see in the darkness. He'd see 3 of them. Large, burly monsters with tattoos covering their skin and deep fangs rising from their lower lip, reaching past their brows. As Essel would hold her sword drawn ready to fight, the 3 monsters would turn as more began to arrive. 10, 20, 30 high orcs, as Essel called them. Bell had never seen or heard of this monster before. What is a high orc? He'd heard of orcs, fairly weak monsters from the 10th to 12th floors, a huge pig-headed monster that can reach 3 meters in height. They wear old hide at waists like skirts, and were typically large and rotund. However, they were known to cause level 2 adventurers some struggle. These felt completely different. Their musculature, physique, and the aura emanating off them. It was stronger than anything that he had sensed yet. Maybe even on the level of something from the Demon King's castle. Welf and Lily would stop still, feeling sweat drip down their side of their face. They felt it too. They were nothing compared to these monsters. They're way too strong.
Bell, do we have to fight that many?
Bell's shadow soldiers would tighten in around them as they began to fill the corridors.
This isn't good.
Bell's eyes would flick in a crimson light, glancing back toward his own party and toward the Xenos behind them, his soldiers filling in the cracks.
There's far too many. And how are they so organized? Monsters don't operate like this inside of the dungeon.
Bell would grip Kasaka's Venom Fang and the Night Killer in his hands, the 2 blades feeling cold and firm in his grip. As Essel was about to launch her first attack on the horde of monsters, their lips would open and they would begin to speak.
We come on the orders of the great Kagalrin, the master of this dungeon and king of this land. The humans are to accompany us. You will assist us or you will perish.
The High Orcs had been speaking, but their eyes didn't follow Essel or Bell. They looked past all of Bell's party, actually, directly to the Xenos.
What's going on? I thought Vinay and her party were captured by human adventurers. Have I miscalculated? And why?
They're not Xenos. I've never heard of a monster called a High Orc before, but they must be. They're speaking like this. Did they come from a lower floor?
Huh? What the hell are they saying?
They're not speaking in the language from Orario. Then that must mean... Bell would look to Essel. Essel would turn back looking at Bell. The only 2 of them who had understood this questioning was themselves. Bell would sweep out his hand, turning back and telling them not to fight. They were leading them somewhere, to their leader. And he had a feeling that this was connected to what had happened to Vinay and the other Xenos. Meanwhile, on the outside, we'd see a conversation between the god Hermes and the god Ikalos.
Can we just drop this by now? I've already told you there's no point in even talking to me, and I'm not going to say anything further.
He'd push Hermes away. Hermes would slouch back around, leaning on his other side.
Come on, Ikalos, we go way back, right?
Come on, my guy. I know you can't be doing this to me. Where are they? Your party of monster trackers? Come on, I know what you're doing down there, man. Don't make this any harder than it has to be. Do you know how much work I've given Asphy over the past week since our own little conversation?
I said drop it already. If you're really so curious, I haven't heard from any of them since back then anyway. They're probably still locked down there in Knossos.
What did you say?
If anything, I said too much. I haven't heard from them in ages, so drop it. They probably died fighting a monster for all I care. Pathetic weaklings. If they come back, I'll teach them what they should do, ignoring my orders.
Ikalos would stand as he then finally shakes off Hermes leaving, causing Hermes to feel confused. He had been certain that Ikalos' familia had been responsible for the strange happenings in the dungeon, with monsters and adventurers going missing. What's going on? As Bell and his party would be led further inside the dungeon, they'd eventually come to a stone-sealed door. One of the orcs near the front
would reach into the back of their pelt cloak, pulling out a strange item. He'd hold it up towards the door as the front door to Knossos would open to the key. Inside of Knossos, we would see hundreds of cages, and there'd be a mix of human adventurers, monsters, and some of the Xenos, but far worse than that. The moment the doors to Knossos opened, magic power would surge through, causing even Lily, Welf, and Essel to shiver as Lily would begin shaking to her knees. She could barely move. Bell would narrow his eyes, looking into the room as he'd see even more high orcs. Far more. Hundreds, if not at least 200-300 of them, all on the walls, cheering and laughing. At the far end of this massive cage of humans and monsters alike would be a giant high orc, with skulls around its neck. Human skulls. Its teeth, its fangs were elongated, and it would have even more detailed tattoos on its red skin than the others. It truly had a fantastic aura. It was the strongest thing that Bell had seen so far, even including the Black Goliath from his fight earlier, a couple weeks ago back in Riveria. At what obviously seemed like the boss's side was another small cage, and inside would be a man. He'd be bloodied up and beaten, his eyes a scarlet red with a burning hatred in them. He'd scream up at the monster, "Do you know who I am? I'm Dix Paradix, goddammit, the strongest adventurer in all of the Ikalos Familia." The monster had grabbed a chain through the birdcage, pulling it tightly as Dix Paradix's neck would turn purple. He'd get slammed against the cage. The monster would laugh, before speaking in the language of Orario.
You really think after I learned the language of you humans that I'd keep something so pathetic near my feet?
The king, Kaghalran of the High Orcs, would rip his fist through the chain, pulling Dix up toward the top of the cage, his neck turning purple as he'd slam the cage against the ground. Dix would scream out in pain. Even being a high-level adventurer, he was no match for this High Orc. "You piece of shit monsters!" Dix would cough up blood, color beginning to return to his face, the cage now on its side indented. His eyes, with a red symbol, the symbol of Daedalus, burned into them, would rage into a flame. "It doesn't make any sense. My curse should work on you, the Phobiter Daedalus, but why can't I use it on him? This ugly fucking pig."
See, this is why you survived so long, Dix Paradix. You were so entertaining. But...
Once again, Kaghalran would reach forward and grab the chain, pulling the cage up as Bell and the others would now fully be in the center of the room. He'd turn, Bell's eyes would be cold watching this monster enjoy its sadism, torturing the man.
I have new toys to play with.
Kaghalran of one hand would throw the cage with Dix inside of it, the leader of the Ikalos Familia screaming with his rasped and beaten voice, his blood spraying through the cage. As he'd be about to slam into the ground, Kaghalran would raise his hand. As Paradix, the last of Daedalus' family, would fly through the air, his screams and outrage would activate his curse. The Xenos and monsters, even the other humans inside of the cages, the other adventurers from the Ikalos Familia, they'd cry out in pain, going into a frenzy. Bell would hear her voice screaming out in pain. He'd see her. Vine would grab her chest, feeling the tight iron cord around her neck. The great shaman Kaghalran's hand would reach out as he'd cast gravitational magic. As the adventurer's body was about to get turned into a cheese grater through the metal grate, Bell would reach forward, speed blitzing past the armed guards of the High Orcs, the rest of his party, and the soldiers he had summoned. His hand reaching out and grabbing the cage, he'd rip open the bars, catching the adventurer, the blood spilling over his clothes. As he'd slow the fall, spinning and catching him, Bell would grit his teeth, looking up at the monster. "How dare you make me save trash like that?" In the next instant, Essel and Igris would have moved to Vine's cage, slicing open the chain and ripping the cage open as Vine would lurch out, hugging around Essel and crying into tears, the curse having been deactivated when Dix Paradix had fallen unconscious. The other Xenos began speaking up, saying that it was him, that human and his friends, they had captured them.
Bell, Essel, Igris, Welf, Lily.
Of each name, we'd see more tears spill from Vine's eyes.
It was horrible. They killed everyone, the adventurers, but then they seemed surprised. They dragged me back here by my wing, and when we got in, that man seemed so terrified. There was this huge blue wall, and then the air ripped apart, and it was horrible.
The Xenos would turn on the humans still captured inside the cages, the Ikelos Familia members who had originally captured them, hoping to trap them and sell them off on the market. Gross would growl in a deep gravel voice. We should just take them out while they're trapped in the cages. Kagalran would laugh. Yes, you understand. These. He'd slam his foot down to another skeleton, a corpse of a human that had been devoured. These humans need to know their place, thinking they can take on my power. Surely you must feel the same. Bell would turn, narrowing his eyes. He'd stand, looking back towards Kagalran, as more of his shadow soldiers would appear, all 200 of his soldiers jumping out of his shadow and leaping forth, now surrounding everyone, the Xenos as well as the Hierarchs close to them. They may have been rotten pieces of shit, but I won't allow you to harm anyone else while I'm here. He turned, his eyes purple, filled with malice. If any of the Xenos attack so much as one human, then I'll call you a monster and cut you down the same. Just sit still and watch, Gross. The gargoyle would be paralyzed, feeling fear enveloping him as Bell would turn back. His blades in his hand, he'd speed forward, beginning to cut through the Hierarchs, his shadow soldiers ripping through them apart like cotton candy. Vine would shiver in Essel's arms as the rest of Bell's party could only stand and watch. Both Welf and Lily were completely still. Igris had already moved into battle formation, while the rest of his forces, Vanity and Titan included, had stood. This is when Kagalran would notice his forces.
Your pathetic scarecrows don't interest me. There must be a limit to your magic power. I'll keep slaughtering them with my army, and then I'll kill all the other humans here too, and I'll make sure you get to watch. That'll be my little treat for you since you interrupted my kill on that pathetic weakling.
I'm done talking. Titan, blast him away. With a roar of approval, the Black Goliath soldier of Bell Cranel would stand, holding the Orb of Avarice as it faces its contemporary. Letting out a breath of pure magical power, the Orb of Avarice would double its strength, as Kagalran would feel a light emerging upon him. He quickly shot out, holding his hand, his 4 bodyguards trying to get in front of the blast, as Kagalran would call the Hymn of Protection, creating a blue shield out of magic power, blocking the blast. Most of it. 3 of his generals would have been completely turned to dust, their bodies slumping over with just their hindquarters remaining. Bell would cringe, hoping he can still continue with his shadow extraction. Kagalran would roar out in anger. As more of the Hierarchs would converge upon them, Welf would snap back into it, using Will-o'-the-Wisp to try and block the next hymn from Kagalran. However, he'd cast Hymn of Blindness, casting a curse upon Bell's party. Welf would clasp his hands around his eyes. I can't see a thing! Lily would have dodged out of the way with the help of a shadow soldier who would have taken the attack, being completely unaffected by the curse. Looks like he's okay. I should be able to help him out later. For now. Bell would turn back, seeing that his soldiers had been getting cut down and he was losing magic power. System. At that moment, the system screen would roar to life, showing Bell's stats and strength. He was level 94. His stats were in the hundreds, and he was ready to fight. Alright, Gargle, or whatever your name is. Let's do this. A shower of blood and sparks would rain. As the monsters from the Xenos would begin freeing each other, even the humans, they'd watch in horror as the Shadow Army would rip through Kagalran's forces, watching as the Hierarchs would fall. But there were just too many of them. They kept cutting down his soldiers, and Bell would have to keep using his system to drain more mana potions. You know, Kaggle, this is really a poor matchup. For you.
What are you even talking about? A poor matchup for me? My soldiers are greater in quantity and quality. Your dolls are falling like flies to a flame.
Then I guess I'll have to show you the strength of a necromancer. I wonder how many I've cut down by now. Let's see.
Onwards.
The shadows of the fallen would swirl as the High Orc's bodies would reform through his power, through the might of the Shadow Monarch. At his beck and call, he decides who rises back to the world of the living, who bears their arms in his name. His army would double, no, triple in size.
You dare turn my soldiers into your puppets?
Yeah, I do. But don't worry, you'll be joining them soon enough.
Hymn of Dragonfire!
Kagalgan's hood would change, its form shaping into that of the maw of a dragon. Bell would smirk. I kill dragons. As the flame would burst toward him, he'd hold his hand out, protecting his party, and the other Xenos behind him. Ruler's hand. Catching the flame in the air, he'd defend everyone behind him, causing the flames to burn to the side, creating a tower of the shape of a hand in the air. Bell would lunge to the side, jumping to the wall and grabbing onto the cages. He'd sever the cage hanging from the ceiling as he climbs up to the chain, cutting it with his other blade, the Night Killer. He'd bring the chain down with him as he runs toward Kagalran's feet, who'd be screaming. Bell would interweave between his feet, tying him up as he then pushes his knee out from under him, leaping off from the ground and headbutting him into his giant knee. Titan would lunge forward, making a huge roaring sound, throwing a fist down on top of the head in a skullhammer smash with both fists clasped. Kagalran would go flimp to the ground. As he'd begin to try and pull himself up, he'd begin casting curses toward Bell.
Hymn of blindness, hymn of pain, hymn of agony.
3 discs would begin to spin around Bell of magic power. They would shatter in an instant, and next to Bell, the system would roar to life.
Activated Blessing of Great Spellcaster Kandiaru. All curses, poisons, and negative status effects are nullified.
I said we were a bad matchup. Did I not mention that I'm resistant to poison? It slips my mind. With Titan on top pinning the massive Hierarch to the ground, Bell would lunge forward with Kasaka's Venom Fang, jabbing it into his eye, as Kagalran would scream out in pain, blood splurting over the floor of Kenosis. At the same time, the stone doors that entered into this man-made labyrinth would begin to open. The monsters who had been freed, the Xenos, and even the humans from Igris Familia, will begin to remove themselves from their bindings. As the Xenos would try and hold them back, we'd see them going into a frenzy. As the leader of the Igris Familia, Dix Paradix would stand, his body bruised, his bones cracked. He'd begin dragging himself up, his eyes burning with a flame, as he caused everything to go into a frenzy. Kagalran would take advantage of the distraction, taking a swing at Bell. Bell would raise his arm, blocking, as he gets sent flying into the stone wall, cracking it. The Xenos would begin losing control of themselves, as Welf, Lily, and Essel would have to get away from Vina and the others. Vina would begin lashing out, her wings growing in size, as the gem in her forehead would begin to crack and fall off, Essel catching it, as she'd see Vina grow into her full Vivier form. She begins screeching out, her claws reaching in pain. As she'd scream Bell's name, Bell would turn, jumping off the wall, as he says, "Damn it! What did you do? Dix Paradix!" "That should buy me a distraction. I'll get out of here before the orphan or this damn monster nest can catch me again." Using the Xenos and the monsters, as well as the rest of the Igris Familia who could still stand and move, they would escape through the doors, using the confusion to get out of the way so that Bell's shadow army and the High Orcs couldn't follow them. They'd try to close the door after, beginning to completely shut it, as Bell would scream out, saying, "No!" Elsa would stab her blade back into the ground, saying she couldn't save her, as the rest of Bell's party would turn back to the fight, cutting down more High Orcs, saying they'll go after them. "We need to get this cleaned up first." "You're right. Dash!" Bell's speed would go up 50%. He'd lunge off the wall as if the wind was at his feet, stabbing both of his daggers directly back into Kagalran's head. Bell would begin scaling the side of his head, going up towards his spine, using Fatal Strike, Fatal Strike, Fatal Strike! With each cast of his attack, he'd begin carving deeper into his flesh as the giant Hierarch would scream in pain. Titan would come down with another uppercut, punching the giant Hierarch and shattering its teeth, its fangs shattering to the ground. The 2 tusks it was so proud of turning to dust on the stone floor of the man-made dungeon it had claimed as its territory.
As Bell begins running down the side of its spine, he'd scream out using both daggers and spinning like a blade, cutting directly down Kaghalrin's back until he had reached the chains he had tied around his legs. With one hand, he'd grab the chain, pulling it back up towards his head and begin wrapping it around before using Ruler's hand to throw the edge of the chain back up to Titan. He'd scream out, "Titan, pull!" And with that, he'd grab down onto Kaghalrin's foot, bracing his body as himself and Titan would begin playing tug of war with Kaghalrin. With one final roar of pain, Bell would feel the snapping sound of his leg being separated from his torso, as Titan would have ripped off using the chain the remainder of Kaghalrin's face and his head. The system would roar to life in Bell's perspective.
You have defeated the dungeon boss. The gate will now be closed.
Huh? The gate? Just like the portal that had opened in the side of the dungeon's wall before, when he had entered that strange space to fight Kasaka, the venom snake, he turned, seeing the blue light that had been filling the room before, slowly vanishing. Wait, that entire wall of light? I thought that was part of the dungeon. That was a gate? It was massive, but I never used a key. Why was there a gate here? Never mind, we don't have time. Wilf, Lily, are you guys alright? Essel! He'd head back over to his party, where Igris would be standing nearby, watching over Essel, who'd be sank to her knees. They got away, and I lost her. Belle, I'm so sorry. Essel would now clench her fists as she stands back up, saying, "We need to go after them." Yeah, I should have put one of my soldiers inside of Dix Paradix's shadow. That was a mistake. I thought he was unconscious. I can't believe he recovered that quickly, though. Oh, but before we leave, Bell would turn back. You guys go on ahead. I gotta try something. He'd reach forward, getting back to the bodies of where the guards, as well as Kaghalrin, had been now laid. Titan, you might have to share that now. He'd point at the Orb of Avarice in his hand. He'd turn back, saying, "Onwards." And with that, the soldiers would rise, gathering the rest of the high orcs he had not captured before. With them completely being wiped out now, his forces would be quadrupled in size. He'd add them to his collection, deciding on a name for this new commander-ranked shadow. A general, huh? I guess I should just give you your own name? Gaggle, He'd look around, seeing the dropped fang, the shattered bone that Titan had ripped off of him when he was alive. Let's go with Tusk. Yeah, that sounds good. You were pretty proud of them after all. How about Tusk? And with that, the shadows would rise, and with it, he would now have 2 giant shadow soldiers. Titan would gratefully hold the Orb of Avarice, pulling it away from him, as we'd see Bell giving him a "come on, hand it over" look. Igris could be visibly sighing in the background. Finally, Titan would give over the Orb of Avarice to Tusk. Tusk would turn back, looking toward the door, as Bell would tell everyone to get out of the way, his party moving with his soldiers, his shadow soldiers re-emerging back into his shadow. "I won't let this door stop me. If we don't have the key, then I'll make my own way out." He'd order him to use the Hymn of Dragonfire, the blast that he had used to try and attack him earlier when he was alive. Tusk would oblige, the magic pouring forward through the Orb of Avarice and doubling in strength, until it eventually ripped forward at a blinding speed and crashed into the wall, where it did nothing. The wall would be completely scorched, flames licking the stone, but the wall would be almost completely undamaged, with only a few crumbs of the stone being destroyed. Not even that was enough to blow through it? Damn. He looked to Titan, wondering if maybe Titan's breath attack might be strong enough, but... Alright guys, you try pulling it. He'd have both of them stand on one side, begin pulling on the doors, but they wouldn't budge. Yep, that's some Daedalus craft work, alright. Wolf would speak up, asking if maybe there's another door or some way to get out of here that was left unlocked. Maybe. Vanity, go take a look of a squadron around. Don't go too far though, there might be some other enemies. With that, Welf would join Vanity's group as they began looking for another entrance. It's fine.
I know I can get through this. He punched the stone, feeling it shake under his fist. It was not indestructible. It was merely strong stone. But was it stronger than he was? He doubted that. He'd tell the two titans to stop fighting, with both of them now getting into an argument with the other, thinking that the newbie wasn't trying hard enough. Titan would shrug. Bell would sigh, motioning to Tusk to drop the Orb of Avarice for him. Immediately, Tusk would reach down, handing the orb back to Bell. It would shrink to his size. Bell would take a step back, taking 10 steps from the door. No, 20. He'd begin to concentrate, holding his fist around the orb, telling them to get back into his shadow. Lily, Essel, keep watch over me for the next 10 minutes. I'll get us out of here in no time. And with that, Bell would begin charging. Using the Orb of Avarice as the center of the recipient of magic, he had a crazy idea. If the Orb of Avarice can multiply magic power that's run through it, like fireball attacks and spells, what's to say that it can't multiply my skill's power? And so, Bell would take advantage of the Argonaut skill. Blue sparks beginning to fill the orb as the red Orb of Avarice over the next several minutes would turn a blindingly blue light, and then pure white, like holding a miniature star. He'd breathe in and out, feeling the depth of the magic power growing. Essel and Lily would be watching with their mouths hanging open agape. Watching so much magic power exuding from the Orb of Avarice, Bell was worried that it might break. That's all that I can go with. I can't use any more magic than this or I'll get worried. The hand that he was holding with the Orb of Avarice would begin to vibrate. The amount of magic that he had used charging into Argonaut into the Orb of Avarice to enchant it was multiplying its effect of doubling magic power by over 100. That's right, even by only spending 7 minutes charging it, Bell would have given it enough power with Argonaut to change the multiplicative power of the Orb of Avarice from 2 times the attack potency to 100 times. Bell would hold his hand out, telling the two girls to get behind him and stay back as he'd hold his hand toward the door. He'd feel the magic waiting to explode out, like a bomb waiting to burst. And then he'd say the word. Firebolt. Immediately, unlike any firebolt he had ever cast before, the blast would be wide and powerful. A white flame exploding out of the Orb of Avarice like a hydraulic pump of flames. The beam of pure energy of magic power created would dwarf both Titan and Tusk's power. The shadows watching within their master's shadow would be impressed seeing his magic power melt through the stone doors of Kenosis, leaving a massive hole as it would rip past it into the dungeon wall. Several more layers of the dungeon would get evaporated from the magical power. Bell would watch as the empty corridor behind would be completely turned to black, the stone charcoal turning to dust and ash, burning away, being completely vaporized as he'd melt through the 2 layers of the dungeon wall right outside, taking them right back to the center of the floor they had walked from to get there. Bell would turn back to the others, calling for Vanity and Wealth, who would come running, seeing the door was now open. Bell would look down at his hand, seeing it was smoking. He'd start waving it quickly, throwing the Orb of Avarice back into his inventory, making sure that it had no durability damage. It was perfectly fine. It had been able to contain all of his magic power just like that. His hand would be okay too, just hot. I actually didn't know if that was going to work. I thought about it, but holy crap. That I'm going to have to be careful with. Well, let's get out of here. And with that, Bell's party would chase up after the monsters and Xenos that had reached up to the surface, according to Dick's Paradox. Yet they did not come across him at all. We take a look back into the past. About 20 minutes ago, before Bell and the others had managed to escape Kenosis using Bell's power of the enhanced Firebolt and Orb of Avarice combined with Argonaut, we'd see Dick's Paradox resealing the stone wall, laughing as the monsters would go haywire, making their way up towards the ceiling of the dungeon and getting out into Orario, causing a distraction. I'll just lay low down here. There's another passageway I can use this key to get out of. He turned the opposite direction, running down the hall and descending another 2 floors. Using the dungeon wall with his map in his mind, he'd open the door,
Falling into the passageway and closing it behind him, he began pulling himself slowly, feeling the withering and the pain from all the damage that damn orc had done to him. As he lurched, pulling himself along, he'd finally come to a stop, feeling something warm. What? Dick's Paradox would look to the ceiling, where he'd see the cold breath and horns of a monster. The Minotaur would howl, bringing down an axe upon the human before him, cutting him down. Asterius the Minotaur had arrived. Meanwhile, Bell's party would have finally returned to reaching the surface. With them chasing after the Xenos, they wouldn't have been able to catch up in time with a 20-minute lead. Getting past Riveria and back up to the surface of the dungeon, they'd hear screams, seeing as Orario was in a panic. Adventurers would begin lurching out of the houses, trying to attack and take down the monsters. Damn it! Bell would call forth his shadow soldiers, telling them to defend the Xenos and make sure to incapacitate them, saying to do their best to get them into an alleyway, lead them towards Daedalus Street. With that in mind, Bell would begin chasing after Vine himself, using his soldiers to scan through the city and prevent the other adventurers from slaughtering them. They don't understand. The guild would have already called in the Ganesha and Hermes Familia to prepare a strike force, believing that Bell had met up with Fells due to the letter. That assumption, though, would prove incorrect. The Hermes and Ganesha Familias would try their best to make the situation uncontrolled, but Loki's Familia would hear about it, heading toward Daedalus Street to take out the Vivier and the other monsters like a gargoyle that had been attacking human civilians. Ais Wallenstein, Tiona and her sister Tione, Beta, and of course the 3 level 6s of the Loki Familia, the top executives, Gareth, Finn, and Riveria, the High Elf, the Dwarf, and the Purum. With these 3 out in the city now, it was only a matter of time before people, Xenos started to get hurt. Bell would tell Welf and Louis to head back to the Familia base, telling them to get back to the mansion and get out of the streets. He couldn't watch them and also fight at full capacity. If I'm taking on 3 level 6s, things are gonna get messy. Not to mention Ais. Essel, come help me save her. She'd smile, swinging her sword down as the two would continue running toward Daedalus Street. Bell using Ruler's hand to pull them over houses as the Shadow Soldiers would continue to spread out, stopping the adventurers from cutting down the Xenos, even successfully capturing a few and dragging them into the back alleys, holding them down. Bell would continue to use his soldiers in this method, using the High Orcs he had just received to their fullest potential. With their incredible strength and power, they were more than a match for most of the Xenos. It was only a matter of time. Yes, only a matter of time. But he'd see it, as Vina was about to be cut down by Ais Wallenstein. As her blade went to cut Vina down, the sound of metal on metal, sparks would fly, as the Night Killer would block her aerial strike. Bell would stand before her, blocking her blade from attacking Vina. Essa would appear behind him, now holding her sword up, as Bell would look around, analyzing who else was there. Bede, Tiona, level 5s. This won't be easy. Essel, get on my right side. He'd call out calmly. Eyes would narrow her own eyes, telling to step aside. That's a monster. I will end it. Now move. She'd push with more force this time, but Bell wouldn't even budge. He was stronger than when they had last sparred. Bell would bring up his other hand, summoning Kasuka's Venom Thing from behind his back, trying to use a sword break technique. Eyes would quickly repel backward, now pulling out of the blow, as we see Bede, Tiona, and the rest of the Loki Familia on site, glaring at Bell. What, so you like monsters now, huh? Bede would say. Essa would raise her sword, saying to shut up, raising her sword at him. You think you can threaten me, huh? Damn elf, the Beastkin would say. Essa would retort, I won't allow you to hurt someone so important to my prey. Bell would say, his eyes shifted from a crimson red to a blazing blue. He'd look down Ais Wallenstein. This is my prey. I've been chasing it since it escaped the dungeon. Surely experienced adventurers such as you all know about how hunting rights work from the dungeon. Isn't that right? The air would be so thick you could cut it with a knife. As Bell stood, the monster behind him writhed. Bell would speak in his mind, hoping, come on, just give it up already.
You don't want to fight me over this.
Ais would speak first. In normal circumstances, perhaps, but this monster got out of your sight and started attacking civilians, which means it's my priority as an adventurer to cut it down. Now then, step aside or get rid of it. In the time you've wasted, you would have already killed it by now. Am I wrong? Bell's eyes would narrow. Don't. Immediately, Ais would lunge with Aerial activated, fully intending to strike at Vinay's magic stone. Beta and Tiona would jump at the same time, all three of them moving down, bearing down on Bell and Vinay. SL would stand in the way of Beta, swinging her sword as he kicks her sword to the side, aiming for another blow to her head. Simultaneously at this moment, Bell would flick his fingers using Ruler's hand as he pushes Beta back from Essel so he can't strike her, stopping his foot midair and throwing him into Tione. The two level 5 adventurers getting thrown with a flick of his wrist. Essel would come up behind Ais, preparing to strike her from the back. With one hand he'd catch Essel's blade, stopping her. As he turned back, looking toward Vinay and Ais would continue barreling past him. I can't allow that. The longer this fight drags on, the system notification will roar to life. Hostility is detected toward the player. The worse this will get. In a single flash of an instant, before Ais or Essel could recognize what was going on, with a single open hand, he would have removed his other Kasuga's Venom Fang and put it back in his inventory. A swift chop to the neck would knock Ais unconscious, slamming her into the ground as he would have single-handedly taken out all three of the level 5 adventurers. As soon as he turned back to Vinay, who would start to be mumbling his name, he'd hear a slamming into the ground behind him. Gareth, the level 6 adventurer, would appear. And at his side would be Finn. 2 level 6s? Bell's eyes would narrow. He'd summon forth his shadow army, beginning to surround the entire square, making sure there were no civilians around. This could get messy. Hey, Essel, maybe back up here. As she began to try and back up, Flynn would move at blinding speed, but Bell's eyes would track him fully. Both of them were far within his range of power now. Bell would appear, grabbing Flynn's spear as he holds it away from Essel's face. I know this looks bad, but all three of them are fine. I swear, they're just unconscious. A swipe of stone would reach out, piercing through Bell's armor as he'd feel a gash across his right chest. The stone would be from Gareth, who'd laugh as he roars, saying, "You better hope that they're alright," as the second level 6 would come bearing down, trying to cut down on Bell's shoulder. He'd vanish, disappearing like an assassin, using stealth as he grabs Essel and hightails it out of there. They'd turn back, looking to where he had gone, when an explosion of stone could be heard. Vinay, Bell, and Essel would be gone. Ais would be pulled out of the way by Flynn, thrown toward Tione and Beta, as the stone shattering would not be from Bell Cranel. No, it was a monster, a minotaur far fiercer than the Vivier they had been promised. Meanwhile, Bell and Stealth had grabbed Vinay and Essel by the neck, pulling them haphazardly along the road, trying to get out of there as he felt blood on his torso. Damn it. Full recovery. He'd use his full heal from his daily quest, healing his wounds and giving him his stamina back. Once he had run far enough, getting out of the way of the attack, he had sensed a powerful strike of an attack. The magic had reverberated all the way out here. Who could that even be? It's not the same energy I felt back at the Pleasure Ward a few weeks ago. The energy from back then was far more dangerous. What could this be then? A monster? No. Another Xenos? But which one would be powerful enough to hold off 2 level 6s? Fine. Anyway, he called forth his shadow army. Everyone, all of my squadrons. I need to recombine with them. Let's get going. Essel would be caring for Vinay, pressing the gemstone back on her head as her body would begin to shrink. Bell had made it in time. The degeneration to her form wasn't anything he couldn't fix with the system shop, passing a bottle of healing potion and pouring it down her throat. With this, she'd begin coughing, but still would be unconscious. She's fine. Moving on, he'd go to meet up with the rest of his army, with them carrying various other Xenos who were also unconscious, now with the effects of the curse having fully passed. Bell would heal them as much as he can with health potions, spending hundreds of gold, and finally making it down to under the Colosseum, a space owned by the Ganesha Familia but currently abandoned right now, as they were still searching the city. This is when we'd hear a familiar voice. Ah, Cranel. Excellent work. You brought them all here. Fantastic. He turned, seeing Fells, the mage who was under the black cloak. Huh? How did you find me? And were you being followed? Fells would laugh, saying that thanks to the Xenos, many of them have tracking items that he's been using to assist the god Oranos with helping them through the dungeon. Ah, gotcha. Have there been any casualties? Unfortunately, there was just too many who had been escaped into the city. Even though it was so early in the morning, there were so many adventurers heading to the dungeon that, well, some of the Xenos were lost. I tried my best. I'm sorry. The Xenos who had regained consciousness would support Bell and Fells, thanking them for all their help. Bell would shake his head, saying he hadn't done enough, apologizing for only having provided one guard for Vine. He really hadn't expected them to be attacked so soon after departing. Fells would then explain to Bell what all had happened while he was underground, telling him about the letter to the Cranel Familia, the hostess girl's reply, as well as what the other guilds are up to. With the Ganesha and Hermes Familia being in on the Xenos secret, they now had 3 Familia working on the guild side, to protect them. Ganesha Familia was already now aware that the Xenos were underneath their Colosseum, and were beginning to rope it off from other adventurers and other people from the city. Since your summons are so conspicuous, we've had to have some pretty crazy excuses, like you were creating new ones or something. Huh? They're gonna think I'm totally irresponsible, won't they? Bell would say. Fells would laugh. Yes. Well, the guild will charge you a fee, but we'll cover it. Especially after the truth comes out, now that we've captured some of the Igris Familia on their monster ring. Speaking of monsters, was there another Xenos that came out to the surface? One that wasn't captured by the Igris Familia and the High Orc? Fells would be confused. What are you talking about? Huh? There were some monsters called High Orcs that had attacked us inside the dungeon. They had taken over the Igris Familia's base and were torturing them alongside the Xenos. I took them down, but, well, I still don't know exactly where they came from. He would lie. Fells would be silent for a moment. I've never heard of such a monster before. It's possible that they had come from the deeper floors. Monsters with cruelty and intelligence. Are you sure that you weren't attacking other Xenos, perhaps newly born ones? Fells would be conflicted. No, it was one monster that was controlling the others, hundreds of them. They look like this. He'd snap his fingers as his shadow soldier would materialize. It would be one of the High Orc guards that Kagalrin had before he was turned into a shadow. Fells would look at the markings and the strange skin. I've never seen a monster like this before. Are you sure this came from inside the dungeon? Bell would immediately answer, yes, it did. You can ask any of the Xenos here too. Isn't that right? Lid would nod. They were inside the Knossos place where all of these humans were too. I don't know how they got in there, but apparently they'd taken over everything. At the very least, it seems Vine is one of the only ones who recognized they had teleported in through that back wall. That's good. I don't want more panic to spread. But I really should figure out why there's new monsters spawning inside the dungeon. In the following nights, it would be much easier for Bell to help him remove the Xenos back to the dungeon. Using his own ability of stealth, he could easily check all the locations without being detected from any of the Loki Familia or the other Familia standing guard of the Gnosis locations that had been blown open by any of the survivors from the Igris Familia trying to escape them. Bell would have found his target. The least protected of the entrances to Knossos would be guarded by Lafia, a relatively new member of the Loki Familia. He'd sneak up behind her before covering her mouth and quickly knocking her out. With this, he'd leave her in a safe location before calling the rest of the Xenos and taking them underground. By repeating this process, he would have successfully helped Fells and Ganesha and Hermes Familia in saving the Xenos, returning them back underground with almost zero resistance. However, the nagging feeling in the back of his mind about that strange magic power, and the desire he had to fight it again. It was something that would stay with him for a while, that's for sure. He had heard from Lid after. That apparently was one of the oddest Xenos he knew. a Xenos who went down deeper into the dungeon than anyone to train. Sounds like a guy I'd get along with. Bell would successfully say goodbye to Vine this time, with the Xenos leaving together. He'd feel uneasy leaving 2 high orcs with her this time, promising that it won't be repeated. He won't allow this to ever happen again. And so the Cranel family would successfully say goodbye, taking one last hug from Vine, now slowly fading back into their daily lives. Although the rumors about the orphan were just as odd and varied as usual, with some claiming that he mind-controlled monsters in order to make them his summons. Some rumors had been going around that he had taken out Ais Wallenstein, the Sword Princess. She hadn't been seen recently at all. Something was going on there for sure too. And worst of all was Hermes, who kept coming by bugging Bell to change his reputation, saying that he's ruining his heroic good looks, now trying to touch him on the face. Duh, Hermes, come on. I already said that I don't care what they say. It doesn't matter what you don't care about. It matters about your reputation, come on. They think you're some sort of weirdo. They already started thinking that when I started having monsters in my familia. Didn't you know about that? That is this, and this is that, okay? We don't need to talk about that now, okay, Bell? I'm just trying to help you out. What can I say? Alright, well, I'll leave today, but, you know, if you're ever in a pinch, just let me know. I'd set you up to look real heroic. Yeah, I'm sure you would. You and your schemes. I know you were working in the background. Thanks for saving me from Ikelos, though. Not sure why he was so keen on interrogating me. Hermes would smile. Well, it's because when mortals lie to gods, we clearly know it. Here, give it a shot. Bell would smirk. Hermes, you are my best friend. Hermes would stand still looking at him. Wow, you really do feel that way about me. What a nice guy. Well, you're supposed to lie, but I guess I'll just take a compliment. Well, Bell, it's been great, but I really should get going. Asfi's waiting for me, and we have a new hot spring to check out. Adios. And so he'd vanish, thinking Bell had been playing around with him. Bell would just stand still. He realized how stupid this all was. Hermes could totally just have been lying about that. Whatever. Not like I care anyway. Who cares if the Divine can see if I'm lying to them? Or can they? The monsters don't seem to think of me as a human. I wonder if that's true for the gods too. These questions would swirl within Bell, as Seer would have given him a huge hug and asked if he'd eaten anything, having it only been like 6 hours since he had left in the morning. Hey Seer, can you give the nagging thing a break? I'm totally exhausted. Only if you let me tuck you in. And with that, Bell and Seer's routine would continue as normal. Well, as normal as things could be. Elsewhere in the world, things were changing. Drastic changes. Deep on the 40th floor, in the deep levels of the dungeon of Orario, we hear chomping, ripping of flesh. The powerful monsters of the deep floors with their cunning and ability would be getting ripped apart. The creature's shell would shiver. Quite tasty, but not nearly as good as that human adventurer. There's more on the surface. We must continue climbing out of this bottomless pit. The creature would stand, its black shell curling around it. Its magical power, its aura would fill the dungeon with anguish. The monsters of the deep floors would cower from it. A powerful ant-like monster that this world had never seen. Circling with their antennae were other creatures with 6 legs and shell-like bodies. These ants, though, they had differences from the killer ant of the higher floors of the dungeon. They devoured with greatness and produced outside of the dungeon. Instead of spawning through the walls of the dungeon like most monsters, these ants began to lay eggs in the deep floors, creating more of their kind, updating their abilities and stats, and growing stronger with each generation. Their power would slowly begin to accumulate. The king of the ants would make a loud scraw, telling its prey that it was coming. It was coming for their king. The air in the dungeon was thick, heavy with the scent of stagnant water and an underlying dread. The crystal stalactites that usually bathed the 18th floor in a serene, artificial sunlight were dimmed, casting long, menacing shadows across the cavern. Master Bell, this isn't right, Lily whispered.
her body shaking, her small hands gripping her supporter backpack so tightly that her knuckles turned white. Meanwhile, Welf would draw his greatsword, his eyes scanning the empty tents, the abandoned hotels, and empty market stalls. A ghost town. Riveria? It's completely empty. No bodies, no blood. Just gone. It's even worse than the guild said it was. Welcome back, everyone, to level 10 for What If Bell Cranel had the system from Solo Leveling. If you're new here, make sure to go check out the playlist in the description to catch up on Bell's journey from being an abandoned supporter for the Soma Familia all the way to his rise as the Shadow Monarch. If you're already caught up, then you know what to do. Hit all those shiny, fun buttons down below, and let's get right back into the story. Bell Cranel. His crimson eyes would narrow, his senses flaring. The guild had issued an emergency, high-priority quest directly to the Cranel Familia. Ais Wallenstein, the Sword Princess, along with a top-tier Loki Familia expedition team, had vanished in the lower floors, completely failing to make it back on time as they always had before. "Everyone keep your guard up," Bell ordered, his voice echoing slightly in the eerie silence. "Whatever cleared out a safe zone of seasoned adventurers isn't something we want catching us by surprise." Directly at his side, Essel gripped her newly forged blade, while the massive armored form of Igris the Blood-Red, the commander, would form at Bell's side, his shadow, his cape billowing without wind. The entire party would search through, looking for any survivors, but they found no clues in Riveria. The party continued descending further, breaching down to the water capital of the lower floors, the 25th and 27th levels. Here, the dungeon was submerged in a labyrinth of waterfalls and deep blue lakes, but for Bell, whose army now numbered in the hundreds, it was just any other slaughterhouse, regardless of the beauty. "Tusk, Titan, clear the path," their lord commanded. The High Orc shaman, Tusk, his shadow would raise his staff, a hymn of fire, evaporating massive swaths of water and incinerating serpentine monsters that would dare to approach their army. Titan, the reanimated Black Goliath, would wade through the subterranean sea, crushing anything that swam too close. Suddenly, though, the dungeon itself would quake, water erupting violently, bursting into a geyser that splashed against the cavern ceiling. Emerging from the watery depths, the floor boss, Amphisbaina, a colossal two-headed water dragon with scales as tough as adamantite. The creature would roar, preparing to unleash a torrent of blue cursed flames. But before Bell could even call upon his daggers, a blur of black and red would shoot down from the ceiling like a meteorite. Crunch! The sound was sickening. The party froze. Welf, Lily, Bell, Ais, even his shadow soldiers all standing stock still as they watched a monster. Humanoid, yet distinctly an insect. It would have razor-sharp mandibles and 4 eyes, chillingly human-like. The beast would land squarely into Amphisbaina's back. With a screech that sounded like metal grinding against metal, the ant monster would dig its claws into the dragon's adamantite hide. It didn't pierce them, it gripped them, and with a horrifying, raw, physical strength, it ripped the dragon's left head clean off of its neck. Blood raining down like a monsoon, burning as the blood of the dragon would turn the water of the lake a deep crimson. The floor boss thrashed in agony, the ant moving into a blur, its jaws extending as it began devouring the magic stone, ripping through the flesh of the floor boss monster. The entire boss dissolving into ash. What the hell is that?" Wolf would stammer, taking a step back. He'd feel sweat pouring down his face. He'd grip his magic sword. He had made several of them in preparation for this quest, but would they even be any use against this thing? The Ant King would turn its gaze toward Bell's party, wiping the dragon blood with a click from its mouth. Then it would shriek. Sklah! The sound was filled with pure malice. that seemed to command the dungeon around them. The walls, the ceiling, the water itself vibrated as the sound of hundreds of massive, heavily armored ants poured out from entrances within the dungeon, surrounding the entire Familia and Bell's shadow army. Bell would stand forward, pulling out Casca's Venom Fang and the Night Killer from his inventory.
Igris, protect Lily and Wealth. Essel, fight at my side.
But the Ant King wouldn't wait for the King of the Humans to give his orders. It would vanish. Bell's enhanced senses barely tracking the monster's movement. He'd parry a strike that felt like it was meant to destroy a mountain. The impact shattered the ground beneath Bell's boots, as the earth itself seemed to shake.
The speed, the strength. This monster's easily on the level of a high level 6. No, level 7?
Bell thought, gritting his teeth, pushing it back. The two would clash in a high-speed blur of close combat, sparks flying as Bell's daggers met the hardened claws and mandibles of the Ant King. But then, the monster did something that froze the blood in Bell's veins. The Ant King would lurch back, taking a breath, and then it spoke. Not in a screech or even a monster-like tone, but in a soft, melodic, and feminine-like voice.
Awaken, Tempest.
A violent aura of green magical wind would erupt around the insect.
This is Ariel, the signature enhancement spell. That's Ais's.
Bell's eyes would widen in horror.
Hey, Bug, where did you learn that magic?
The Ant King cocked its head, its mandibles clicking, as it spoke again once in Ais's voice.
Delicious, strong meat.
A surge of blind rage would consume Bell. He activated his skill, Dash, closing the distance between himself and the King of Ants immediately. But the Ant King, who was now enhanced by Ariel, was just as fast. Bell would throw a punch charged with Argonaut, the ant catching the blow as the shockwave would blow the water around them, parting the lake as the two would descend to the lake floor below, the water getting pushed back from the shockwave. Just as the Ant King was prepared to impale Bell with its free claw, a barrage of glowing green energy would rain down from above, and it wasn't Ariel. With a bit of hope, he looked up, Bell hoping that it was her, Ais, but it was not the Sword Princess. Luminous wind! Explosions would rock the cavern, hitting the Ant King and shaking him off of Bell. The girl would leap down, landing gracefully at his side. Next to Bell was an elf girl in a green leaf-like cloak, her face hidden behind a mask, but Bell would recognize her instantly from her aura alone. Ryu, what are you doing here? Focus, Mr. Cranel, Ryu would yell, her wooden sword drawn. Her voice was ruptured with tension. That monster, it's a mutation from the deep floors. It's able to devour its prey and absorb all of their power and even their memories. Bell would quickly regroup, his mind now racing.
How do you know that? Have you fought this before?
Because of what it's hunting, Ryu said, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and hatred. The Juggernaut? Her voice now swallowing. Her eyes would show tears of emotion, remembering the past that had so long despaired her. The monster that had wiped out my Familia, my Astrea Familia years ago. Ryu would narrow her eyes. I was exploring the dungeon, but I heard rumors of Evilus, and them being back inside, after Gnosis was discovered. They spawned it. The Juggernaut! The monster that wiped out my entire family. All of the Astrea Familia. But this monster intercepted it. I only escaped the carnage thanks to the help of Ais Wallenstein and members of the Loki Familia. But the two of them have been tearing the entire dungeon apart. The deep floor's in war between this Ant King and the Juggernaut fighting for dominance. It must have ambushed the Loki Familia on its way up. Bell would grunt.
It used Ais's magic.
His voice dropping, a purple aura bleeding out into the air.
It said that it devoured her.
Ryu turned to him, feeling the chilling presence of the Shadow Monarch's intent. Then we need to kill it, now. With Ryu supporting him, Bell would go all out, calling upon his shadows. Tusk! Use the Hymn of Dragonfire! Burn this damn bug away! The ginormous orc would blast a massive beam of energy, using the Orb of Avarice, forcing the Ant King to dodge into the air. But that was exactly what Bell was waiting for. Ruler's Hand. He'd slam the Ant King back down to the ground, ripping it into the bedrock. As the monster tried to recover, Bell would activate Fatal Strike, driving his daggers deep into the joints of the carapace of the monster. The Ant King would begin to shriek in Ais Wallenstein's voice one last time. No, please, please don't kill me, please. Before Bell charged his fist, full with the power of Argonaut, burning it away as he'd scream, Firebolt. He'd rip his flame-covered fist full with white energy and power, releasing it into the creature's head, incinerating its upper half. The system would hum to life.
You have defeated a dungeon boss. You have leveled up. You have leveled up.
The cavern now fell silent, save for the sound of splashing water from the waterfalls churning the blood of Amphisbaina. Bell stood over the charred remains of the Ant King, his chest heaving. He would turn to Ryu. This is for the sake of finding them, if there's any way. I hope you'll forget what you're seeing now. He'd reach his hand out, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. Onwards! The shadow cast from the blue light of the cavern onto the corpse would begin to bubble, splashing as if though it was part of the lake itself, as a massive pitch-black ant would erupt from it, its eyes glowing blue, and a crown-like crest of shadows rising from the ground. It immediately fell to one knee, bowing its head to Bell. Bell would turn his eyes upon the creature he had now taken as his soldier. You can speak, right? What happened to the gold-haired human whose magic you stole? Beru, the Shadow Commander, would ask kindly for a name.
My king, I devoured her right arm. Her magic and her taste were truly delicious, but the golden human escaped me. She fell deeper into the abyss, fleeing the despair of her life. She was though alive, missing an arm, but alive.
Bell would have a sigh of relief. Fine. Oh, and your name? Let's go with Beru. Now, take me to the Juggernaut, and then to her. Find her. He'd use Onwards once again, summoning all of the ant soldiers that had been under Beru's command and bringing them under his thrall. Beru would lead the Cranel Familia, now almost tripled in size once again, down to the 37th floor, Ryu watching in amazement as Bell commanded this monster. The rest of the way down could be considered easy in comparison, making it down to the 37th floor in a split. The White Palace. It was a wasteland of shattered white courts and devastation. And there, lying now dead and ripped to pieces by the Ant King's previous battle, was the terrifying skeletal form of the Juggernaut, a monster that could deflect magic and could kill with blinding speed. Bell didn't even hesitate. Onwards! Ryu's eyes would fill with panic. No, you can't! Don't, please, please don't! But the Juggernaut would rise, its skeletal frame now wrapped in shifting shadows, laying its head down as a horse to its knight, pledging loyalty to the Shadow Monarch. But Bell's eyes would narrow. Something felt wrong. Ryu's legs would shake, as Bell would hear something he had not heard before.
Shadow extraction has failed. The soul of the target, Juggernaut, is far too deteriorated.
Bell's eyes would widen. Deteriorated, huh? He put his thumb on his chin. I'd seen something like this before, too. In the Demon King's castle. I couldn't use the demons as soldiers. Maybe this is the same thing. While Review would hyperventilate, begging Bell to not have this creature kept, Bell would turn, taking to one knee. It's alright, Ryu, it won't stay long. I just want to help me find Ais. She'd nod, trusting him, as Bell would force the Juggernaut and Beru to walk side by side, ordering them to help him find Ais Wallenstein. Meanwhile, deep in the 37th floor, Ais Wallenstein was dying. Her golden hair was matted with blood. Her right arm was ragged, a cauterized stump. She had wrapped it tightly with her shredded cloak. With her remaining arm, she dragged two unconscious bodies, Bete and Tiona. The rest of the expedition team were gone, swallowed by the endless tide of ants. Ais would stumble, falling to her knees on the cold white quartz. She'd cough blood as her vision was beginning to fade to black. But then, she'd begin to hear them. She'd begin to hear them again. Chittering sounds, the clicking of mandibles. Hundreds of ant soldiers crawling out of crevices. They must have smelled her blood. Is this it? Ais thought, her golden eyes beginning to lose their light. Father, Mother, I'm sorry. I wasn't able to become strong enough. The ants lunged. Ais closed her eyes, her energy leaving her as she was about to accept her end. But the pain never came. Instead, she'd hear the sound of blades cutting through carapace, echoing through the entire hall. Ais forced her eyelids back open. Standing around her were ants, but they were pitch black, radiating a blue and ghostly light. They were mercilessly slaughtering the living ants that had been about to attack them. And now, stepping through the carnage, was a sight that she could not have been more thankful to see. His white hair glowing in the dim light of the dungeon, making him appear even more pale than on the surface. There stood Bell Cranel. Ais's face would turn to a slight smile as her remaining strength vanished. She'd pitch forward, about to hit her head on the ground, but Bell would catch her gently. "You're safe now," Bell would whisper. He'd call forth the system shop, instantly purchasing the highest tier healing potions and pouring them down her throat, doing the same for Bere and Tiona. However, that wasn't all. Immediately after taking out the rest of those ant monsters, Bell would hear the system notification.
You have reached level 100. Item acquired. The Black Heart.
Bell would ignore it for now. Holding the unconscious Sword Princess, he turned back to Essel, who watched him with a soft, understanding gaze. "Essel," his voice was firm. "Once we get back to the surface, and they can recover, I'm going to finish it. I need to get stronger. It's time I defeat the Demon King." It would take an entire day to return back to the surface. Within that time, the shadow of the Juggernaut would wither away, turning to dust. Beru would simply chuckle. "Of course it wasn't as good of a soldier as me, not to my king." Igris would turn, eyeing the monster. Bell could practically hear them bickering, like, "Oh yeah, you think you're that impressive? You caused my master quite a bit of grief too, you know." After the last remains of the Juggernaut would wither away, Ryu would finally be at ease again, and a day of travel would pass. Now back on the surface, they'd be inside the twilight-lit infirmary of the Loki Familia estate. Ais would slowly blink herself awake. The pain was gone. As her eyes now shifted to her right shoulder, her arm, it was perfectly intact. Beru had used healing magic to fix Ais's arm inside the dungeon on their way back. He had used healing magic on top of Bell's potions to completely fix the three adventurers, upon his king's request, though she wouldn't know this. Ais would turn her head to the left, seeing a silhouette sitting by the window, with white hair and a heroic aura surrounding him. "Father." Her throat was dry. She murmured, though quite raspily. "Not quite, Miss Wallenstein. Though, I'm glad to see you're awake." Ais would sit up, her cheeks flushing a rare deep crimson, realizing who it was. The memories flooding back. The Ant King, her arm, the shadows, and Bell Cranel saving her. Before she could speak an apology or thank you for everything, the door would slam open, Loki bursting in with tears streaming down the god's face. launching herself at Ais and beginning to turn her face in between her breasts. "Ais, my precious little Ais, you're alive!" Loki turning and squinting her eyes toward Bell. She'd point an accusatory finger at him. "And you, the orphan! I don't know what kind of overpowered, rule-breaking thing you've done now, but don't think this means you get to steal my Ais away! She's mine!" She'd tie in her arms around her protege. As Ais would try her best to escape the god, she still felt weak. Bell would smirk, raising his hands in a mock surrender. "I wouldn't dream of it, Goddess Loki. I've just brought her home, in accordance with the quest to the Adventurers Guild. Oh, and you can definitely keep the wolf guy too." Bede would growl, wrapped in his bandages in the next bed, though he was still asleep. After a bit more casual banter and back and forth, Bell would bid adieu to Loki and to Ais, who still hadn't had a chance to thank him. Bell would take his leave, walking back through the bustling streets of Orario. The atmosphere had completely shifted. As Bell walked, he could hear civilians and adventurers alike parting the way for him. The crowds would whisper, following him everywhere. "That's him! The orphan!"
I heard he wiped out a Floor 37 anomaly all solo."
"The Cranel Familia? They're like a walking myth." Welf and Lily would be at his side, seemingly enjoying the VIP treatment. "You know, Bell," Welf would say, crossing his arms with a grin, "the Goddess Festival's coming up in a few days. Whole city's already putting up decorations, eh? You taking anyone?" He'd elbow Bell in the side. Lily would pout, crossing her arms. "Master Bell is far too busy managing our familia to go on such a frivolous date." Bell would tune them out immediately upon hearing the word date, looking at the banners being strung across the stone buildings. The Goddess Festival, huh? A festival for harvest, love, and gratitude. His mind, for some reason, would immediately turn to the girl with silver hair and a mischievous smile, who plagued herself around his house, Seer. She had visited the mansion every single day, ever since he had gone it after the Apollo Familia had given it to him in their war game. She'd helped Vine, bringing food, making lunches for him, and waited for him at all hours. The two of them had really been through a lot, huh? I've been so caught up leveling, fighting, and surviving down there. I owe Seer more than I can say. Bell would think about that night. The night when he had first recovered after the double dungeon, and how he had fallen unconscious after his war against the red centipedes. How she had taken him in, and even given him a bed to sleep in, and she's been stuck at his side ever since. That evening, Bell would be the one to visit her instead. Bell visiting the hostess of fertility. Bell would walk right up to her from behind as she was wiping a table. Seer? Bell would say, his voice unusually steady. The Goddess Festival? I want you to go with me. Seer would drop the rag she was carrying, her silver eyes widening as a genuine blush would begin to spread across her cheeks. For the first time, she looked completely off guard. But, Bell? You're asking me? Really? I owe you, Bell would say softly, for everything. The day of the festival would arrive much sooner than either could anticipate. A burst of color and music. It was like the entire city of Orario was alive and vibrant. Bell and Seer walked through the streets, sharing food, laughing, and enjoying the peace of town, for once feeling like a normal couple. Seer would begin to talk to Bell, explaining the lore of the festival. The story of a spirit and a princess and a knight. A story of forbidden love and destiny. As the sun would begin to set, casting a golden hue over the city, they found themselves at the old chapel on the edge of town. The stained glass would capture the golden light, the fading light turning the stone floors into a myriad of colors. Bell would stop, turning to Seer. The bustling festival now felt miles away, even though they were just in a chapel close to the center of town. He looked at her, really looked at her, and he thought about his grandfather's stories, about how his grandfather had told him the real reason to become an adventurer.
You should go into a dungeon and save a girl. That's the real way to get a good one, huh? Don't you get it, kid?
He could practically hear him now. He'd chuckle. But that's not what happened at all. Instead, she helped me. No, she saved me. He thought about his grandfather's story, about finding someone worth protecting. Seer. Val began to speak, his voice dropping into a low tone, speaking earnestly. Since I came to Orario, my life has always been chaos. Blood, death, monsters, and I was abused for so long. No one wanted me. I couldn't do anything. I was really useless. He began to smile. But then one day, I started to notice you were there. Every time I came back from the brink, you were there. You gave me a place to belong, and made me feel like I was at home, before I even knew I needed one. Seer's breath would catch. She looked up at him. Her usual teasing demeanor had completely vanished. Normally she'd say something like, "Oh, what, are you going to propose to me?" Or something cliche, but she could tell that Bell was being serious. Bell's hands would tremble as he reached toward his coat jacket pocket. He thought about everything. He knew that she had her own secrets. He had known she was a goddess for a long time, but he didn't care. His past self couldn't have even dreamed of feeling this way about someone so divine, something that he had previously worshipped. But he couldn't imagine life without her now. How could he? He needed her by his side. Bell would procure from his pocket a beautiful S-rank item, an accessory with a silver ring and a blue gemstone, perfectly sized for her. He had convinced Igris to help get her measurements in the kitchen when they were working together, claiming that he needed it for getting new knives and cutlery. Seer, I love you, and I want you to be with me for the rest of my life. He'd smile. I can't imagine a world without you. Please stay by my side. The silence would stretch on for eons, her eyes filling with tears. Her hands would tremble, reaching up as she cupped his face, the facade cracking. She felt herself, the real goddess of beauty, Freya, hidden beneath what was the guise of a tavern girl. She had originally started this facade of seer as a way to overcome her boredom, as a way of just living life and enjoying more than being worshipped as a god. She hadn't realized that this had become who she was, that she was spending more time as seer than Freya, and she preferred it that way. She gazed at the boy's soul bared before her. Yes, she whispered, a tear slipping down her cheek. Yes, Belle. She pulled him in, kissing him deeply under the stained glass light, and for a moment, everything was perfect, until the world shattered around them.
System alert. Fatal hostility detected. Warning, warning. Overwhelming force approaching. Warning, warning.
Belle's eyes would snap open. He didn't even have time to summon a dagger. Ah! Seer would scream as a massive hand violently yanked her away from him. Simultaneously, a burst of agonizing pain would erupt in Belle's chest. A boot, moving faster than the speed of sound, slammed into him like a hammer. Wham! The force of the blow was apocalyptic. Belle was launched backward, crashing through the heavy oak doors of the chapel, blowing through the stone wall of the adjacent building, and skipping across the cobblestone street like a skipped stone on a river, until he slammed into the fountain, completely destroying it as water would spray over his body. Belle would cough a geyser of blood. His vision swam before him. Through the dust and debris, a towering figure approached. Otarl, the king. A level 7 and the strongest adventurer in Orario. His body, though, his presence was completely different from any other adventurer. Belle had sensed this before. It was the same one from the pleasure quarter. The monster. Otarl's body glowed with a fragment of light, glowing golden. Let go of me! Seer screamed, thrashing wildly. I never ordered this! No! Don't hurt him! Stop! Stop! But the four Gulliver brothers, adorned in heavy cloaks lined with magical artifacts, designed to resist charm magic, would completely restrain her, tying her up and pulling her away.
"Forgive me, Lady Freya," Otterl said in his deep voice, a resonant rumble shaking the ground. "But I will not allow such filth to soil you. You belong to the pinnacle of this world, not some stray rabbit who plays in the dark."
Bell gritted his teeth as blood forced through the cracks, forcing himself to stand, but a blur of motion appeared on his right. Alan Fromel, the fastest adventurer in the city. He thrust his silver spear directly toward Bell's temple. "Die, trash!" Alan snarled. Suddenly, the shadow beneath Bell would expand violently as Igris and Vanity erupted from the darkness, Igris' greatsword clashing against Alan's spear and a shockwave shattering the windows across the entire district. Bell's eye would twitch. "Go! Safe Seer!" he roared to his commanders. Before Igris could move though, a blinding flash of golden light would strike from above. Tusk, towering over the buildings, would raise the Orb of Avarice, casting a hymn of protection, a massive blue shield materializing and absorbing countless lightning bolts. There he was, Hedin, the elf mage standing on a nearby rooftop. But Otterl didn't wait. He closed the distance to Bell instantly, but he didn't draw his greatsword. He simply, using his bare hands, would grab Bell's right arm and with a sickening, visceral tear, would rip it clean from the shoulder. But Bell didn't scream. His eyes went wide as the shock set in. He barely managed to dodge a lethal kick aimed at his head, rolling to the side just in a nick of time as Otterl's foot pulverized the ground where his skull had once been.
"You are unworthy,"
Otterl growled, looking down at the bleeding man. A switch flipped in Bell's mind. The pain vanished, replaced by an absolute freezing darkness.
"Unworthy,"
Bell whispered. Alan, having now moved past Igris, would lunge to Bell again. "You're wide open!" Bell didn't dodge. With his remaining left hand, he caught the tip of Alan's silver spear. The momentum would rip his palm open, but Bell's grip was like a vice. He squeezed, his grip tighter, channeling mana, the unbreakable spear shattering into metallic dust. Before Alan could even process the shock, Bell's fist slammed into his chest. The impact sounded like a cannon firing. Alan was blown backwards, his spine audibly shattering as he crashed through the stone watchtower of the chapel, which then crashed into dirt, burying the entire building into rubble. Panic engulfed the entire festival as the district was filled with screams, civilians now causing chaos as the inter-guild war begun. "Master Bell!" Essel, who had been patrolling nearby with Welf at the festival, charged into the fray, her eyes blazing purple with her hair of the same color flowing in the wind behind her. She thrust her spear at Otterl. "Foolish," a voice whispered. Hogni, the dark elf swordsman, appeared like a ghost, just like one of Bell's shadows, his cursed blade disarming Essel in a single fluid motion. Otterl reached out, his massive hand wrapping around Essel's throat. He lifted her cleanly off the ground. She began kicking her legs in the air, gasping for breath. Then, the air in Orario stopped moving. It was as if time itself stood still, holding its breath. Every single member of the Freya Familia, Hedin, Hogni, the Gulliver brothers, and Otterl, felt a sudden paralyzing chill grip their hearts. It wasn't any magic or spell. It was the pure, unfiltered murderous intent of a monarch. A primal fear of death itself would cover them. Bell would vanish. In the blink of an eye, Hedin would see Bell was already in front of him on the rooftop. The elf tried to raise his staff, but bare-handed, Bell would clamp his fist around it, blood gushing from his palm still, as he crushed the magical wood to splinters. "Firebolt," Bell said coldly. A point-blank attack. Argonaut charged and a blast of blue flames erupted into Hedin's face, sending the charred elf plummeting from the rooftop and crashing into the street below, as the flames continued to lick over his body. In the next millisecond, Bell had returned to be back in front of Otaro. He had tightened his grip on Essel's neck, prepared to snap it, but before he could even attack her, a hand clamped around his thick wrist. Bell, bleeding out from a missing arm, glared at the king of the city of adventurers, and he squeezed. He squeezed tighter and tighter. Otaro's eyes widened slightly, in shock, and then wider as the bones in his forearm began to creak. His skin, compared to adamantite itself, turning a dark, bruised purple under Bell's crushing grip. "Let her go." His eyes would glow amethyst as Bell spoke. "Now!" Otaro scowled, but the immense pressure on his wrist forced his fingers open as Essel dropped to the ground, coughing violently. Bell would take a step back, aura flaring wildly as he yelled in his mind, "Full recovery." The blue light of the system would wash over Bell. The gaping wound, which was still leaking blood like a fountain, began to sizzle as muscle, bone, and skin rapidly weaved together until his right arm had been completely restored. He reached into the void of his inventory and withdrew the Night Killer. Otaro tightened his grip on his other hand, holding his black greatsword. The two warriors locking eyes, as the sheer pressure of their auras was cracking the ground around them, the world bending in like a point of gravitational pull in a black hole. "Enough!" a voice echoed across the square. It was Freya, the goddess of the Freya Familia. Bell's bloodlust soared even higher. "This bitch! She stole Seer from me, attacked me during the middle of this place, filled with people, and she's calling for enough." Bell's soldiers would begin to creak, having felt his rage burning, brighter than it had ever been before, more than when he had gone to save Vine, more than in the middle of the Apollo war game. After all, absolute love bleeds into absolute hatred. As Freya stepped forward, flanked by terrified guild representatives, they would now speak out in a squeaky voice.
The Freya Familia declares a war game on the Cranel Familia."
With this, Freya would grin, masking her terror at Bell's aura perfectly. Inside, she was shaking in horror, fear, and something else. Her emotions felt immense sorrow. Was this her goddess? Was she really this upset about being taken back from this man who had dragged her into danger and ruined her over and over again? She'd swallow. "In 2 weeks' time, we shall have our war. Cease this combat immediately. On my name is the goddess Freya." The guild reps would beg Bell, "Please, Mr. Cranel, this district is already destroyed. If you fight the king here, thousands, if not more, will die." Bell turned his eyes for once. His eyes which had hardened into crimson red flames, burning at the pits of hell. He gazed at the ruined streets, the terrified festival goers, all huddled together in the distance, horrified at the loss of life. And Seer, weeping as she was dragged away. He gritted his teeth so hard he tasted blood. He lowered his dagger slowly. "Igris, Tusk, Beru, stand down." The Shadow Army would melt back into darkness as Otaro sheathed his sword, though his golden eyes never left Bell. 2 weeks, orphan. I'll bury you." Bell's face turned cold. "There won't be anything left for them to bury you, Otaro. You'll serve me for all of eternity and lick my boots like a fucking dog." 2 days would pass. The Demon King's castle, floor 100. Bell stood before the massive throne room doors, his face a mask of cold determination. "That's right. I need more power. I'm going to crush that bastard in front of Orario. Otaro." "Essel, you ready?" Bell would ask. Essel, be wielding a new spear, a magic spear Welf had forged, would nod firmly. "I'm with you, my king." They pushed the doors open, accessing the 100th floor with the final pass, the massive open area of Baran, the Demon King, and his title, the Monarch of White Flames. Bell would raise an eyebrow. What, are you a fan or something? Flames are sort of my thing. A colossal demon wielding 2 jagged swords. He was riding atop a massive undead wyvern. His magic power thrummed throughout the entire floor. This was Baran, the Demon King. Bell would smile as the Demon King bellowed out, roaring as an army of demons would come forth. Bell would simply smirk, activating the new skill he'd obtained right after the Freya incident. Skill: Monarch's Domain. The shadows at his feet expanded, consuming the flames. His shadow army emerged, their auras turning from a dark blue to purple, and being significantly amplified by this domain. Within this space, his soldiers were all boosted by his power, including his already powerful soldiers like Igris, Beru, Titan, Tusk. The battle would be legendary, white flames clashing against blue lightning and shadow. As Tusk blasted demons out of the sky, Beru and Igris would now bear down on Baran in close quarters, while Essel provided flawless support from the back. Bell, moving at speeds breaking the sound barrier, would engage Baran directly, hitting him with his blades directly on his neck. He danced through the white flames, daggers parrying the massive blades adorned in the white flame monarch's hand. With a final roaring clash, Bell charged Argonaut into Kasika's Venom Fang, improving its abilities, paralysis, poison, and then covering the blade in flame, using Firebolt. With a final roar, he turned his blade into a longsword, severing Baron's arms before driving Nightkiller through the Demon King's heart.
You have defeated the Demon King, Baran. Item acquired, Demon King's daggers. Item acquired, Demon King's longsword. Equipment acquired, Demon King's set. Quest completed. You have acquired the materials to craft the Elixir of Life. New skill acquired, Shadow Exchange.
Bell stood heaving over the destroyed Demon King, victorious over the boss that had swamped misery over the Demon King's castle for so long. Essa would have tears in her eyes. Finally, her family could be free. He turned to the slain wyvern. Onwards. Bell would scratch under the dragon's chin. As the wyvern arose, shedding its decaying flesh for a coat of shadow. Kaisel. Kaisel will be your name. The shadow wyvern, bowing its massive head to Bell. Essa would run up, smiling for the first time in days since Seer had been abducted. You did it, Bell. We did it. We cleared the castle. Bell would nod, equipping the Demon King's daggers. He felt a surge of power course through them, looking at their insane stats. Now, he was ready for the war game. I'm going to get Seer back, no matter what. But then, something strange would happen. The system alarm would blare again, painting his screens with an ominous red.
Urgent quest alert. Return to the Karthanon Temple. If you do not arrive at the gate within 24 hours, your heart will stop.
Bell stared at the screen. The Karthanon Temple. The name would echo in his mind. This place was where it all started. The statues. He'd see his own blood, remembering when the spear had pierced him clean through. He thought his hand was shaking. No, he was different now. This emotion was not fear. Was this another opportunity to get stronger? Yeah. I'll defeat this quest, and then I'll go for Otaro next. Bell was now a level 115. His eyes would glow. With 10 days left until the war game against the Freya Familia, Bell would turn his eyes upon the Tower of Babel, where beneath its surface, the double dungeon, the Karthanon Temple, awaited him. The glow of the hearth fire inside the Cranel Familia mansion would cast long, dancing shadows against the walls. Outside, the city of Orario was simmering with a heavy, suffocating tension. It had already been several hours since Essel and Bell Cranel had returned from the Demon King's castle, following its conquest. Return to the mansion, Essel, Bell had told her at the entrance to the dungeon. His crimson eyes now held a weight she had never seen before. Just wait for me there, okay? Now Essel paced the polished wooden floors, her purple eyes filled with a gnawing anxiety. Sitting around the large oak table at the center of the mansion for the Familia were Welf Crozo, Lily, and Ryu, their expressions equally grim.
This war game,
Welf muttered, running a whetstone over a freshly forged blade.
It's just crazy. Freya's forces are going to be a totally different breed. And Bell, he agreed to those terms? One flower for an entire familia?
It is reckless, Ryu agreed, her masked face hidden in the shadows of the room. But we're not entirely without support. Lady Estrella has blessed my path in assisting you, and the gods themselves are moving in the background. Lord Hermes, Hephaestus, Takamikazuchi, Miach, and even Loki Familia has extended their shadow over this conflict. Freya has stepped out of line in taking Seer and enraging Master Bell. She's antagonized the entire city.
But Bell's plan...
Lily bit her thumb, her small frame shaking slightly.
If they take his flower, it's over. We'll lose everything. Freya said that in exchange for their victory, that Bell would be banished from Orario.
Essel would suddenly stop pacing, her hand drifting to the shaft of her spear.
I have a bad feeling. A terrible feeling. Why did I stay behind? I'm sure he must be shouldering an immense burden down there.
Welf would slam the whetstone down the table, standing.
Then what are we sitting around here for? We're his familia, regardless of how much stronger he is. We're not just gonna let him walk down to that dark alone.
Lily nodded, wiping her tears and grabbing her supporter bag.
Let's go. We're gonna bring him back, no matter what.
Deep within the abyss of the dungeon, Bell stood before massive, imposing stone doors. Doors that he had well recognized. The Kartanon Temple, the dungeon within the dungeon. The place where his nightmares and his life for real had begun. He pushed the heavy doors open. Wham! Wham! The air was exactly the same, stale and ancient. The massive stone statues holding their instruments and weapons lined the walls, their unblinking eyes staring into the void. And then, sitting upon the colossal throne, was the massive stone statue, the god of this temple, and the one who had almost taken Bell's life before. Yet this time, Bell felt more malice, more power from something else in the room. Something he hadn't noticed before. Standing at the center of the room, holding the stone tablet of the Kartanon Temple's commandments, was a figure Bell had never taken the time to look at before when he had last been in the room. A statue with 6 wings, and now the system identified it as the Architect.
You've returned, player.
The Architect's voice echoed, grating and metallic.
You have surpassed all expectations. You have proven yourself worthy of the final test.
Worthy of what? Bell practically growled, drawing forth the Demon King's daggers from his inventory. To be the vessel, of course, the Architect replied, a twisted stone smile forming on its face.
To hold the power of the Shadow Monarch.
The Architect flashed with blinding, ethereal light as Bell lunged to try and stab at it with his daggers. His own vision went white. Suddenly, the cold stone of the temple vanished. Bell was instead standing on a battlefield of cosmic proportions. The sky, yes, the sky, was now torn asunder, bleeding purple and gold below. And beneath his vision, an army of white flames, demons led by the monarch of the white flame, Baran, clashed against an endless sea of shadows, pitch black shadows. Bell would catch the air in his throat. He realized it was soldiers just like his own, of the Shadow Army. And at the head of it stood a knight of unimaginable power, clad in armor like how Igris had been when he was alive, but jet black, as if though it absorbed the very light around him. Bell recognized the aura of this person. It was obvious that this was the Shadow Monarch. Bell watched, a specter paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of the history now playing before him. He saw them, the rulers descending from the heavens, on 6 wings of radiant light, their weapons clashing against those of the monarch. And strange enough, he began to feel emotions swirling inside of him. He felt betrayal, endless solitude, and the suffocating weight of death and, is that sorrow? All of these feelings washed over him, and then the battlefield faded. Bell blinked. His eyes were bleary. He rubbed his lower back. He looked around. He had been lying on a lumpy, uncomfortable old couch inside some ruined, shoddy-looking church. The smell of dust and old books filled the air.
Bell! Bell! Wake up!
Bell rubbed his eyes, looking up to see a petite goddess with twin black ponytails and a blue ribbon tied underneath her rather large chest. He instantly recognized her. Goddess Hestia? Bell mumbled, his mind foggy. What had he been thinking about?
Hurry up! You're gonna be late for the dungeon!
She scolded him, tossing him a piece of armor. Bell rubbed his head, holding his hand out. System. With a start, he'd realized there was no system screen. Wait, why had he been expecting that anyway? Hestia would laugh.
You'd have to turn around so I can adjust your falna, but we do at the end of the day. Go on and fight and make some cash for us first, okay?
Bell would turn. Oh, that's right. Sorry, goddess. I'll get going. He'd strap on his armor chest piece and begin his walk to the dungeon. I wish I had overwhelming strength like that. He remembered like he had a pleasant dream last night. Like he was some super strong, cool, famous adventurer. But no, he was just a level 1 adventurer, barely scraping by for him and his goddess, though he was thankful for her, even though they were just barely surviving. Time would seem to accelerate. As Bell's life passed by, he'd fought a minotaur. Well, fight was generous. He'd run for his life and had been saved by a beautiful girl with golden hair. She was just his type. He leveled up finally, and eventually started even making friends, all of them together in the Hestia Familia. Now, after almost half a year of being an adventurer, taking on all these challenges, it was everything he had ever wanted. Suddenly, he was standing on the wall of Orario, gazing out under the moonlight, looking out at the city before him. Next to him stood Ais Wallenstein, at his side. Her golden eyes were soft and inviting. He hadn't known her well at first, but she had helped him out a few times now, and he really had gotten stronger after chasing after her. But she was still way out of his league. She leaned in, her hand now resting gently on his chest. Bell, Ais whispered, her face now inches from his. But as she leaned in, he felt his chest tighten, a hollow, aching void rippling across his heart. He looked at Ais, her beautiful face, but all he felt was a profound, suffocating panic. Where is she? Where is she? Something's missing. He whirled around, looking at the city. Why hadn't he thought of it before? The hostess of fertility. He remembered there was a silver-haired girl who had saved him when he was bleeding out in an alleyway. And after he had come back from... She had been waiting for him all night. Seer, where's my seer? Bell took a step back, his breathing now ragged as he felt voices rippling in his own mind. Ais reached out for him, confusion now crossing her normally plain robotic face. Bell, what's wrong? No, Bell gasped, shaking his head. No, this isn't right. You're not her. I can be whatever you want, Ais said, but her voice began to distort. echoing with a metallic scrape. "You can have a normal life here, Bell Cranel. A life without the burden of death." "Shut up!" Bell roared, violently pushing Ais away, the illusion of the Sword Princess shattering into shards of glass. The deception changed form, first into Ryu, then Lily, then even Hestia. "No, no, none of you are her." Finally, it took the form of the woman he actually loved. Seer. Bell swiped his hand, the shards of glass exploding into dust. "Enough of this farce. Who are you?" The world of Orario dissolved around him into an ocean of black water as Bell sank into the depths. He'd open his eyes, now a man floating before him. He wore jet black armor, and a tattered purple cloak drifted behind him in this endless void. Finally, the man removed his helm. This was his own face, but weathered, his eyes glowing an amethyst purple. "So, you rejected the sweet dream, huh?" Ashbourne's voice resonated in Bell's mind. "You're going to choose the path of suffering. The path of a monarch, huh?" Who are you?" Bell demanded, though in his mind he already knew the answer. "I am the record of your struggles. I am the shadow of your past. I am you," Ashbourne replied gently. "The monarchs and rulers are descending upon your world, Bell Cranel. They and I are Itarum, outer versal gods not bound by the pathetic arcanum that the deities of Orario have placed among themselves, the rules they've used to banish their forms to this lower plane of existence. They seek to destroy everything. Will you return to the waking world to face them?" Bell thought of Seer, captured by Freya. She was still waiting for him. He thought of his familia, the faces of all of his friends, his closest loved ones, and everyone who had supported him this far. "Send me back. I have some business unfinished." Ashbourne simply smiled, extending his own hand to Bell, and Bell gripped it. As he opened his eyes, in the real world, the Carthenon Temple was a complete war zone. "Don't give up! Keep pushing them back!" Ryu Leon yelled, her wooden sword glowing with the green light of a wind spell. Welf, Essel, Lily, Makoto, Asfi, Aisha, they were all battered and bleeding. Even Haruhime was there. The giant stone statues had been reduced to rubble. But the architect, the six-winged terror of stone and magic that had built the system that had connected Ashbourne and Bell, floated above them, deflecting their combined assaults with a casual wave of his hand. Lily trembled behind a pillar, memories of her abandonment of Bell flashing through her mind. The fear and trauma from that experience forced her to grit her teeth. She loaded a specialized bolt into her crossbow, an explosive. "This time I will not run! Not again!" She felt herself feeling this fight internally as she fired directly at the architect in his blind spot. The architect merely batted the explosion away. "Insolent mortals! I will not allow you to disturb my king's slumber, not while he's taking the vessel." As the architect raised its hands to vaporize Welf and Essel, the temple doors blew off their stone hinges. "Ariel!" A tempest of wind would erupt through the room, Ais Wallenstein blurring past the architect in a speed of wind and physical force. Her sword, now reforged since her fight with Beru, severed two of the stone wings in a single strike. And now, entering through the doors where Ais had just exploded through, Bede, Tione, Tiona, and the rest of the Loki familia poured into the room. "Sorry we're late to the party," Tiona cheered, her massive double-bladed sword crashing into the architect's stone hands. As the fierce battle raged between the stone statues of the architect and the adventurers of Orario, Bell's eyes would fully clear.
System alert. The black cart has reached 50% capacity.
Bell ignored the warning, his crimson eyes igniting with a lethal purple flame. He pushed himself off the stone altar where the architect had left his body. Reaching into his inventory, the air would drop in the room by 20 degrees as he drew forth both Demon King's daggers, their serrated edges humming with dark lightning and power. The architect would turn, sensing the power of the Shadow Monarch, his stone eyes widening in horror. "No, what? Ashborn, you would betray me? You would give yourself over to this human?" "He never betrayed you," Bell whispered, his voice vibrating with a terrifying timbre. Activating Dash, he'd crack through the sound barrier like it was nothing. Despite his weakened state, Bell would appear directly in front of the architect's face. "Your role is no longer necessary. Consider yourself fired." Bell would unleash a flurry of fatal strikes. Fatal strikes! Fatal strike! So quickly it was like a sphere of black slashes. He carved the architect into 1,000 pieces, and before it vanished, he unlocked a new skill. His fatal strike, upgrading into mutilation. Activating the skill, he completely vaporized the architect into stone dust, practically incinerating the stone angel with 1,000 cuts. The system would chime.
Congratulations, you have defeated the architect.
Bell would land gracefully on the stone floor. Dispelling his daggers back into his inventory, he looked towards his bruised, exhausted friends, and the Loki Familia who had come to his aid. "Thanks for having my back," Bell smiled warmly. "But I still have a war game to win." 2 weeks now passed. The war game between the Freya Familia and the Cranel Familia was broadcast across the entirety of Orario via magical mirrors from the gods. The battlefield that had been chosen was massive, a barren wasteland outside the city, far away, in the ruins of an old capital of humanity. Freya's forces numbered in the hundreds, standing in a pristine formation, and at the front, the head of the whole organization was Otarl, the king. His black greatsword resting across his shoulder, and beside him stood all the elites of the Vana Freya, the very top tiers of the Freya Familia. Alan, the black beast-man-eared man who had tried to kill Bell the last time they met, and who Bell had crumpled into a building. Looks like he healed up all right. Hedin, of course, that elf bastard, though Bell smirked after seeing him. His face is completely scarred over. There goes his lady killer. Hogni, Heath, and the Gulliver brothers were there as well, but they seemed to all be in top shape. At the other end of the city stood a single man, Bell Cranel. Around his neck hung a simple daisy, his designated flower for the war game. "He's alone?" Hedin scoffed, watching as Bell approached the entire army of Freya's Familia. He'd adjust his glasses. "The fool. He might have caught us off guard last time, but this time we're prepared for his strengths." They all wore equipment that resisted heat to resist his firebolt. Bell would simply smile at the oncoming army as he snapped his fingers. Monarch's domain. The wasteland beneath him would erupt, the earth turning pitch black as an army of hundreds of shadow soldiers tore out of the abyss. High orcs, hellhounds, and the massive forms of Titan and Tusk now towered over the battlefield. "My soldiers, crush them all," Bell ordered in a soft voice. The clash between the two armies was ear-splitting. Igris, wielding his greatsword, would intercept all 4 of the Gulliver brothers. The Borkin warriors swung their hammers and spears in perfect unison, but Igris simply danced through their strikes, like a ghost, parrying all 4 of them at once. Ryu had appeared now at Bell's side, alongside the shadows, activating her newest ability, the Astrea Record. Her magic would surge, summoning spells from her fallen comrades as she clashed head-on with Heath Velvet, Freya's supreme healer who had brought even Alan and Hedin back from the brink of death, locking the battlefield support down into a deadly stalemate. Vanity, Bell's Shadow of Hyacinthos unleashed volleys of flame discs, chasing after Hogni in a blindingly fast sword fight. Tusk would raise the Orb of Avarice, his hymn of dragonfire colliding mid-air with Hedine's massive lightning bolts. The resulting shockwaves would shake the entire foundations of the city, causing earthquakes across the entire continent. Even people in Orario could feel it. And then, there was the king. Otaral, unlike the rest of his forces, slammed his greatsword into the earth, sending a tremor across the field. His eyes looked up, golden irises meeting that of Bell, establishing that Bell himself was the challenger here. Bell would simply scoff, reaching to his waist and unequipping the Demon King's daggers back into his inventory. He cracked his neck, then his knuckles one by one. The memory of Seer being torn from his arms, her screams for him, crying for him, fueled a raging inferno in his chest. Bell would yell out in a projected magical voice, his words laced with venom. "If I were to use weapons with you, your death would be far too painless." Otaral's eyes would narrow again. How arrogant. Otaral vanished, crossing the distance instantaneously, swinging a punch towards Bell's torso. Bell would meet his fist with his own, the collision creating a sonic boom that would shatter the eardrums of other adventurers from the Freya Familia surrounding them. Otaral smirked, and suddenly, the gravity around Bell magnified 100-fold, the earth beneath Bell's feet cratering perfectly. Otaral finally revealing his authority, his ruler's authority as a fragment of brilliant light, a fragment of the ruler's power. It was clear to Bell now, his eyes glowing purple. Ruler's hand. Bell would negate the gravity, lifting off himself as he shot his right hand out to grip Otaral's face, attempting to slam the man into the bedrock. But Otaral would break the grip, throwing a devastating knee attack to Bell's head. Bell would easily dodge, channeling magic now into his elbows. Firebolt! The explosion of flame from his elbow activated like a rocket booster, propelling Bell's punches to unimaginable speeds as he battered Otaral's guard, his fists striking like meteorites. Left, right, a boosted uppercut that lifted the entire man off of his feet. Titan! Bell would roar out. The Black Goliath shadow would scoop Bell up in its massive hands and hurled him like a cannonball directly at Otaral. Bell flew through the air like a javelin, his fist coated in blinding white light of Argonaut as he slammed the fist into Otaral's chest. The impact launched both of them miles away from the main battlefield as they toppled through buildings of stone of the ancient ruins of the city, crashing through a distant mountain range and carving a trench through a forest. Now, significantly far away, the Shadow Soldiers would lose some of their power, Bell's Monarch's domain skill being out of range. Taking advantage of this difference in power, Hogni blurred through the shadows, his cursed blade slicing through the air with swift movements. Moving in a blur, he would catch up behind Otaral and grab the daisy from Bell, snatching the daisy from the air. "I have it!" Hogni would shout, waving the flower as the Familia of Freya would cheer, all the gods in Orario gasping. Was this the end? But the guild broadcast didn't announce the end of the wargame. No, because that wasn't Bell's Familia flower. In fact, Bell wasn't even representing as the god for his Familia in this wargame. High above the clouds, riding on the back of Kaesel, the Shadow Wyvern, sat Soma, the god of wine, and child of Bell Cranel, trembling in fear as he clutched the lavender flower against his chest, the real flower that Bell had submitted to the Adventurers Guild. There was no rule against wearing flowers as part of your armor, so why not? Miles away in the cratered forest, Otaral began to stand, wiping blood from his mouth as he drew now his black greatsword. He was done fighting in hand-to-hand combat. Aura would explode into a pillar of golden light as mana surrounded him. Bell himself stood from the rubble, brushing himself off as he reached into the void, pulling out the Demon King's longsword. It crackled with blue, sparking lightning. The two ran at each other at full speed, clashing greatsword to greatsword, as magic power would level the forest within seconds, mountains being sheared in half from the shockwaves, as Otaro fought with the desperation of a king defending his throne. But Bell's stamina was seemingly endless. Bell was wearing him down, and he was enjoying it too. "Beru!" Bell shouted, finally releasing the Ant King from his shadow, his claws extending.
"Yes, my liege."
"Keep this one busy," Bell ordered as he then jumped, launching himself into the sky. Otaro swung on the black insect, but Beru's speed was terrifying. Otaro would growl, "I'm the king of adventurers!" He'd roar, unleashing a wave of gravity and light. Beru laughed, a horrifying chittering sound.
"King? There's only one true king of humans. You oversized swine!"
High above them, Bell pulled the Orb of Avarice from his inventory. He had taken it from Tusk after the initial attack, and he had begun to channel his mana into it, alongside a fully charged Argonaut. The orb began to glow so brightly it looked like a second miniature sun had appeared over the battlefield. Otaro finally looked up, noticing Casel in the clouds above, and Bell's magic's power surging on top of it. The trick Bell had played, but it was too late. Otaro had realized where the real flower was, and why Soma had been listed as part of the war. Otaro raised his sword, preparing to annihilate Beru and jump up into the sky himself. But as he had looked up, lowering his guard against the Shadow Soldier, Bell would whisper above in the clouds, "Shadow exchange." Instantaneously, Beru was swapped, while Bell was now on the earth, his feet planted firmly. Bell appeared directly in front of Otaro. His entire body glowed with an ethereal, holy white light, mana radiating off of him, itself causing the air to ignite. Even in Orario, the gods had to cover their eyes. The ground of the entire continent shook violently. Adventurers and gods alike could feel his mana surging, even from all the way over here in Orario. It was like waves of a nuclear bomb brushing on their skin. Bell, calm as ever, put his palm directly on the center of Otaro's chest, aiming slightly upward to avoid destroying the rest of the Freya Familia and his own forces behind them. Fire. Storm. The beam of energy was absolute. It wasn't just fire anymore. It was concentrated erasure of matter and magic alike. The white blast consumed Otaro's entire form. Instantly, the beam tore across the landscape, hitting a massive lake miles away, and instantly vaporizing millions of gallons of water into an explosion of steam that ripped up into the atmosphere, causing an explosion that could be heard from hundreds of miles away. When the light faded and the steam cleared, a literal hole had been burned through the geography. The clouds above between the land and sky parted in a perfect circle, and standing at this epicenter of a crime against nature was Bell. Before him slumped the lower half of Otaro's body, smoking. The entire top half of the man once known as the King had been atomized, as golden energy bled from his remains into the air. The Freya Familia, who had some of their mages watching the fight from afar, felt despair so profound it completely shattered their resolve. What was that? That wasn't even an attack. Was that an arcanum? It was like the power of a god. Several Freya adventurers would wet themselves. Many others simply slumped to the ground, too shocked to continue fighting. Their king, the one who had driven out the Zeus and Hera Familias single-handedly, was now more than dead. Bell's eyes were simply devoid of mercy. He didn't even feel enough satisfaction from that. He extended his hand over the smoking remains.
Onwards.
The shadows beneath the legs of Otaro would violently converge, and from the ashes of the king of Orario, a massive, imposing, bear-like shadow soldier formed, clad in black armor, holding a shadow-forged greatsword. Bell would grin, a dark, vicious look taking his face. Your name is Pride. The powerful shadow would immediately drop to one knee, bowing its head to its master. Bell would walk up to it, raising his boot as he savagely kicked the shadow of the former king in the face, knocking the shadow soldier backward. And a few steps later, he slammed his heel down directly into Pride's face, grinding his heel into the shadow's head into the dirt. King of Orario. Bell spat on the ashes of Otaro. Finally satisfied, Bell would lift his boot. Pointing his finger at the ashes of Otaro's body, he would cast Firebolt, burning the adventurer's legs away. That's more than you deserve. Pick up your sword, Pride, Bell would command coldly, and return to the battlefield. Cut down all of the Freya Familia that you see. Pride rose, saluted, and then vanished into the shadows, taking Otaro's previous weapon with it. Bell would whistle, calling down to Kaisel, the wyvern swooping down to collect its target. With its master now in his clutches, Bell would direct Kaisel to head to the Tower of Freya, the last standing spire of this city of ruins, where he was finally going to face down the leader of the Freya Familia, the goddess Freya herself. As Bell landed heavily on the balcony of the highest floor, he unsummoned Kaisel back to his shadow and stormed into the opulent room. It had clearly been prepared to be comfortable, but what he found stopped him dead in his tracks. He had come ready to pluck the flower from Freya and end the game, to reclaim Seer. But what he saw instead stopped him completely. There were 2 Freyas? One immediately lunged at him with a dagger, tears streaming down her face. Her aura was the same as the one he had faced back during the festival. You killed him! You killed Otaro! She screamed, Horn's disguise faltering as she fell to her knees, the blade harmlessly clattering to the ground, as she wept bitterly for the man who had sworn to protect her and their familia. In the corner, tied to a chair, her head buried in her knees, was another Freya. But her aura... Bell's senses picked it up instantly, and he saw her hands. There was a very familiar ring graced upon them. Seer? Bell whispered, dropping his guard, completely ignoring Freya on the floor in front of him, crying. Seer flinched, hiding her face behind her silver hair. Her appearance was totally different now, but Bell knew it. It was her. Don't look at me, she sobbed. I lied to you, Bell. There never was a seer. I'm actually Freya. I created Seer, a persona to manipulate things, to enjoy the life of the children here on Orario, and I did it to manipulate you. I just wanted to have some fun, but I'm actually a cold, calculating monster, huh? Bell would exhale a long, heavy breath as things finally started to come together for him. The rage he had felt for Freya had completely evaporated. He walked over, almost stumbling, as he gently untied the ropes that were binding her wrists. He knelt in front of her, taking his hand and lifting her chin so that she'd meet his eyes. Bell's smile would shake. I don't care in the least. Seer's eyes widened, tears spilling over. What? I don't care if you're a goddess or not. I actually knew for a while. I didn't know you were Freya, but I don't really care about your past or your goal to begin with. He wiped a tear from her cheek. Regardless of who you are or were,
It was you who waited for me in the rain. When you found me outside of the tavern and gave me a place to stay, that wasn't the act of a bored goddess. When you sat by my bedside when I was asleep, holding my hand, that was real. That's who you really are. I know it. And of course I still love you. Horn sobbed even louder in the background, her chest heaving as she felt pained that her perfect, untouchable goddess had truly experienced those feelings, had been reduced from something so beautiful to something agonizingly human. Seer would begin to let out a broken cry, tossing her arms, throwing them around Bell's neck. Bell, I love you so much. Bell smiled, leaning in to finally kiss her. But before he had the chance, crunch! A sickening ripping and tearing through air would rip space apart. The hairs on Bell's neck would stand as he heard a muffled, sickening cry. Bell froze, whipping his head around. Horn, now back in her human form, was suspended in the air. A massive, fur-covered hand completely clamped around her head, crushing her skull to silence her screams. And there he stood, the Beast Monarch. His golden eyes glowed with a sadistic glee of a hunter. The sweet stench of human melodrama. The Beast Monarch purred. We've been watching you ever since you killed that fragment of light. Bell's blood ran cold. Monarchs, they're here? Already? Before Bell could summon his daggers, he'd hear a wet, tearing sound right at his side. Seer would gasp, her eyes widening in absolute shock, staring at Bell. Seer? Bell would whisper. He looked down. Protruding from the center of Seer's chest was a jagged, pristine blade of white ice, standing directly behind her, seemingly out of nowhere. Holding the dagger was a pale, tall, elf-like being with frost-like skin. The cold radiated from him. Ciliad, the Frost Monarch. I'm amazed they can call themselves gods here. The Frost Monarch laughed, twisting the blade in Freya, Seer crying out in pain. They're so incredibly pathetic. No! Bell roared as he grabbed Seer, pulling her back from the Monarch. He scooped her up, kicking back with enough force to shatter the balcony and the tower, now free falling in the air with himself and his fiancée. As Bell plummeted toward the earth, he summoned forth Kaisel, who mid-fall would catch him on the wyvern's back, still having Soma alongside him. Hold on, Seer, just hold on! Bell pleaded, activating healing potions as he pulled them from the shop, pouring them over the wound. But the ice had frozen it. She couldn't heal. The healing magic sizzled and failed. Her hands began to grow terrifyingly cold. Down in the ruins, the remaining members fighting from Freya Familia suddenly stopped. Heath dropped to her knees in front of Ryu, the Gulliver brothers staring at their hands. They felt their strength fading. Their Falna, the blessing of their goddess, was fading? The Beast and Frost Monarchs blurred through the sky, jumping from the tower and floating at Bell and Kaisel's side. That's enough playing, Ashborn, the Beast Monarch demanded, throwing a punch that shattered Bell's ribs as he went flying off of Kaisel. Soma clutched Freya as Kaisel flew off of both of them. The Beast Monarch jumped after Bell. How dare you betray the Monarchs, you filth! Bell fought desperately, feeling his bones knitting together again as he swung the Demon King's longsword, but the Beast Monarch caught the blade with his bare hands. Wait, the Frost Monarch said, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed Bell. This isn't Ashborn. This is the human vessel. Our luck! It seems the Shadow Monarch hasn't fully descended yet. The two monarchs threw their heads back, laughing.
Their wariness and slight fear of retaliation from Ashbourne had completely vanished. They would begin to batter Bell back and forth, mercilessly, the Beast Monarch ripping Bell's armor to shreds, tearing into his flesh with his claws. As they tumbled into the ruins below, Bell would yell out for Pride and Beru, the shadows that were within earshot leaping to him as the wyvern Kaesel would shriek. "Protect Seer!" Bell screamed, splitting blood, as the two shadows would look toward Kaesel, who was being pursued by blasts of ice magic, frost mana from the Frost Monarch. Seeing Freya in danger, the Shadow Soldier, Pride, swung Otarl's greatsword down on the Beast Monarch, but the Monarch would simply backhand the Shadow. The impact was so severe that Pride's shadow form violently dispersed, instantly destroyed back into shadows and mana. Beru shrieked like an animal, his insectoid instincts lunging to protect his king as he lunged to the Frost Monarch. Silad casually blew a breath of absolute zero, freezing the Ant King solid in a block of indestructible magic ice. Bell was brought to his knees, his body broken. He crawled forward to Kaesel, who had been stabbed through his wings, crashing into the city now. In the crash, Soma had been thrown off and was laying nearby, unconscious. With his body broken, he crawled towards Seer, pulling the broken girl into his arms, clutching her. Seer looked up at him, her silver eyes beginning to lose focus, dimming. She reached up, her hand covered in blood, her hands freezing to the touch as she stroked his cheek. "Oh, my love, our time was far too short," she whispered, a weak smile on her lips. I didn't think I would be the one leaving you so soon. Seer, please, no, don't close your eyes," Bell begged as tears broke through his rage, dropping onto her pale face. "I love you, Bell," the goddess of fertility whispered, with her last breath. Her hand fell limp from his face. Her eyes slowly closed as the light left them. She was gone. Bell's hands shook violently, terrifyingly gentle with her lifeless body, as a silence fell over his mind. And then, the sky above Orario cracked open. A swarm of buzzing filled the air, the monarch of insects diving onto the wyvern. "Just kill him and be done with it," the insect monarch hissed in her bug-like voice. Bell gently laid Seer down on the stone. He stood. His aura wasn't even purple anymore. It began to glow in an abyssal black, practically consuming the light around them. "I'll kill every single last one of you," his voice shattered, the magical aura thrumming through his vocal cords. His fists clamped into balls as his knuckles turned white around the Demon King's daggers. "You all will suffer a pain worse than any death." Through his broken body, Bell lunged with a feral, blinding speed, abandoning all defense. He didn't care anymore. He didn't care if he lived or if he died. He didn't care about anything but making these bastards suffer. He drove his daggers into the Frost Monarch's shoulder, but the Beast Monarch would slam a double-fisted hammer into Bell's back, snapping his spine. Bell would barely cough blood as he used full recovery, the three monarchs descending on him like wolves as they tore his body apart. Finally, the Frost Monarch drove a spear of ice directly through Bell's heart, freezing his entire body instantaneously. Kaesel dissolved into shadows, the frozen bodies of Bell and Seer reaching for each other as the city went dead silent. From afar, the gods, the adventurers, the citizens of Orario, they watched in abject horror. The orphan, Bell Cranel, and the goddess Freya, all dead. The Beast Monarch landed, smashing into the crater.
That was too easy.
Bell's hearing would fade out, as the system would alert.
The player's HP has reached 0. Blackheart has fully assimilated, reaching 100%.
For Bell, it had felt like an eternity, wallowing in the pain and the loss. He had finally reached her, and it had been torn away from him the moment he had. After what felt like eons, the ice encasing Bell would begin to crack as his consciousness resurfaced. The ice surrounding him suddenly shattered, exploding out with such force that it sent all 3 monarchs skidding backward, a pillar of pure black energy erupting into the heavens. The sky itself turned dark. The shadows of every single living and dead in Orario stretched and writhed in his presence. And from that darkness, he arose. He had finally surpassed it. He was no longer a vessel of Ashbourne's power. He had taken it on completely. He was now the absolute, true Shadow Monarch. As Bell opened his eyes, they no longer gleamed crimson or iris purple. Instead, they were a profound glowing silver, like the beautiful full moon, matching the hair of the woman he had lost. The Beast Monarch would be the first to sense it with his animal-like instincts. He felt true fear for the first time in millennia as he turned to flee back into space. Bell didn't even chant a spell. He simply appeared in front of the Beast Monarch before he could escape him, and with a single, effortless swing of the Demon King's greatsword, Bell cleaved the Monarch of Beasts perfectly in 2.
"It's my turn,"
Bell whispered. He didn't even stop at the physical body. He knew that wouldn't be enough. He reached out, piercing through the fabric of this reality, and grabbed the ethereal astral body of the Beast Monarch, crushing his soul in his hand to dust. The Frost Monarch and Insect Monarch tried to open a dimensional gate themselves, but Bell slammed his foot down, using Monarch's domain, as black and purple energy spiraled around them, the gate shattering before they could escape. Bell appeared on the back of the Insect Monarch, gripping her wings and ripping them off, before incinerating them with a black flame of firebolt. He then turned to the Frost Monarch, the one who had stabbed Seer. He would suffer the most of all. Bell would use his skill, mutilation, as he dismantled him slowly, breaking every limb of the Monarch before crushing his icy heart in his own hand, killing the Monarch's soul, as he neutralized all 3 monarchs in less than a minute. Bell dropped the sword, sparks flowing from it, sinking back into his inventory. Well, not necessarily his inventory anymore. The system had been deleted, erased. He had gained full power over the Shadow Monarch's abilities. He could sense the very mana in the air. Everything was visible to him. It was like he'd been looking at the world through blinders. Finally, Bell, well, let's just call them Bell. Bell fell to his knees next to the broken, crumpled body of Freya. Well, Seer. Her form was beginning to glow with a golden light, the sign of a deity being returned to heaven. No, I can't lose you. Bell wept, pulling her into his chest. Bell would try to think of anything. Is there anything I can do? And he'd remember. Something the system had told him before had been erased. Was it possible? He remembered the cursed loot box. Something that you need. Something I need? He remembered that entire time he couldn't think of anything. His hands shook uncontrollably as he held them out, crafting the elixir of life from the ingredients stored in his subspace, as a golden glowing vial would appear from the void. It was said to cure any ailment, be able to restore life, maybe even that of... He popped the cork. Please work. Bell prayed to whatever higher god there was. Ignoring the irony of that, he tipped the vial, pouring the golden liquid past Seer's pale lips. For an agonizing 10 seconds, nothing happened. The golden rays of her departure continued to shimmer over her form. But then, the light seemed to reverse. The massive hole of the blade from the Frost Monarch in her chest began to weave itself back together through golden light. As color rushed back into her pale skin, her cheeks turning rosy, the ice melting away from her form. Across the city, the Freya Familia members gasped as they felt the warmth of summer, of their fauna violently reigniting, carving into their back. Seer took a sharp, gasping breath, her silver eyes fluttering open. She turned her head, looking at the boy weeping over her. Bell? Bell crushed her in a hug, almost forgetting his own strength. Burying his face into her shoulder, he sobbed uncontrollably. Please don't leave me. Please don't leave me ever again. In the weeks that passed after the Freya Familia's remnants and the war had ended, the guild officially had bestowed a new alias upon Bell Cranel, unofficial and official from everyone in the city. He was no longer called the Orphan. His name had been changed. His new title was the Usurper, the one who had defeated the king, dethroned the goddess of the city, and had claimed absolute rulership over Orario. At Seer's request, Bell had been given all of the Freya Familia's assets. The lives of the Familia were in his hands. Bell had told them that he had no plans on forcing them to fight for him, and told them to live as they saw fit, saying that if they wished to join his Familia, then they'd be required to call her Seer, not Lady Freya, unless she deemed it okay. Seer had laughed, covering her mouth at this one. What had Bell done with their other assets, you might ask? Bell had a new initiative. He used the former Freya mansion and lands and transformed it into a new facility for adventurers, for people who wanted to join a Familia and needed somewhere to stay, somewhere to get stronger. There was no age limit either, so it had become an unofficial orphanage training center for adventurers. Bell had some of his shadow soldiers training those there who wished to get stronger, helping them practice before they entered the dungeon and fought real monsters. But back at the Cranel Familia, Seer would formally reintroduce herself to Welf, Lily, Ryu, who had recently joined, and Essel. There was some shock, of course, but after everything they had seen and witnessed, they had accepted her. She was, after all, still the same girl who fought Igris for control of the kitchen to cook meals for them all for so long. Though Welf did scratch his head, saying it was kind of strange to think a goddess had been cooking for him all this time. Bell would look a little annoyed at that, which caused Seer to giggle. The integrated forces of the remaining Freya Familia were under his command, those who had wished to stay, now establishing the most powerful guild in the entire world. Outside in the courtyard, Seer stood before the towering shadow of Otarl, now known as Pride, alongside the shadows of Hedin and Alan, who had perished in the battle against the Cranel Familia. I'm so sorry, Seer whispered, bowing her head to the shadows of her former children. It was my lack of resolve. I took too much of my hands off of it. I shouldn't have let you all run everything. It cost you your own lives. Pride merely bowed his head toward the lady, the queen of the lord he now worshipped, as did the other two. Bell leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. Yeah, it's touching it all. He walked over, casually kicking Pride in the shin. Hey, get me a coffee, Pride. Seer gasped as she swatted Bell in the arm. Bell, stop abusing him. He was my captain. He wasn't all bad. He ripped my arm off, Bell argued, rubbing his shoulder gently. I can still feel it sometimes. He owes me at least a year of coffee runs. This peace and humor, however, was fleeting. After another week, something had changed. Back in the city of Orario, a massive swirling blue portal of energy had formed over the sky of Orario. A massive gate. The dungeon below stirred violently in response. and over the next month, outbreaks of monstrous creatures, beasts unseen in the world of DanMachi, would cause refugees of nearby villages to flee into the city of Orario, practically camping on the streets. The Freya mansion was full of these such refugees. While Bell now understood what was actually happening, these gates being prisons from the rulers, he had learned all of this from the Shadow Monarch when their memories had become one. He now understood that there were still remaining rulers and monarchs, and he'd have to be ready for them, for the incoming forces of the Itarum. The entirety of Orario would need to be mobilized to defend their world. As the strongest, Bell would work with the Adventurers Guild, dispatching joint Familia strike forces worldwide to call the outbreaks of the gates. But the true threat would come in the form of Ais Wallenstein. She had prepared a meeting with him, telling him that there was something that their Familia had discovered. The Loki Familia had been tracking one of the 3 mythical beasts. The one-eyed black dragon, Ais explained, her voice tight with deep-seated trauma. The great calamity that destroyed the Zeus and Hera Familias. There are signs of it emerging from the Dragon Valley. We think the mana from the gate in the sky is resonating with it. Bell grabbed his chin, thinking. There certainly was a massive amount of mana coming from the gate, but he hadn't sensed anything like a dragon. It was odd. As all of the adventurers in Orario prepared for the gate to break, Bell and his shadow soldiers would not be alone. All of Orario united, looking at the massive gate in the sky, only for... Bell would sense his own power, as thousands of shadow soldiers would descend from the sky. Orario was clearly confused. Isn't that the usurper's army? What is it doing up there? Wait, is he pulling some kind of prank on us? Among them would be a massively winged shadow soldier, and his mana made Otarl feel like a puppy. This was a freakishly strong shadow soldier. Bellion. The shadows would kneel before Bell Cranel, regarding him as their true master. Bellion and Bell, would speak, with the two now confirming that Ashbourne was indeed gone and resting. Bell would tell them that he would gladly accept them into his forces. They would need all the help they could get after all. Bell would ask Bellion what's going on in the gap between dimensions, with the shadow soldiers informing him of the movement of the monarchs and the rulers. The monarch of destruction. Bellion would speak. It seems he's found a host body of his own, and it's pairing extremely well with him. Bell would realize why the mana from the gate of his soldiers had resonated with Dragon Valley. The seal was being weakened on the one-eyed black dragon, and it was being weakened by the power of Antares, the dragon monarch of destruction. In a short few days, the final war had begun. The skies turned to fire as Bell led the combined might of a united front of Orario's adventurers, the Xenos and an endless shadow army against the army of the Monarchs. The climax would see Bell confronting the one-eyed black dragon, finally to take it down for good. The dragon was a mountain of black scales and apocalyptic fire. Its eyes shone with an intelligent light as it began to transform, turning into a human form with long red, crimson, blood-like hair and matching eyes. The man practically had flames burning from his irises, and his teeth were sharpened like the points of a dagger. Antares. But Bell was not going to take it lying down. He channeled the full authority of the Shadow Monarch as a god of death. Bell unleashed his spiritual body form, becoming a colossal giant of darkness. Antares' dragon form versus Bell's spiritual armor. The battle could have been a biblically told story, as Antares' breath of destruction clashed against Bell's flames, burning black and white from infinitely charged Argonaut bolts. A world-shaking strike would drive the Demon King's longsword through the remaining eye of the black dragon, pinning Antares to the earth. As he'd start charging him full of electricity and mana, burning the Monarch of Destruction away, Bell would merely take a burn on his hand, a sacrifice well worth the death of the Monarch of Destruction, as Bell would erase him from existence. As the black dragon fell from the sky, the clouds parted. As beings of light descended, the rulers. They landed at the side of the remaining corpse of the one-eyed black dragon, its soul, Antares, having been completely destroyed. They'd kneel before Bell, his white hair flowing in the wind, offering Bell their alliance and gratitude. "We were mistaken in taking arms against Ashbourne. We hope you'll give us another chance." They would hand before him on their knee the cup of reincarnation, explaining to Bell it was a powerful magical item stolen from the absolute being, the one who had created all of the monarchs and the rulers. It was a chance to rewind time, to save everyone who had fallen, and erase the horrors that had attacked this world. Bell looked at the cup. Gazing back towards his army, he'd see Welf, Ryu, Ais, and finally Seer, who ran toward him with tears of joy. Bell would smile as he took the cup and pushed it toward them. "You guys can keep it. Respectfully, I've gone through enough pain for a millennia, and I'm not looking to relive it again. I couldn't bear losing the life I have now." In the months that followed, Bell used the remaining drops of the elixir of life. Alongside alchemists, researchers, he'd be able to create more of it, using his mana, and he eventually even cured Aina's mother of her eternal sleep disease, bringing tears of joy to the guild receptionist who hugged him fully before Seer made a pouty face. Word of the new medicine would travel across the world, spreading from Orario. And as for Bell himself, he and Seer would take a small trip to a faraway village, where a man was sleeping still in his cabin, treated by the villagers per his grandson's request. Bell sighed as he walked toward his grandfather and poured a drop of the golden liquor down the man's throat. His grandfather awoke with a loud, boisterous laugh.
"Oh, why does my back hurt so much? I haven't slept that long in ages."
The old man, turning, would see a man he hadn't recognized. Was that really his grandson and
Freya? Wow, this is gonna be a long story, huh?
1 year would pass. The Cranel estate was unrecognizable. It had changed from a mansion to more of a bustling village now, with laughter, music, and the clinking of mugs filling the air, as the entire Orario Adventurers Alliance would throw a massive party, sponsored of course by the Adventurers Guild and Bell Cranel's Familia. He had learned the secret behind the dungeon during this year, and had told Uranos about it, the two working together to maintain the dungeon. With Bell's help, the Xenos were now finally accepted, with Vine hugging him as she ran off into the festival grounds. The truth had come out. You see, it turned out that the Orario dungeon, the one that had been there for millennia, was actually a prison that the rulers had constructed. One they had constructed for the Monarch of Beginnings, the giant Monarch. His power was constantly drained from him and constructed the dungeon around him, creating new monsters to try and free him from the dungeon's prison. And so, with Uranos and Bells working together, they agreed to maintain the dungeon for the time being. Though, if the time had come where a human adventurer could clear it, Bell had promised that he would take care of the Monarch of Beginnings, leaving him as a convenient power source for now. Welf and Hephaestus were arguing over alloys, but under the table, they were actually holding hands. Something there had been developing. Ryu and Ais quietly shared a drink together, reminiscing on their past battles. Meanwhile, Zeus chased Hermes around the yard, yelling about peeping toms and that he wasn't any one of those guys. The two rapscallions getting away from the chasing women. Inside the mansion, inside the quiet, softly lit nursery, Bell leaned against the doorframe, a soft, content smile on his face. On his hand, he wore a black glove covering the scar from his battle against Antares. Standing over a double crib was the imposing, terrifying figure of Igris the Blood-Red Commander. The Shadow Soldier carefully, gently tucking a soft blanket over two sleeping infants. Both girls had tufts of brilliant silver-white hair. As Seer walked up behind Bell, wrapping her arms around his waist, he could feel her stomach from behind, heavily swollen, now pregnant with their third child. She rested her chin on his shoulder, looking down at the twins. As she kissed Bell's cheek, Seer would whisper, smiling, "He's surprisingly good at them, isn't he?" "Igris is a man of many talents." Bell chuckled softly, placing his hand over hers on his chest. Bell Cranel closed his eyes, listening to the peaceful breathing of his two daughters. The sound of excitement and partying rang through the windows outside, but they just slept through it all. The war was finally over. Peace had returned to Orario, a peace not seen for hundreds of years. As Bell cradled the woman he loved in his arms, he didn't know where his path would lead, if more Itarim, more monsters, more gods would appear. But he didn't care. He'd face them head on. As Seer took Bell's hand, the two would walk outside to greet all of their guests. Bell would especially take notice of Welf and Hephaestus, Finn and Lily, and Essel and Beta. That was surprising. But somehow the two had grown close over the war effort. Unexpected, but not bad. As Bell gazed at all of his comrades and allies, Seer would tighten her grip around his arm, looking to him and nodding. Bell remembered how he'd grown stronger. All of his friends, the journeys he had gone through. Everything that had made him who he was now. Bell would grin, magically amplifying his voice to everyone at the party. "Cheers! To the gods!" Everyone would cheer, in Bell's name, cheering for the gods, and cheering in the name of Bell Cranel, the Shadow Monarch. And with that brings us to an end for this whole story for What If Bell Cranel Had Solo Leveling. I had so much fun writing this story over the last year, and thank you so much for listening to it. If you want to support me in making other stories, please join my membership program. I just relaunched it, and it's got some pretty cool, stuff for what I think is a reasonable price. At least for me, it'd be nice, because, your boys gotta eat. So if you want, feel free to join up and show your support for the channel. Anyway, just a little bit of nostalgia since I have worked on this story for so long, and if you've listened to me yap for 8 hours, then I think you can listen to me for a little more. I had been taking a really long break before I started this, and I had just finished watching Season 2 for Solo Leveling. After rewatching DanMachi with a close friend of mine, the idea had just popped into my mind, and I'm amazed at how far everything's come. I really didn't expect to get this much into it, but I've had so much fun. If you guys want to see more Bell/DanMachi what ifs in the future, feel free to show your support and I'll try and make them. I might take a short break from them for just now since I want to focus on some other stories, but if you become a world breaker and suggest it, then it would fall into my pool of membership what ifs, so that's always an option too, not to push it too far. Anyway, thank you guys so much for listening, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. I'll see you all next time. Ciao.